Sister Andrea Brunet is in a place to be. How you doing, Senate?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well.
So you have something to show us today?
Yes, I went on to the product line and I bought three shirts and I just wanted to show you all what I got.
Oh, let's see.
Okay, so this is the first one. This is
Ah, the Onk shirt.
the Ankh shirt. I got it in black and gold, but I think I'm gonna go and get a blue one too.
All right.
Okay, so that's the first one.
All
And
right.
then
The Ma'at. Oh, it looks
this
good in
I don't
blue.
yeah,
All
I don't know.
right.
Yeah, this is the Ma'at one.
Oh, that's
I don't
what's
know if you
up.
can see.
Yeah, we see it. We
I'm
see
trying.
it.
Can you see it?
Nice bright
And
color.
yeah, I love this. I love this color. I love it. And then the piece de la resistance is my
I'm
favorite
the best to
one.
be tonight.
I'm the place to be tonight. Yeah.
That's what's up. I'm the
There's
best
that
to
on
be
the sleeve
tonight.
too.
Even on the sleeve.
Tonight.
All right.
Even on the
Tonight.
sleeve. I had it. Yeah,
All right.
this is the lick right here. So I'll be wearing that on
Oh,
your next live. I will have this one on.
oh, that's
Yeah.
beautiful. Oh, wow.
So
Well, thank you.
that's the three ones I got.
Thank you very
Love
much
them.
for your support. It's appreciated. I'm glad that you like the products.
You're welcome. You're
All
welcome.
right.
And we'll see you on the next live stream.
All right. See you soon, sister.
Okay.
Peace. Okay. Mhm. No. Mic check. Mic check. Okay. All right. No offense for the other video testimonials, but I'm late. So people have been waiting. I'm sorry. But we are here ready. Andrew Brunet is in the place. Well, my bad. Hotep Senu and Asenut Tiren Ishakanugu Kemed. The title of this live stream is Problems and Solutions. I hope you're doing well. We have Andrew Brunet in the place to be. We have Imhotep University TV in the place to be. A young hero road where Big Head Shaka at. And we have V Bennett in the place to be. Let me just share the link and see what's up. Let's go with my peeps. You have the link to get on the panel. Oh my goodness, my goodness. I'm gonna put some music in the meantime. Something mellow. Sister Andrea, how you doing?
I am doing well. How are you?
I'm chilling, chilling. Not used to be,
Yeah.
but it happened today.
Yeah, I'm just out here running an errand real quick. I want to just jump on so you don't sit there by yourself.
Oh, I
But
appreciate that.
yeah, I'm gonna jump out real quick. It's gonna take about 5 minutes, and I'm gonna stay on. But don't. I just wanted to come on here for you so you don't be lonely.
Oh, thank you. That's what's up. That's
Okay.
what's up.
All
Yeah, it's
right.
for the people. They should take advantage. Um, I've been thinking about a few things lately. Just for the record, let me just play this only a few seconds long. Filthy Frankie is still covering for these child molesters, and it's amazing.
After this whole polite case go on, and when this shit is over with, I want to see all you niggas. Listen to me good, y'all. Rob Bourne, Garfield, all y'all know who I'm talking about. I want to see all you niggas, because I'm gonna be pulling up some reports of molestation in Harlem, in the Bronx, some fresh ones that just went on. I want to see y'all stand up.
That's just for the record. And he's been deflecting about so many things, but his audience is so silly, so silly. They act like they didn't hear that. And some other people are so xenophobic that they rather associate themselves with some rapists and child molesters, um, who are from their home country, rather than dealing with somebody from overseas who's far from being cool with rapists and child molesters. And also, it's amazing how when people are jealous at you, they can really go to certain length. You know, sometimes people are in competition with you, and you are not even in any competition whatsoever. But then again, there's a saying that goes, "Only time reveal," or "It's only so long fake ones can pretend." But that being said, we can talk about anything. Yesterday we had a nice convo with the brother JTV from England, and we had Donnie Williams, we had V Bennett, we had yourself, we had Young Heru, and I don't remember if somebody else was on the panel as well, but we had a fair bit of people in the chat. And I just decided to entitle this one Problems and Solutions. But of course, for those who don't know, no matter what the topic is, then feel free to address anything, any topic of your choice. If you have any questions, if you have any statements, whether you agree or disagree, it's fine. Where you can get some clarity through dialogue. So new brothers and sisters, feel free. I'm in a cool mood. It's the weekend. I don't work tomorrow, so it's all good. Is that Imhotep 360?
Yeah, that's me, bro. Shaka, you hear me?
Hey, what's up, brother? Yeah,
Yeah,
how you doing,
greetings,
bro?
family. Yeah, it's
Been a minute.
greetings, bro. Yeah, I just want to say, man, I really appreciate what you're doing. I've been in the trenches with you and watching everything unfolding, and all that xenophobia and all the hate and all that stuff for no apparent reason, right?
Yeah.
Simply because you chose a path that at the end of the day history will remember you and remind them.
Hmm.
So I just want to say I really appreciate what you're doing, and enough respect to the chat, enough respect to the panel, the V Bennett, the Young Heru, all the other ones that always stood with you, through thick and thin.
Yeah,
Because
that's what's up.
like just us observing this space, it shows us that there is not much loyalty these days. So
Yeah.
it's important for us to recognize the ones that keep it 100. Like, yeah, we don't have to flip flop, or we don't have to, oh, I'm just taking a side and capping for someone because that's where my loyalty is. Your loyalty is supposed to be to the truth, You know, that's where it should be. So I just want to say I appreciate you, Shaka, and you know, I'm always supporting you, brother. You know, I stand with you anytime, anywhere. You know,
Thank you
and
so
you
much.
know, it's sad. It's sad to see all that xenophobia being spewed. You know, just because the things that you're saying is hitting a nerve. You know.
Yes, I appreciate that. We have one of your brethren from England. I'm sure you heard your accent. How you doing, JTV?
Hi, Shaka. Good evening to you, sir. Big up
Evening.
Grandmaster Imhotep. Not met you before.
Right, right. Blessings, family.
Yes, brother. Cool. Big up to the chat. I see Young Heru, V Bennett, Andrea. Whoever else is in the chat. I think Donny might be in there. So big up to the family.
Yeah, he may arrive soon. And if any of you heard about Texas Bama, you know what I'm saying? I hope she's doing fine because I haven't seen her for a while. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, I haven't seen her in what, maybe a couple of weeks or a week or so.
yeah,
Yeah, that's
you
right.
know.
That's right. That's
Have
right.
to reach
So
out. Have to reach out. Find out if everything's okay.
because I don't actually have I don't even think I have an email
Has she
address.
got a channel or?
Um. Well, hold on. Is that? Hold on. Oh, actually, no, I do. Okay, I'm gonna send her an email.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
the way, man.
yeah. I have. Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna send her an email. So, okay. I'm just gonna type just a quick email. You know.
It's Friday, baby.
Yeah, TGI.
We're in the place to be.
We're in the place to be. In the place to be tonight.
That's it. Well, oh yeah, that's the one.
So yeah, just a quick email really to just ask her.
Hey, Andrea.
Hi, JT. Who else is on there? Right now. Oh, hi,
Hey.
Imhotep.
Hey, greetings, sister, greetings.
That's it. Yeah. Hope she's doing well.
Andrew, you can call me Jade
Yeah,
if you
feel
want.
free.
Say again.
You can call me Jade if you want.
Okay, I will do that,
If I'm
Jade.
allowed to call you Andrea.
Yes, you are. Yes, you
All
are.
right, cool.
Yeah.
You know, I've got a problem with the which I think needs to be addressed, and I've got a solution as well. Well, maybe I haven't got a solution. Just wanted to share this with you. The health care of black people. Yes, Donny Williams, respect my brother in the place to be. Sorry, Shaka. You know, the health of us people. My mum and dad have got diabetes. My grandmother died of cancer. My grandfather had a heart attack and passed away. Are we taking care of our health? Is it, you know, the food we're eating can maybe have an adverse effect on our behavior? Our diets are not the best. I think it's not, you know, I don't think much has changed since maybe over the last 100 years. Do we need to change that? Do we need to keep checkups with the doctors and get blood pressure machines, get a diabetic machine? We also need to do some more exercise. Just a report the other day said that a frisk exercise reduces the risk of cancer. Cancer is a massive killer. Heart attacks a massive killer. Diabetes a massive killer in our community. Also wanted to address that we need to look after our family, the young ones. We must protect them at all costs, no matter what. And if you have any if you have any problems with your family, you try squash it. No arguing. give love. If you've got your mother and father still here, show them love. If you've got your children here, show them love. Show yourself love as well, which is really important. If you need therapy, go and seek it. If you need, get your checkups, and I just think that's one problem we need to kind of address. The health
Yeah.
care
That's what's
and,
up.
and the
Boom Boom
brain
Smash
care.
Rockwell. Go seek that therapy, Boom Boom Smash Rockwell.
Oh man, that man needs therapy, boy. With all them thongs. I mean, can you imagine him? He'd have Freud would have a field day. Probably the therapist would have a mental breakdown by the time he's finished with Pump Smash finished with him.
Oh my goodness.
Good
Yeah,
God.
Frankie, Filthy Frankie, Butler Reggie,
Boy.
they would need that. Bobby
Well,
Banger
Reggie-
too, But
the banger is 50-50, he's I don't know. I
he would
wouldn't
argue
like
with
to
the
be in
doctor.
his
He would argue with the doctor, with the psychiatrist, he would argue and let him know that no, he's the one who needs help. But
they
what you
all need
said-
help. But we're taking over, Shaka, so I think we need a new name for our movement. Is it the new House of Consciousness or the
Oh
new
no.
we need
I
a
wanna call
I
it
think that
like
name's
that.
dead.
Yeah, I think it's dead,
bankrupt.
But
Doomed for
this-
failure.
yeah, he is doomed for failure, and just the views, them paying for views and subscribers. That's the main thing that
That
helped them
is
afloat.
shocking.
But they have less than 1% of people watching them. All people have to do
Oh,
is look
because
at
he's
their
got
subscribers.
100,000.
Well, one channel has
subscribe- Hey, Web-
190,000 subscribers. Hey, Wabfun, what's up, yo?
That's a hell of a lot, isn't it?
Don't even look, Bob Guin calling the doctor pseudo. Yeah, he's gonna call the doctor pseudo. With the health, yes, and Layla Africa had a great impact. A lot of great advices. And yes, the food, plays a big part in our health. And I've stopped eating meat for a few years.
Congratulations.
And, yeah, thank you.
Wow.
And I think that's go ahead.
Sorry, I've done the same.
Hmm.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, look, I was in a rough place at one time, and I resorted to cold showers. I've been having cold showers for many years now, since the outbreak of the pandemic. So I have cold showers. I was a vegetarian. I've done that. I've started to eat meat again, and I've noticed the difference. So even the meat. I mean, the meat. We don't know where it's coming from. If you're growing your own stuff, fair enough, but you should really reduce it. The meat is causing problems in us. It's affecting our psychology. It's our health. Look, some people might say meat is important and stuff like that, but what
For
we've got to remember
protein.
now is protein. But
we have that
we've
in
not
fish.
had-
We have that in almost all kind of different foods.
Yeah, well, nuts. You get your protein from a lot of different things. And it's an enjoyment when you're
And
eating vegetables.
Yeah,
All the
and dairy
colors.
product,
You get all the
dairy product
colors.
also. Dairy products
Right.
like milk, cow's milk. I would say something to
Well,
avoid.
Someone told me on the plane, I was drinking a cup of tea like a true Englishman on the flight to Jamaica. And this Jamaican guy was like, you drink milk. You're drinking, no, he said, dogs drink dog's milk. Cows drink cow's milk. Humans mustn't drink other people's milk.
Yeah.
And ever since, but there is reasoning in it. The milk is not really good. I don't drink milk. I don't drink sugar. I don't take sugar in my teas and stuff.
Sugar, that's another
And
thing.
exercise. Sugar, the
That's another
consuming
thing.
of
People
sugar
have
in America is
coffee
crazy, isn't it?
every day,
Coffees.
and they have so much sugar on it, on top of the sugar that's already in so much food, and like the drinks. I usually watch the amount of sugar or glucide. I don't know if they pronounce it glucide in English.
Yeah,
Um,
glucose.
per, glucose, yeah, per
Glucose.
100 gram. But then again, in America, they probably don't use a gram. They probably use other measure. Uh, but yeah, it's
Well,
very important. You have
well,
some drink
England as
and
well. And the young people. If you ever see the young people, they're out of shape, you know.
oh, I see
And
them at
you
shirt.
can
Yeah, go
tell.
ahead, brother JT. See them at shirt.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
you
got
know.
my shirt
Oh
off.
wow, yeah, that shirt's heavy. Is that the
Yeah,
matte one? The matte,
the
It's
matte.
the
mod.
mat.
Uh
Yeah,
huh.
Yeah.
man. Matte.
Actually, I'm
Yeah,
gonna share the link if you
that's
put one.
banging.
Yeah.
Representing. I need to look. I could get myself together.
He's got so much.
I got
There's so much stuff out there. There's still some more stuff I'm gonna get, but I'll get it eventually.
Mhm.
Yeah.
and
that's
the
the link.
crisps, and the stuff with whether it's with cheese or not. I mean, yeah, when you look at the
I
amount
know.
of
I shouldn't.
sugar or glucose
Yeah.
per 100 gram, it can go up to 60, 70. You know what I'm saying? And it's important to have a look, so you can have an indication of, okay, there's so much. But things like cakes, cookies of all sorts. There's so much stuff with just plenty of sugar in it. And usually
Junk.
I try not to
Yeah.
have ice cream as well, because I know it's loads of like milkshakes, ice cream, and stuff like that. But when it's summertime, every now and then, I guess it won't hurt. But
Yeah, you can
yeah.
look. You can treat yourself. Look.
Mhm.
The other thing is do a little exercise. As much if you can try, just get your body working. Whether it's a walk, whether it's you're gonna
Yeah.
swim. It doesn't have to be vigorous. Just have a little exercise. You makes you feel good after you
Mm.
exercise. You get the depression and stuff like that. Whether it's dancing, you can go out dancing. I'm a big fan of yoga. It's very expensive in over this side, but stuff like that, we can look into these stuff. Don't be scared. We need to try different things, because our health is not good. I mean, go back to the meat. The reason for the meat is the factory, how the factories this factory meat. It's like it's not the same. Remember, maybe around when you look at pictures from the war days, everybody was slim, trim, little meat in their diet, maybe potatoes and a few vegetables. But now that meat that we were eating then doesn't exist anymore. We're eating a totally different meat. Even they're
Yeah.
probably making meat, but maybe
So,
they've been feeding
so
us
much chemicals.
lab
Yeah.
processed meat,
Yeah.
and not telling us.
And
You
GMOs
know,
too, because yeah, when I was living in England, I remember when it's actually a brother from Jamaica who told me that soon they won't have to put on the labels that is GMO, genetically modified
Modified.
organism. You know what I'm saying?
right?
And I was like, dang, because they used to inform people then. But yeah,
Sure.
it's important. And when we look at the people who I would say um, has the highest percentage of old people, uh, you know,
Mhm.
we know it's Japan, and
Yes. I think the Spanish diet
they
is
don't.
another good one.
Oh,
Sorry to
oh,
cut
well,
you.
okay, maybe no, it's all
The
good. No,
yeah,
we can.
the Mediterranean diet apparently is quite heavily on the olive oil, but it's lots of vegetables, I think. But then
Yes,
again, the
yes, I
cancer,
would say
because they
so.
eat a
I
lot
would
of
say,
meat. Yeah, they eat a
yeah,
lot of the processed meat. Like they call it, the sausages. You got to kind of stay away from them kind of processed stuff.
hmm. Well,
If you're gonna eat meat,
the red meat. I mean, damn, are we call how do we
mm,
call it? In French, we call it charcuterie. I'm gonna see how they call it in English,
oh,
but it is
chorizo,
because it's
chorizo over here.
charcuterie.
But like
Uh,
it's sausages, hot dogs and stuff like that. Even if you're gonna eat some meat, then at least get a good cut of, go to the butchers and try and get a good cut. Maybe
Mhm.
try to wean yourself off, like the
Dedicating.
pork or the
Mm,
beef, the chicken. Go towards fish. Just do it, and some exercise. Lots of meditation. What about the meditation is needed? I think VB he's like a meditation, he's like a psychologist, that guy. It's just a breath of fresh air. he's so cool, you know. And I think we need to meditate, learn meditation. As you said, like the Japanese. I'm not sure about the sushi though. I mean, because the fish have a worm in it, you know. You have to be careful,
Oh
you
well,
know.
yeah. Personally, I'm not too.
You know, the
That's
fish
me.
got a
I'm
worm
not
in it.
too
It's a
much of
dangerous worm.
yeah. I'm not too fan of that, like
Mm,
uh the stuff that's like raw. Like the sushis. I
Mhm.
tried it. But, I
mm,
don't think it's harmful. I never really read
yeah,
reports. But I didn't know in English you call it charcuterie as well. That's really a French word, but the
mm,
World Health Organization. I think I shared that a long time ago. They were saying that this type, of like red meat, it causes cancer. You see,
yes,
and
sir.
some doctors will advise people not to have too much meat, like once or twice a week. You see, and
Yeah.
people in Japan they don't have much meat. They have a lot of fish, and they do exercise as well. But go ahead and Sister Andrea.
No, so I,
Sister
I
Andrea.
I heard that it's not good for men in particular to eat red meat because it can increase your iron level, and that's why you have to do all, men have to do iron, bloodletting as they call it. And
Oh
then
wow.
women who've had hysterectomies could have that same problem because we're not uh won't be able to produce, since we don't have our uteruses, we're just like that where our iron levels can get too high, even though I still don't. For me personally, I still have a problem sometimes of not having enough iron. But there's so many things out there we have to stay on top of. I mean, our health is number one, uh, and I can tell you, last year, about a year and a half ago, I fell off a ladder, trying to hang in some curtains,
Oh wow.
broke my pinky toe and all this stuff. And I'm telling you, it took me until, I mean, I hurt so bad. I thought I broke my back. That's how bad it hurt.
Wow.
I thought I broke my back.
I can
So I
imagine.
broke a toe. I had a deep bone bruise in another foot. And it was probably January, February of this year, I started feeling better. But it took almost a whole year
Great.
to feel
Yeah.
better. And now I'm feeling better to go to the gym because it hurt to do anything. So,
Yes.
and then I would encourage people to go get massages. I love the deep tissue. Go get some if you can, go get deep tissue massages. That helps. I mean,
Right.
there's so much stuff. There's so much stuff out there that, that we can do that would
Can
help our
help us.
situations. And I know everybody can't afford it, but if you have a partner, let your partner rub you down. I mean, it's so beneficial, so beneficial. So I love it all. I mean, now I will push back on the doctor though, because I appreciate them going to school, and I tell them that. But I always tell them, most doctors that since I'm the age I am, I tell them I've been living in my body probably longer than you've been practicing medicine, and so I know that you're probably going to go on Google to look stuff up. I can go out there and do the same thing because you don't
Right.
know everything. So I remember I'll tell one story about me. Years ago, I woke up. This was in 2006 or whatever. I woke up one morning just crying, and I'm not a crier, and it
Right.
scared the living crap out of me. So my
Wow.
husband's like, "Babe, what's wrong?" I said, "I don't know. You don't know me to wake up crying and do all this, So it scared me enough to go see what was going on, and I went to
Right.
this nurse practitioner, and she took some blood tests, and she didn't call me back, and when I went to see her, I said, just out of the blue, because I don't know nothing about pituitary glands or anything like that. I asked her, "Do you think it could be my pituitary gland?" And she said, "No." "Why would you ask that question?" I said, "I don't know. Just a word popped in my head, right?" So she took the blood work, came back and said, well, she didn't tell me. I called her and she said, "Well, your blood test is normal." I said, "No, no, I know I'm not feeling good. I don't care what your test came back as. I don't feel good, and I will go pursue something else." And then when I woke up crying that morning, called the doctor, my primary care doctor. She went in, she took blood, and she called me. She said, "Andrea, is there any way possible that you can be pregnant?" I said, "If there's a way for a baby to exist without a uterus, yeah,
Oh
but no,
wow.
I
Wow.
can't."
Wow.
And so she
Wow.
says,
Wow.
"Well, your prolactin levels are too high for someone who is not having babies because that has to do with your milk production." I'm like, "Okay." So she said, "You need to go see an endocrinologist, and they'll should be able to help you." And sure enough, I had a 1 centimeter tumor on my pituitary gland that wreaks havoc in your
Mm.
body. It causes all kinds of problems, mood swings, all kinds of stuff. And I
Oh
did
my
not
word.
know if I didn't persist on somebody helping me, because I went to when I went to go see my primary care doctor, I said, I took a book with me. It said "Screaming to Be Heard: Hormone Connections Women Suspect and Doctors Still Ignore." I said, I don't want to do the title of this book today. I've read this book, and I don't want to do the title of this book today. And so she helped me get to the next place. And I saw the endocrinologist, and it confirmed that I knew something was wrong because I can tell how I was feeling. So sometimes you have to, you have to advocate for yourself and for your family. If they tell you something and you don't believe it to be true, you got to go until you find that person that's going to help you. Because if I could do it myself, I'd have took my own blood and did all that stuff on my own. But, we can't do that. So I'm just saying, always, since your health is important, you have to be your own advocate. You can't believe everything everybody tells you because you'll be stuck. And normal is not normal for everybody. Whatever numbers they use there, that's not for everybody. You just have to know yourself, because I know me and I knew how I was feeling. So I'm like, no, you don't know what you're talking about. I don't feel good, and I know I don't. So I took a little medicine for a little bit, and then, changed my diet up, and it got back in its normal parameters,
Right.
But they said a lot of people have that pituitary, it's called a pituitary adenoma. And a lot of people have it and they don't know that. It's on your pituitary gland. Your pituitary is located right down there in the back of the head. Down there, and it helps with it conducts your hormones and all that kind of stuff. It feeds and all that.
Right.
And
that's in a very delicate place, isn't it? Round by your spine.
It's back there. In the back, right back in the back of your head. Yeah.
It's very sensitive. You can always seek a second opinion as well. So if you go to a doctor, get a second opinion. Don't have to go with the doctor, get a second opinion. And there's options. There's always options.
Yeah.
There's never just one way. There's always options. If something comes in your way, there's always an option to do something else. So there's options. We need to know that we've got options as well.
Yeah.
And seek a second opinion.
Yeah, and I remember taking my granddaughter. She was probably 5 or 6 years old. This happened some years ago too. And the doctor was telling her, you need to drink more milk to get vitamin D. I said, don't, stop telling people that. And she just looked at me like, what are you talking about? I said, nah, they ain't got to drink no milk to get no vitamin D. That's what that sunshine outside is for. They need to go outside and play. And she's like, but you can get skin cancer. I said, well, the risk of you doing that, you have to be out there for a long period of time to get you some skin cancer. I said, so I tell when I take my grandbabies to the pool, I let them play for a couple hours, no sunscreen, no nothing. Let's go home. So y'all stop. Stop telling people that cow's milk ain't good for nobody. So I like it with a bowl of cereal though, but that's about it.
Yeah, that's fine. Look, the doctors, some of the doctors, their health ain't no good. They're all fat. They're not. You have to seek a nutritionist. That's what you have to do. You have to study. You have to do that yourself. Do your own research.
Yeah.
Look, everybody's body's different because of the blood. You got to get a blood test. You got to get a blood test first. They're doing. Gonna be doing DNA. They're gonna test your DNA and then they're gonna give you medication from your DNA, because what might be good for me might not be good for Shaka. What might be good for Shaka might not be good for Andrea. One Heru.
Yeah, young Heru, what's up? Maybe he's a bit busy. But
so
the organisms
what's good for Heru might not be good for me, because the blood is different. So everybody's different and it's difficult. Just one little small thing is different. I read a book about it. It was amazing. And read books. Read stuff. Broaden your horizons.
Yep. And then when I started going to the endocrinologist that I went to go see, and my vitamin D levels were low, he was telling me just to take 1,000 IUs, and it didn't move it at all. And I just happened to see Dr. Oz before he became the big Dr. Oz that Oprah knew. He was telling her to take 10,000 international units. So I jumped mine up to 10,000. And man, that vitamin D jumped real quick. And then I went back and I told him, I said, oh, just FYI, so I said, it's harder for people of color to go outside and be outside forever to get vitamin D. You guys can be out there for 30 minutes and you'll be fine. It's not the same for us. And I said, so you recommending me just take 1,000 IUs wasn't good enough for me. It might work for you, but that's not good for me. So he's like, I had no idea. You taught me something today. So that's what I'm saying. Everybody, I don't care how long you've been practicing medicine. I'm good. I push back a lot. I don't take them. Not that I disrespect them. I just tell them, hey, I'm just telling you, I'm not that patient that's going to believe everything that comes out of your mouth. I'm not that patient. you can find somebody else
Always get a
if
second
you want.
opinion, you know.
Yeah.
You can always get a second opinion, and trust yourself. You know your
Yeah.
body. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And,
What's
and,
going
and
on, man?
Hey,
What's
young
going on,
Harold.
young
What's going on,
What's the
Harold?
problems and what's the solutions, man?
Yeah.
this guy,
The
you know.
belt is the best solution. It's the belt, young Harold. That
Uh,
belt will take care of it all.
He's
Yeah,
right
you know,
though.
you
Now
can't, you
find
can't
you.
use, you can't use the belt no more, Andrea. They call
Why?
the
Who
police
said?
on you.
I don't hate. Call the popo. Call
Boy,
the popo.
That's
yeah,
why
you
they
can't
so
discipline
bad
them for
today.
true.
That's why what?
They so bad.
The
I'm
kids, yeah.
not. What? That's why the kids are bad. You think
Yeah.
I talk
Yep.
to my 7-year-old grandson? He'll tell you what grandma did. Go ahead. He'll tell you. You think I care?
Not
Tell him. He'll
everybody
tell.
got grandma no more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you tell him. He'll
Well,
tell you
a
what
real
grandma
grandma,
did.
you know the grandmas even terrible these days. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
what's going on? What's new? I hear Andrea, you was passionate and screaming yesterday, boy.
Well, when where's Terrell at? Tell him to get himself out here. When he tell him we needed to
There it is. You
tell him
felt
is
it.
that
You
him?
felt
Call his
it.
name.
Yeah,
He
you
know
felt
his
it.
song.
There he is,
That's
Terrell. Yeah.
telekinesis, whatever.
Oh,
Telepathy.
God,
Yeah, that's the only time I was okay up until that point right there.
Oh
I'm have to
man.
I'm always telling him I'm gonna have to crack his head on that one about about the money situation. Ooh,
Oh, let's go. Let's go. What were you
yeah.
saying? What were you
That's
I was
saying?
telling you were saying that we should, we got to get our mind right on how before we get our money and all that stuff. And I was telling you nah, they didn't make that requirement for nobody else, and they don't need to do it for us. So that doesn't mean that we don't. I'm not saying we don't, but don't put that out there because they'll use that as a caveat to say, see,
this.
other black people have to say that you have to get your mind right. No,
Yeah,
you
I'm
good.
gonna put it like this, right? They need to give everybody the money, and those who have their mind right gonna do what's necessary, and those who mind ain't right ain't never gonna get right. You know that character can't get right. Facts. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
but
let me ask you this, Haru. Can I ask you a question, bro?
Yeah.
What do you think the majority of our people would do if they did get reparations?
Follow everybody else, buy cars, jewelry, house, party, do all the nonsense till it's over with.
Probably buy some drugs. Yeah.
Yeah. Those that's going, those that want to flip going to do that. That's for sure.
So this is what I'm asking though. By asking that, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful at all because I'm black. So I would be disrespecting myself if I was doing that. You know.
Exactly.
But this is what I'm saying, right? We're trying to get out of the situation that we in.
Right.
Us getting reparations and going and blowing it on bull crap. Not saying that everybody, because I don't think nobody on this panel would do that, but the majority of our people probably would. And I don't think that would be helping get us out of our situation we in.
No, and I don't think they would get money in a bulk neither. They would get money probably every year type thing. It wouldn't be like, hey, go 500,000. No, I don't think. Yeah, so I don't. You got a good point, bro. Like it's hard to decipher the conditions we in as a people, because they don't even want to decipher it themselves, much less for somebody else, criticizing them. So before, you got a lot of points, bro. I don't know what would change, but at the end of the day, is it right for you to be concerned with that? Because I know you feel like you are part of, that's the thing. We think we are part of something because they have all kind of other groups, whether it's Jewish, Indians, and this, whatever, getting money. I don't think they have this discussion because everybody have their personal, life and who want to do business and multiply on the situation will, and those who don't won't.
Yeah, well, we in a special situation though. You know what I'm saying? Like the Chinese people, at the end of the day, they got China. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
At the end of the day, the Mexicans, they got Mexico.
Right,
we don't have what do we have to fall back on?
Yeah, and you calling yourself Israelites and the Asiatic black man, so you ain't got Africa, right?
Well, see, I say that the Israelites were African. That's what I say.
Okay, I love that.
But at the end of the day, Terrell, I mean, people are going to have to decide how they're going to do a particular thing. That is not for us to, to put any legislation out there or say anything like that. Yeah. Are people going to do things wrong with the money? You got people you got the millionaires and billionaires who are doing the same thing. They get bailed up by the government. They start all over.
Yeah.
They get the opportunities. They get opportunities to start over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And they want to call it, government bailouts and all that. No, you mishandled your money. And then you want the government to come and bail you out, because because you're a billionaire, we're supposed to be okay with that? No. So if the same stipulation is not being put, and they've lost a whole hell of a lot more money than we will. Look, we know Donald Trump filed for bankruptcy at least 4 times.
Yeah.
But look. So if it didn't deter him, why put something on us that is not expected from anybody else? That was my thing.
Let me tell you why I made that statement, because it is a provocative statement, right? And I didn't mean to. I'm not trying to be like
no, you're fine.
Like
no, we can be confrontational because I got my belt. I keep telling you.
Man,
we're all getting the beats tonight,
let me say this. What did our black leaders come and try to teach us? Did they come and try to? I mean, I know they came with the economics, but what was the main thing on their plate when they came to talk to black people?
Who's that?
Like, let me give you for instance, like, what was it? The dude that Khalid Muhammad and Martin Luther King and these people, they came to attack to fix the psyche of people, right?
Yeah, facts.
Yeah. Right, I respect, bro.
But you have to want to do that, though. Still.
Yeah.
You just said a problem. You just said a problem. So let me try and give you a solution.
Okay.
We have to learn. We have to learn how to deal with money. There is courses. There is ways. We need to know the ways. We need to go and work on our financing. How to manage our financing. It starts from a young age. I'm not very good in doing my finance. A lot of people are not. So it can be done, but we must learn. We must see the faults that we've done. Maybe it's too late for us, but then teach the youths.
Yeah.
Our time is finished. So we're looking at the generation. What we're doing here is not for us. It's for the generations to come. So there's a solution. And I think it can be done easily. You need to go and study finance.
Yeah, that's funny because I used to have people telling me they wish they could save like me. And I'm thinking, I wish I could save 10 times more, it's priority and discipline. Like I tell people, bro, like if you don't have willpower, you won't accomplish nothing. You know what I'm saying? So that's one thing I realized, like you have to be strict. You have to walk a straight arrow and not be deterred.
It's discipline.
That's
what you're talking about.
Like
discipline.
When you get
it's
into,
discipline.
And that's the majority of the world society. They follow everything. Somebody have this car, they want that. Jewelry, they want that. The clothes, they want that. So that's the thing. And you're seeing it even with the ones that already have it. They already have it, but they still competing against each other who have the better one. I mean, black people, like, it's so pathetic. And the thing about it is we have no respect, morals, principles, because they will put materialistic things over everything. So no matter what a man do, is what you got. Shaka, like the smash the bits. What your house? What house you in? Like really? What you want to come over? You know what I'm saying? But that's the ignorance of grown black men, and they passing it on to the younger ones. You could see the younger ones are 10 times worse. They can't even hear ABC because by the time they able to listen to that, they locked up or they dead.
Yeah, well, see, this is interesting now, right? So, Shaka, what would you say our problem is, and what would you say the solution would be, Shaka?
Well, there may be several solutions, and black people, we have problems that many other people have. However, what's particular is our, let's say, common history. The slave trade, the transatlantic one, which lasted for about 400 years, which followed the sub-Saharan slave trade, which lasted for 1,000 years, and in many countries still goes on. But that being said, with what young Heru said, there's a song from Jay-Z, Dead President, and at one point he has a bar that goes, "Rappers going broke, try to keep up with me." You see, and
Mhm.
we have some people in French. They are called sapeur. Sapeur is like a slang, like somebody that's like like to dress fly. Those guys are. You have them in Africa. You have them in Europe. You don't really have them too much in America. And I would say the Democratic Republic of the Congo, they have many, but you have some in other countries as well. They will spend all their money into very expensive clothes, and they'll be very proud. And usually those very expensive clothes, that's European clothes. You know what I'm saying? And even in Africa, when people are living in very poor condition, I guess it's better for them to dress like that than to commit crime. But it's a shame. Sorry, there was a documentary with two young black girls. They work, normal job. They have like just about, close to the minimum wage, the minimum pay when it comes to the salary, of course. And they go to, those
Yeah,
expensive
that's fine.
European designer stuff.
Can you share that
The
song?
other things that
I'll
I
have
think
mine
some of you may
later.
know on the
Is
panel,
that right, Mum? Sorry. Just
yeah,
on.
some
Sorry,
of you,
sorry.
yeah, no problem. Um, some of you may know that already, but to real mentioned Khalid Abdul Mohammed. Now, how many of you knew that his son is a multimillionaire?
Yeah, I
Wow.
didn't know that.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
Wow.
I heard
yeah.
about that because
Oh yeah.
he turned the other cheek.
No, I wouldn't say it on the other cheek.
Well,
Who
I
said
just
that?
heard that like the
Mm.
people that his father wasn't involved in, as soon as his father died, he was involved with them. So, but
Well,
who knows?
what's for sure?
And
Well,
how did he make his million, Shaka? You know?
oh, well, actually, let's have a look together. See what I'm gonna do. What I'm gonna do is go and actually, he was called Farrakhan, but because of the controversy or whatnot, he changed his name to Farah. He shortened his name.
Hmm.
You see,
So
and,
Farrakhan
and
is a given name. It's not nobody. Where they get that is a religious name, I'm guessing.
well, no, Khalid Abdul Muhammad was number two. There's only
Oh,
in the history of the nation of Islam. I don't know if we could say that Elijah Muhammad was the number two, but we did have. Um, I don't know if I said two, but then that would be three. We had Malcolm X was the national secretary, the number two of the NOI. Then we had Farrakhan was the number two of the NOI, and then we had Khalid Abdul Muhammad, who was also the number two of the NOI. You see, so Khalid Abdul Muhammad, had great love and respect for. He's a leader, teacher, and guide Farrakhan. So that's why he named his son in honor of Farrakhan. And here,
Okay.
for all purposes, you have the link. Now it's very short, but it says Farah Gray, born Farrakhan Khalid Muhammad, born September 9, 1994, and it's funny because I didn't know I was older than him. He's an American businessman, investor, author, columnist, and motivational speaker. Gray was raised on Chicago's South Side. He began his entrepreneurial career at the age of 6, selling homemade lotion and hand-painted rocks door to door. This I knew. I didn't know about the lotion, but yes, he used to go door to door and sell hand-painted rocks. So he had an early entrepreneurial spirit. And he says that Gray is the son of the late black nationalist leader Khalid Abdul Muhammad. You see, so he had several honors. He met. Then there's a picture of him with Bill Clinton. Not that it's the greatest thing in the world, but just for the record, his father was a very hardcore and feared revolutionary. You see, and I think he has also a picture with another president. But besides that, just meeting somebody is one thing. But he's indeed a multimillionaire. It's funny because the link to his Facebook page rather than his official website. But some people don't really deal with website no more. But for the record, on Amazon, Farah Gray.
It says
Amazon.
doctor. He's a doctor. He has a doctor.
Oh, well, he may have some honorary degree.
Oh, okay.
Because when people do very well, they usually give them some. It's like Muhammad Ali's wife. I think she may be the second wife of the boxing legend, Khalila Camacho Ali. She was given a honorary doctorate degree. But Millionaire is probably his most known books. One of his yeah, but he's a best-selling author indeed. And here they tell you a remarkable teenager who went from public assistance to $1 million net worth shares his story and offer 9 key principles of success. And it says, oh, let me share the link in the chat. And it says, Farrah Gray, no, sorry, he wears a suit and tie. He has an office on Wall Street and another in Los Angeles. He sold his first business at age 14 for more than $1 million. So he was a millionaire when he was still underage. You see, he invested.
Let's be honest. Yeah, it had to be older people that was pushing him to do them thing. Like nowhere 6-year-old doing all of that on his own. So I'm just saying.
A 6-year-old okay. A 6-year-old can do it.
Chaka, like be honest with yourself. There have to be or adults behind him. He didn't make the lotion.
Maybe his mother and his father.
That's what I'm saying. They probably were entrepreneurs. They probably had businesses and they had the youth, teaching him the ropes.
Well, and the thing that's interesting, and people can read the rest here. Some people are saying, that Khalid Abdul Muhammad was not in his life and stuff like that. But we have video of Khalid Abdul Muhammad on stage and his son acting like a bodyguard, following him as he's moving around. So that's a visual evidence.
They say he was hated or feared by and then you see him with president, like the father wasn't friends with them people, so that's why people have suspicion about him.
People, you see the things that,
because I don't think he was a millionaire till after his father died. I'm just saying.
Well, I don't know how old he was when we see him walking along with his father, but he looked like he was a teenager. I don't know if he was 18 yet, but he was into business. He had a different path. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
His father was a straight up revolutionary, fighting for our people, So what's for sure is that the book about Khalid Abdul Muhammad, written by Malik Zulu Shabazz, I'm not a great fan of his, but I'm interested in Khalid Abdul Muhammad, so I bought the book. Malik Zulu Shabazz said that Farrah Gray helped, and Farrah Gray wrote the foreword. And he said, for some, Khalid Abdul Muhammad was this and that, but for me, he was daddy. You know what I'm saying? So, and I think even before the book was released, I think that Malik Zulu Shabazz had some words to say, because many people were like, oh yeah, but how come his father was a revolutionary, but his son is in here and on some meetings, whatever. Some people just expect to be fed, almost a spoon fed. And we have somebody that called Professor Griff, who has been alleging, that Will Smith is like he's like like that.
He alleged a lot.
And people love that. But when he was Jet Electronica,
they like conspiracies and theories and all kind of super.
It's like everybody that make it have to be some masons, have to be some security and sell their booty. You know what I'm saying? Just the broke lame dudes. The broke lame dudes.
That's what I'm talking about. Like I told you, like when my brother told me, like don't even have discussions with people, because all you gotta tell them is do it better. If you have an issue with house supply, that's like people talking about Martin Luther, bro. Do it better. You can't walk that man's shoes in a million years. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So like miss me with it, bro. I ain't going to argue with a pilot because I can't do it better. Unless I could do it better, I'm gonna talk smart. The same thing, man. Like
I'm glad.
Go ahead.
I'm glad. Sorry, young Hero. I'm glad you said that. When Jabari had the debate with Ali Muhammad, who showed a fake doctorate degree, they had a discussion. I've seen a little bit of it, and at one point, Jabari told him, "You're not a geneticist." Ali Muhammad replied, "Yes."
Yeah, I heard that.
Jabari asked him, "Do you have any degree?" And Ali Muhammad said that he has the machine. I have the machine. I showed him and stuff like that. So you know that stuff. I forgot the name of the time what the doctors used to listen to the heartbeat
The
and all that.
stethoscope.
Thank you. So
Stethoscope.
if I say, oh, I have that at home, I'm a medical doctor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, that dude basically said that he's a geneticist several times just because he has a machine at home.
And I watched it too, Shaki. Not only did he say he had a machine, he said he had a lab.
Yeah, where
He
he got
said
it from, though?
he said he had a lab.
Well,
So,
you know, and
no.
I guess soon, you know, somebody may win the lottery.
Yeah.
He's gonna buy a rocket and he's gonna say, I'm an astronaut. You know, but it's only with black people, the so-called conscious community, that you see foolishness like that.
Yep.
You see a Sahimo fake claiming to be a linguist, doesn't have a toilet paper in linguistic. You know what I'm saying? We have Walter Williams who said the meta nature has not been deciphered. People call him doctor. We don't even know what doctorate
Yeah,
degree he has.
everybody on YouTube is doctor.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Bro.
Punk Sanetta with his punk self calling Reggie Dr. Reggie. What doctorate degree does Reggie have? Ali Muhammad, fake bachelor's, fake doctorate degree. Garfield Reed the scammer, invisible bachelor's degree in history that nobody has seen.
The whole HOK is frauds, man. I tell you.
Yeah, the whole HOK damn near is just frauds. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So
that,
you laid out that, Shaka. So let me ask Sister Andrea. So what's the solution, Sister Andrea? Because I ain't gonna lie, when I popped in on the chat, when I popped in the panel, I haven't been watching before, so I might have missed what you said a little bit. Sorry about that.
No, I agree with, you know, we need to know more about how to manage our money. I agree with that. I'm letting you know off rip. I agree with that.
Okay.
The problem I have is in how, you know, all these extra caveats that people are expecting for us to have that's not required by other people. That's my big argument. I'm not saying that we don't need to learn. You know, you got Claude Anderson out there saying that we need to know about economics and all that kind of stuff. I get that, and I agree. But I push back because we don't tell that to other groups of people, right? We don't put the same onus on them to produce and to provide like we do ourselves. You know, we already, you know, as they say, we're kind of already behind the 8 ball. You know, they had a 400-year head start to get where they are, right? But yet we're constantly being told, pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. And then when we do that, and when we've done that, they come and they destroy what we built up by pulling ourselves up by our own bootstraps. So even with all of that being said, I just don't want them to have an extra. See, I can go to Real. He said they don't need the money yet until they get their head right. I don't want that. You know what I'm saying? Because you got people out there saying that already. Dr. Phil has said that. He had that stupid look on his face when somebody said that. And I'm like, you know, you should be ashamed. You of all people need to shut your mouth. If one for Oprah, your dumbass wouldn't be who you are. So shut up. You lived in a car. You claimed you and your daddy didn't have anything. Y'all lived in a car for a while. Don't you understand? So how are you gonna come back and tell somebody else you didn't pull yourself up by your own bootstraps? You had somebody come and help you get there. So now you want to tell somebody else, well, this is what's real. Well, you know, we can't do that because, you know, they don't know how to handle money. They'll just spend it frivolously. Well, what puts it to you? So that's my thing. There are solutions. We do need to learn. I mean, when I first got married and I was young and all this stuff, I didn't know how to handle a credit card. I didn't know how to do none of that stuff. Nobody taught me how to do that. Once I got an American Express card, and I think I put like $500 on it, and I didn't know that card, that all of that was due by the end of the month. And when I called and told the lady, I ain't making that kind of money to pay it back right now. She said, well, ma'am, you need to stop charging. And that's the smartest thing that anybody ever told me. And I stopped. Yeah. I cut it up because I wasn't ready to handle that card. So I cut it up, and when I got another one is when I started. I was working this job. One of the jobs I had as an executive assistant. I took that card, and I start anytime the company needed lunch, whatever the case may be, I charge it on my card, expense it back. Charge it on my card, expense it back, and that's how I built up my credit. So there are ways to do stuff that nobody told me to do that. I just figured that out, and I'm like, so my credit, it went. You know, I got excellent credit.
Yeah.
But that's what I did. So there are things that we can do. You don't have to go to school. I didn't go to school for accounting and economics or anything like that. Sometimes it's just you get smacked down real hard by something you did, and you realize, I can't do that anymore. So there has to be a way. So I stopped. For me, the checkbook was a big problem for me because I wasn't disciplined enough to say, okay, let me go write this down. So I didn't use a checkbook. I did everything with money orders and stuff like that. And then I knew how much money I had all the time. I didn't have to have that worry in my head. Is the check going to clear? Is it going to bounce? Am I going to get another, bounce check fee? I didn't want that in my head. So I stopped using, I stopped using checkbooks over in our family. We didn't do it for like 25 years. We didn't use a checkbook, nary air. And that's how we got where we were able to save money and do stuff because we always knew what we had. And so there are ways to do stuff that don't require you going the way that, society tells you have to go. You have to be disciplined. Discipline is required. I will tell you that much. Discipline is required. And when you go through a little bit of hard knocks, you learn how to do stuff. So I just don't, like I said, we've already been behind that 8 ball long enough, and we need to stop giving them excuses to keep us behind the 8 ball. And so learn what you can. Learn how to handle your expenses the best way you can. We shouldn't be living above our means. We know that. Common sense tells you that. But at the same time, when you see the government just going around willy-nilly and spending all the money, how can you teach somebody something when you look at our government and they're doing what they're telling us we don't want you to do? We don't want you to go spend the money all willy-nilly, but look at we can spend billions of dollars on the defense budget. We can give our stupid leaders give themselves pay raises that they don't deserve. Constant. It's a constant, but they want everybody else to live meagerly while they spend. So that's what I'm saying. Our kids are looking at all of this stuff. They're not just looking at in their family. They're looking at how all this is being done to us around, especially, I can only speak for America. I can't speak for any other country, how things are being done in America. And they, I can see them asking, what do we have hope for if our government is spending every dime we have? Where are we going to go? What are they going to do? They're hard on money. They take everything out. We got to pay the taxes for that $1 trillion tax cut that they gave the millionaires and billionaires. Where are they going to have? They want to take away Social Security that we put our money into, but they don't. Once you hit I don't know if you guys know, but once you hit like $120,000 or $130,000 a year, you ain't got to pay it to Social Security and all that stuff anymore. It cuts off. So I don't know if did you know that?
No, I didn't know that. No, ma'am.
Yeah. So you got they don't have to pay no more. They make millions of dollars. But they want to try to cut. They want to find every government loophole to justify their doing, and they want us to pay for all of that. And so so we got to make sure that we're not putting ourselves further behind the 8 ball by giving them ammunition and saying things that, like, you got people are saying we need to stop talking about slavery. Well, you stop talking about the Confederate flag and all that kind of stuff. You stop doing that stuff, and then you come talk to me, right? We need to stop doing that. We're giving them too much because they can go. They try to find one of us to say so. Or like if somebody gets murdered, if do you forgive them? Do you forgive them? No, I don't. No.
Yeah, you seen that there's a guy who was killed by the police officer. Sorry to interrupt you, Sister Andrea. I thought you had finished. There's a police officer who went to the wrong house and killed a black man, a lady.
Yes.
And the sister, forgave the
the brother.
Officer.
Yeah, the brother.
The brother, the family, basically. You know what I'm saying? This kind of thing, man. Like just over like stealing or fighting in the street. I know forgiveness for us, but that lady took somebody's life, and I forgive you. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is that I heard about Claude Anderson. Now, my thing is this, man. Just ask him what he thinks about Farrakhan's speech. The speech that I've been playing that's in the description of this video. And ask him if he supports Farrakhan or not, and you will get your answer. And that's the majority of the so-called conscious community people. So they have a saying that it says the toughest environment is the weakest environment. It's the dumbest environment. It's the worst environment ever, because we have seen for months that they've been defending rapists and child molesters. Now, just do a test. Professor James Small, some of you just contact him, try to speak with him, and ask him about Butler Reggie telling Sekou, you have no standing in our community. You're an outsider. You talk to your people, I talk to my people. And just see what he's going to answer to you. I ain't try to start nothing. Just ask him and see what he's going to say to you.
Yeah, you need
And
to
you will
start,
be
something.
you will be surprised
For
to
sure.
see if he's going to criticize Reggie or Sekou.
Yeah. And just
You
to
know,
sidebar you real quick, Shaka.
You will be surprised. You will
Yeah,
be surprised.
Just
You
to
know what I'm
sidebar you, brother. Like when I first came on your panel, like I ain't gonna lie, I came on here like to kind of get at you because I was like, I didn't really like what you were saying. I'm gonna be honest. You know what I'm saying? But now I realize that, you know, you were right the whole time.
Yeah, because you knew
know?
that belt was coming. That's why.
You know, I came on here, he lumped my head up real quick. I was like, oh snap. And you know, and now I realize, man, you kind of opened my eyes, and that's why I think your platform is valuable, because you opening people's eyes to see things that we kind of blind to. Like I never used to notice how much Sinetta would like say somebody's about to leak some information about somebody, right? He'll cut them off and change the subject. Oh, you know, brother, let me ask you this, you know, and I started to realize that more and more, man. So just a sidebar, you know, I wanted to let you know, you've been right the whole time, man.
Yeah,
You know?
and I appreciate that. And you see, indeed, when Konat says, "Oh, you know, ICPK to Zaryak, you know, they teach you can have sex with a girl as long as 9 years old," we see Sanada changing the subject. There's a clip, and V Bennett
I
shared
seen it. Yep.
Charles shared it, yes, where somebody calls in and asks Polite about Crypto Roots, and Polite said never met him, but we've seen the video of Polite and Crypto Roots together. And then Polite gives him the phone to handle something like, hold this for me, and all that, you know what I'm saying? And Sanada is like, oh, no, we ain't saying no names. We ain't saying no names. He was actively protecting the scammers and the child molesters and the rapists, you know what I'm saying? Over and over again, you know what I'm saying? So do the test with Professor James Smalls, ask him what he thinks about that situation. And you will sadly realize that, dang, we have deeper problem that we may have thought. Because all I'm going to say, is that he criticized Sekou when I told him that. He criticized Sekou. He criticized Sekou. So that xenophobic vibe, some so-called elders and professors also may have it. You understand what I'm saying? Because maybe some people are misinformed. But that punk Butler Reggie, who put that excerpt of Sekou saying that Black Americans have no power, they left out the part where Sekou said that Africans have no power as well. But Butler Reggie is a fucking bitch. He's a traitor. He's been going against Kemetic people. He's been butt kissing the Hebrew Israelites who defend rapists. Butler Reggie is one of the biggest piece of shit that the black race has ever known. One of the biggest piece of shit that the black race has ever known. Always going against Kemetic people, saying that he bangs against the Kemetic people, even talking smack about Dr. Ben. And he's lucky because I asked Sekou when Butler Reggie was talking smack about Diop. Sekou wrote that Sekou wrote in a comment that Butler Reggie said that Dr. Shekonta Diop went to jail for running his mouth. Because some people may not know that Dr. Shekonta Diop dealt with politics as well. And the president of Senegal then was Senghor, who was known as he dealt with negritude, that movement, maybe some people don't really know, but you can look it up, but he was really seen as a puppet for France. And he imprisoned Dr. Shekonta Diop. And here comes that bitch-ass Butler Reggie, and I'm sorry for cursing, because I was trying not to curse lately, that bitch-ass Butler Reggie, who ended Jack for the people, who came with that whack city plan and has an LLC that he doesn't advertise, that has been defending the rapists and the child molester and butt kissing them and never criticized a rapist or child molester, never. And those guys are just multiplying on the HOK. I mean, we could just count how many people had charges, were convicted, and all that when it comes to rape and pedophilia. But I guess birds of a feather flock together, you see? So he has the nerve to criticize Dr. Diop for being in prison because of his political views. You know what I'm saying? So we have some bigger problems. We have Farrakhan on tape being xenophobic, being anti-African, and even anti-Black. That speech is anti-Black. Black people mark, disfigured the essence of ugliness. If Wadu would have said it, all hell would have broken loose. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So the conscious community, one of the worst thing ever. We have that dude, like I said, Professor Griff, who talks smack about Dr. John Henry Clark after his passing. I played it, and when what's the name, J Electronica was in a relationship with a Rothschild descendant. Oh, now we didn't hear him. We didn't hear Wesley Muhammad. We didn't hear Professor Griff. We didn't hear all these punk Asiatic black men. You know what I'm saying? With a white God. You've seen Far Muhammad is a white dude. They have a white God. So we have a lot of black folks who like to talk that black talk, but then they're following a religion brought forth by white people. Make that make sense? And we have these punk Hebrew Israelites, no disrespect, who be talking about the Israelites were black. Where did they get that from?
Y'all
The
hear me?
Canaanites. We have depiction of them. You know what I'm
you
saying?
hear me
And the
now?
black
Okay.
Muslim is the same thing. The black Muslim.
Yeah, we hear you.
We see Far Muhammad is clearly a white dude, and they claim that his father was jet black. It's impossible for a jet black man to have a child with a white woman, even if it's the whitest woman on the planet. And let me show, for those who don't know, the God of the Nation of Islam, the God of Louis Farrakhan, who was also the God of Malcolm X and the God of Khalid Abdul Muhammad, you know, and that's why Clarence 13X left the movement, because they're like, what you guys talking about? That's the guy here. That's the guy here. It's impossible for a jet black man to have a child with a white woman, and he looks like this.
Asian. He
You
looks
know?
Asian, man.
And that picture here,
Doesn't
you
look
can ask
black at
Dr.
all.
Wesley Muhammad. He did not refute it. They don't like to show you that one. That's the guy here.
Yeah, that look like a straight white boy.
That's the guy here. You know what I'm saying? So what do these black Muslims do? They be talking about the errors of black, which is just laughable. Which is just laughable. Somebody brought up Dana Marnish. I don't have a beef with her, but this lady does Abrahamic genealogy. Sons of Ham, the sons of Kira, the sons of Nimrod. I mean, all this stuff is not attested historically, man. We have grown men sitting in the street reading a book given to them by their former slave master and acting like they're doing scholarship, you know? And some things have to be said, man. Somebody got to do it. I'm be doing it gladly because it's going to help our people ultimately. All these movements, MSTA, NOI, and all that they read, and even
5%ers.
well, you know, they'll be different.
They still some of them still holding up Yuck like he's something. So you talking about Farrakhan and this and that. Look at what Yuck did, and they still got him on a pedestal. You know, even rappers was rapping about him. I'm like, bro, this is sick.
Well, you know, we have the music video, The Originators, Jaz-O featuring Jay-Z. And we can see at the end Jaz-O holding a portrait of Malachi York, you know what I'm saying? And we see the symbols of one of the movement back then. But after the charges, I haven't seen Jaz-O, you know, repping or bigging up Malachi York. But we even have some fake comedic movements. And when I say fake comedics, you cannot be down for Ma'at and be on a panel on a regular basis where child molesters and rapists are on the panel as well. Particularly when he spoke out about the Polite situation, saying that Polite should be on timeout. And I'm talking about the Shrine of Ma'at and Jabari Osase. He's a huge hypocrite. You got to be down with Ma'at, and you're there on the panel where you have scammers. People have been scamming for years. You know what I'm saying? So some things have to be said. You know, something has to be said.
They all hypocrites, man.
Yeah.
It ain't just about Polite. It's the whole concept of Ma'at, bro. Like people, that's why I be saying, like, Shaka, I be just excusing myself sometimes, because even in my personal life, I'm trying to get it together. You feel me? So all that negative energy, bro, once you have people disrespecting, cussing people, murder, children, none of that ain't Ma'at. It ain't no biblical religion. It ain't people that even follow these books that really mean it don't act that way. You see what I'm saying? So unless somebody pressure them and they show their true colors, that's who they really are inside, but they putting on a facade to try to hide who they really are. You see what I mean? But for the most part, yeah, bro, like, please, man, they could miss me with that, bro. If you study in my art, you don't want to be around none of that.
Exactly.
I mean, you know, the dude has been telling people, F your mother. We have him on tape saying, you know, F your family,
He
your
been doing
son,
it
your
for over a
daughter. He
decade.
talked about my 3-year-old daughter. And Jabari Osase, a so-called comedic priest, going to tell me, why are you doing this? Why you put me
Yeah, because
between your
he has
conflict,
come. He has
in
come.
the middle of your conflict between you and
Doesn't he?
Sanada?
Chaka.
Why? Well, hold on. Why did he open his mouth about Polite's case and Polite was not found guilty? Yet we know that Tosayak sends money to a convicted child molester. We know that the mighty Hebrew was found guilty of rape, and other people as well had some charges about that. You know what I'm saying? Why did he open his mouth about that? Was it a
Because it's
conflict between him and
competition.
Polite, or Polite and somebody else?
Competition, like I just
That's
told you.
competition. And
Yeah, they got
he's a hypocrite.
billions of dollars and they still competing against each other. That's what I just told you. So imagine the ones that don't even have it. That's why you can't even live in certain neighborhoods, because once you get some, they're gonna come take it when you go work. You see what I'm saying?
And
So
and you know, brother Young Hero, that Nepal situation is just amazing, man. Because
well, you know what?
a
Yeah,
lady that was accused by her own so-called husband of stealing the money, and then she's back like nothing
yeah,
happened.
she just
And she's been
exposing.
dancing in lingerie,
Yeah, she
playing
was.
with a punani. And
It's so
that point,
she's
Brother
so
Reggie's gonna say she's the HOK champion, and that's
yeah.
supposed to be the conscious community.
Chaka, it's pathetic, bro. Like, how many times, bro, it's gonna happen? The woman just said how the man is discussing and abuse her and this and talking her mother and stealing all kind of.
Yeah,
And
she
before
talked
you
about
know
her
it, she
mother
up
being
there.
accused by Sanetta. And then
Yeah,
she went
before
back
you
like the
know
next
it,
day
she
or 2
back
days
up.
after.
Like I told you,
That's
no
a circus.
principles, no
That's the
morals,
circus.
no standards, you know.
That's a
And
circus.
it's the same thing with Jabari. Well, you know why I already knew what he was from the get-go? Because every time you come on the platform and have a discussion, he always have to bring up, I got this business, this, I got $1 million of this and African and this, I got a house over here. So you see what I'm saying? It's the same thing with the rappers and the preachers and the doctors. Anytime people get money, they get stupid, bro. They have no morals, they have no principles no more. You know,
And
it's
Yeah.
a shame.
and
Yeah.
I'm glad you said that, Young Hero, because I played the tape when he was talking about Dan Calloway, and he said, you know, if you go against Africa, you have to come through me. Well, we have Tozayak on tape saying that he hates Africans as a people, that the African is not his brother, and that he celebrates the death of Africans. Oh, Jabari had no smoke there. It was not like, oh, you have to come through me now. He's a hypocrite.
Yeah, that's what
He's
I
a
said.
hypocrite. You know what I'm
All
saying?
of them are.
You know, yeah, he's not the only one though. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, Baba Heru
So
being on the panel, I haven't heard Baba Heru saying anything about them, you know, saying that they hate Africans as a people. But go ahead, Sister Andrea.
no, I was gonna ask to real. So did I answer your question or
Yes, ma'am, you did. I wanted to comment on that, but I'll wait until everybody finish building. You know.
Nah, Bill, though, you know,
no, you can just get him, yeah.
questions. You
Get
got
him when
Okay.
you
Well,
finish.
I'm gonna say, I live down here, in San Antonio, right,
Mhm.
Texas, bottom of Texas, right.
Mhm.
We have a pretty good black population down here, right, and on the east side, it's like where the hood is. You know, a lot of lower class people live, and you know the neighborhood. It's not a good neighborhood to live in.
right.
Right. So the San Antonio Spurs, the basketball team, they came together and built pretty much a community for, you know, lower class people with affordable rent. Right.
Mhm.
Nice places, man. I mean,
Yeah.
nice. I seen them when they first got built. I went over there today.
Yep, it's terrible.
You would think it was the hood.
I already know. That's what they do everywhere they go, bro. Every state is the same thing,
And
bro.
yeah, and I ain't trying to bash our people because I love our people, man.
No, it ain't no
But
bashing. It's being honest, bro. People need to be accountable for their actions, bro. They like to keep blaming people
Yeah.
when they making the situation trash everywhere. People pissing everywhere. You know what I mean? Like, it's just ridiculous, man. Selling drugs, they the ones turn it into what it is. You know what I mean? And it's the same thing I was thinking about giving the kid's son. Like, regardless of what, bro, like, I don't care who it is. If I know that neighborhood is no good, you are not lowering me down there for no reason. You gotta come see me, because I already, you know, like, if it's the worst neighborhood, that means it's only death that's out there. Everybody knows
yeah,
it, you know. So and they the one made it so. You know, don't
yeah.
blame nobody but yourself. It ain't
And
no
see,
one man
exactly that's what
come
scares
in
me,
the
Sister
neighborhood
Andrea.
and kill nobody and steal nobody's
About
stuff.
them
Go
getting
ahead.
money?
Well, because if we get money, you know, my thing is, what are we gonna do with it? I don't care because I ain't counting nobody's money. But
Yeah.
if we're getting money to the point of us getting this reparations, right, is to fix the wealth gap, right? That's what I thought.
Yeah,
No, the point
that's what it will do.
the point of getting reparations is for what our ancestors had to go through
Justice.
that they didn't, that they weren't compensated for. And it's still affecting people to this day. And like I think, Shaka, you put something out there not too long ago that like the Tulsa, what happened up in Tulsa, they don't want to give those people reparations for the stuff that happened to them. I mean, you got
Yes.
people who are still living, and they're like, no, we don't owe you that. Yes, the hell you do. There are communities around the U.S. that were taken away from our people, that have been put underwater, that have been changed and made into a Central Park. Though, even up, all around the country,
It's like ethnic
there are
cleansing.
places that they took from our ancestors. That had we had that, we don't even know where we would be. We were supposed to be given 40 acres and a mule after slavery was abolished. That did not happen. They changed their mind on how they felt like they ought to deal with us. And it's been going on for forever and forever and forever. So
Can I
they,
interject, Sister Andrea, in the UK, sorry to cut you. In the UK, they gave compensation to the slave masters when slavery was abolished.
Yeah,
so they got money. And there's people still getting payments now.
Yeah, and what they've done to rural, like even in those communities, they built highways that went through the community with no off ramp to help those communities to sustain themselves, right? So you have all this stuff that's happened to Black America, right? And then they want to say, "Oh, we owe you nothing." You're a damn lie. They're lying. They're lying.
Of course,
just for those they built on our cemeteries. They built highways over our cemeteries. Just total disregard for our people.
Yeah,
and then they want to say we owe you nothing.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They're digging our ancestors up and they're putting them on display. Disrespecting our ancestors.
But check this out. This they don't do only with Black folks. They do that with other cultures as well, museums.
Yeah, I'm saying.
I'm talking about the people on display museums. But you see, check this out. What Andrea said. Also, we heard that around the White House, they found like mass burials. See?
Yep.
So now, here is Black folks today. Many of the so-called conscious people, you know what I'm saying? The one who making the most noise about we need to do this and we need to do that. Now, the reparations, it looks like they really don't want to give it to us. You know what I'm saying? Okay, fine. But he said that the dollar spent the least time in the Black community, Now, it is also to say that Black people are the biggest spenders, that they spend the most. You see,
Black woman.
So there is
economies are they base the economies off the Black people. That's how they do it. Marketing is based on Black buying. Nobody else.
But check this out. So there is potential economically, right? But we have Black people who follow the religion of their former oppressors, right? And they will make excuses. You have Christians who make excuses. Well, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't that bad, whatever. And we did it, the Christians did it after, the Arab or Muslim slave trade, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? And if it wasn't for the transatlantic slave trade, then, we wouldn't know the Lord, we didn't know the Bible. Then we have the Muslims. People say, oh, it wasn't that bad. You know what I'm saying? If you look at the transatlantic slave trade, it was industrial. Us, it wasn't industrial. It wasn't really swole all over.
Excuses.
You know what I'm saying? You have the excuses. But then they want to ask for reparation. I mean, I'm not saying they shouldn't, but the logic, and we have a psychologist, you know what I'm saying, a school psychologist, you know what I'm saying, has a PhD who can't even put any program on his own website, you know what I'm saying, right? We have nothing to say about that. Because, religion to each his own, you know what I'm saying? It's personal. When you go home, when the police see you, they don't see a Muslim, they don't see a Christian, and then we have those Hebrew Israelites, like we... Not only to Zaria, Apostles of Quan, 68, maybe 69 by now, reaching 70, who said that he hates Hamites, he hates Africans. I mean, this is...
We're damaged. We're totally damaged. Sorry to cut you, Shaka.
We
Sorry, go on.
but you see, I hear you, brother, when you say we, but we need to identify the people. Those people are
Yeah,
damaged. They are pulling us
True,
back.
true.
And
Okay, all right. Okay, so some of us.
yeah, well, a
But,
lot of us. A lot of us.
Yeah,
But go
yeah.
ahead,
So
go ahead.
look, the sorry to cut you. I'm not going to be long. What I just wanted to say this point. When they had the plantation, they used to have a shop on the plantation. So when you needed a shirt, when you needed a belt, when you needed a shoes, when you needed your food and whatever, you would go to the slave master and he would have a shop, and you would get your stuff. I don't know how they used to, if it was sold to them or because they didn't have money, so it must have been, you know, they had to do a certain amount of work or something. I don't know how. So this thing is ingrained in us. Okay, it definitely affects us. Also, what affects us is knowledge. You know, knowledge is new to us. Money is new to us. So that's why we've got a lot of people behaving in these fashions. You know,
Yeah.
they need help.
Let me say that.
Yeah, go ahead, sister. I'm going to say something after. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah. Another thing, to real. Look,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
my dad served he served his time in the military, right?
Yes, ma'am.
The military has said that they had racist practices that caused our fathers and some of our mothers too. I don't know, how many black women served back in that time, that they weren't given their military benefits when they got out of the military. They were still not allowed to move into certain areas. They still were denied their VA benefits. All these things, their children. I'm one of those children who should have had her education paid for because my dad served his time in the military. That did not happen. So I'm telling you, they owe us bigly.
Oh no, you have no argument with me on that. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
with
so
that.
that's what I'm saying.
They have enough money.
It doesn't matter what they give us the money for. Give me what you owe me.
Oh,
they owe all of us for the atrocities that have been done against us. All the laws. I have a sister, one of my sister-in-laws, but we were talking about all this stuff. All the laws that get made in America, they're pretty much for black people. They don't really outline it for any other race of people. It's designed to keep us in our place. And how dare you ask for anything more? You ought to be glad. Like they're trying to make us believe that being a slave was beneficial, as if we were dumb and stupid when we got here, right?
Strikes back, another Pan-African, and Pan-Africans don't say anything. The benefits of slavery, and you know, regarding what Sister Andrea just said, we have Dr. Khalid Abdul Mohammed, on the Donahue program, and he talked about that situation where the U.S. soldiers preferred to sit at the table and have lunch with the damn Nazis that they defeated rather than have lunch with fellow black soldiers.
That's crazy.
We have, and it's in the BBC, and I think I shared it.
That's a fact. Yep.
Yeah, on the BBC, they talked about de Gaulle, who was a ruler, the ruler of France. Africans played a big part.
Charles de Gaulle.
In Charles de Gaulle, so the airport, the main airport in France, not exactly in Paris, but they call it Paris Charles de Gaulle. Is named after him. He has so many streets in his name. Sorry.
Yeah.
He wanted. He didn't want the black soldiers on the parade. I think they were like in the back. He didn't even want them. Many of people who fought during the Second World War, I'm talking about Africans, did not get their recognition, did not get their pension, did not even get their medal.
Yeah,
there was a group of pilots from Harlem. I think, and they didn't get recognized.
Didn't get their disability. My dad had to fight to get his 100% disability. He should have got that the minute he got out of the military for having to go. If you're going to these Vietnam Wars and all that kind of stuff, you should have gotten it. So they have one older gentleman who's out there who sued the VA because he said when he worked for the VA, went to the Vietnam War. They gave him a dishonorable discharge, which he should not have gotten. None of those people went to Vietnam War were supposed to get that. It cost him. He couldn't find a job. He couldn't find a house. Yeah, I'm not sure if my dad was, but he's been to other places. But at the end of the day, it took him years. Did they back up all those years that they deprived him? No, they only went back 10 years. So I'm
Mhm.
telling you, just from those facts alone of what has happened to Black people in this country and how we were deprived of what was rightfully due to us.
They need
We're
to
not
pay
even
up.
asking for. We're not even asking for anything on top. Just what is rightfully due. They don't want to pay, and that's the problem I have. I don't have to tell you, how I spend it. I'm not saying this to you, Real, but anybody else out there listening. How I spend it is none of your damn business. You didn't care how you kept it from me.
It's due.
You took by any means necessary. You kept it from us, and now
It's
you want to determine how we're gonna spend it.
It's
Get
not
the
good
fuck
enough
out of here.
excuse.
Yeah, and check this out. It is due indeed. Now we have the movie
Absolutely.
Dead President, who is inspired by the situation of the soldiers who went to fight in Asia, coming back to America, can't even get a job. Now, when there was slavery, right? They abolished it. Now, what happened with the slaves in some instances? Oh, what am I gonna do now? Well, you're free to do what you want. How am I gonna eat? I don't know, but if you want, I have work.
Left
All right,
them
well,
with
this
nothing.
time I'll pay you.
English left
This
them with
time I'll pay
nothing.
you. Yeah, this time I pay you. So they ended up doing the same thing they were doing during slavery, but this time they were being paid. You know what I'm saying? And yes, the 40 acres and the mule was promised, it was not given. You know what I'm saying?
Nope.
Yeah.
So yes, I heard you to real. Chinese people have China, other people have different places. We have Africa, and we could be a bridges. I'm not saying that everybody that's in the diaspora should go. It's up to whoever wants to, but it's something that is possible because indeed we had Black Wall Street, and we see what they did with it. So if we in America and we thrive, who knows what can happen? They may say, "Oh, you guys are terrorists. We're going to arrest you. We're going to send you to
It's
Guantanamo
important for
Bay."
the global, all of us, because even when you get your reparation, then all of us are going to get our money as well. You see,
but we have given
the
money
Americans
to
need to get their
every
money, and then
other
we will
group
get
of
ours,
people.
like the Caribbeans, Shaka, me. You understand? Because we're in the seat of evil. Shaka's in the seat of evil as well. Okay, these places will be here before America, and they went around the world, mashing up people's place.
And we've given, and we've given money to every other group of people, to real everybody. The Vietnamese, when we went over there, when we went over there and went to the Gulf War, we gave them money to build back. We're giving money to the Jewish population. We don't owe them that. We didn't commit the Holocaust against them, but America pays them billions yearly, billions. Why? But when it comes to us, they want to give money to the Ukraine, the people who are coming here from Ukraine. They got money for everybody.
Exactly.
So you mean to tell me you don't have enough to get? We don't know where it's going to come from, but you can pull money out your ass to give it to everybody else. And then we have enough money. That's why I'm telling you to be careful in how you say what you say, because we don't need to give them ammunition to say, see, somebody said, well, we got to make sure their mind is right first before we give them money. No, you didn't make sure the Ukrainians' minds were right. We don't know how they were living.
Exactly.
We don't know if they were living in slums and won't do the same thing.
We've seen how they treated Black people in Ukraine.
Exactly.
Yeah, they wouldn't even let him on the train.
Exactly. There's a guy.
Disgusting, wasn't it? You see that?
Where he went to the police station to ask for help. They kicked him out. We haven't heard from the dude. He's probably dead. You know what I'm saying? Those people in Ukraine are extremely racist, extremely anti-Black, negrophobic. You know what I'm saying? But check this out.
Okay.
Even Philadelphia, I forgot the name of the movement, but the leader apparently was a white dude, but it was mainly Black people. They bombed the place. They bombed civilians. They have no sense of justice, indeed, because when it comes to reparations, which is justice, they have all the excuses in the world.
And not only that, Shaka, it was the police that did it. They flew a helicopter over the house and they dropped the bomb.
And we have the Black Panther Party. How many times had shootouts?
With like Fred Hampton. They burned Fred Hampton's headquarters down.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? So if we will be more united, we could do lobbying. Like a bank did people wrong. Look, there's so many of us. You did that person wrong. You do right by that person.
We just pull out. We just pull out of every job.
Go somewhere else.
Don't lift the finger. We all stop. We will put our tools down.
But check this out. All the soldiers, all the descendants of the soldiers who didn't get what their loved one was supposed to get, right? If people have some platform would have dealt with that. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's the Breakfast Club or the House of Consciousness, because I've seen the LGBT flag on the Breakfast Club. I've seen that, Now, what do we have instead? We have grown men debating about the rape being okay, according to the
Mhm.
Torah law, and people sending money to their family members who have molested the child. But they could have been speaking now on behalf of those
Sick,
soldiers. But
sick.
those soldiers, for the most part, it's very easy to conclude that for the most part they are Christians, and we know how they feel about Christians. Their leader prayed for the destruction of Christianity, as well as Egyptology and Islam, right? So that's the situation. They have more love for a dude who's going to be a rapist and a child molester as long as he's a Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah.
And we heard what he said about MLK, that MLK is a B. And that
Yeah,
Punka
I've never heard
Tameta,
them speak about reparations. They don't speak about it at all.
bro, you know, if you tell those
It's
Hebrew Israelites like
Yeah,
ICPK
you hear
and
me?
GMS, actually, Filthy Frankie had a video talking about Tahar speaks.
Yeah, I can hear you, Haru.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Tahar
I'll just
talking about, hold on. Tahar
go
speaks the
ahead.
truth or something like that. You know, I didn't watch the stream,
Yeah.
but I saw the title. For those who wonder who Tahar is the guy who said, we're going to get them young. Have sex with them, man. And he said, even as young as 9 years old. That's the dude Tahar.
Yeah, so
That's the dude
Yeah.
that said, you know, according to
Disgusting.
scripture, you could grab a woman and rape her. And he said, you know, oh, most women fantasize about it. They don't report that stuff. I mean, that's the reality. That's the situation. If you ask those guys, those Hebrew Israelites, do you want reparations or do you want some little girls? What do you think they're going to choose? But anyway, go ahead, young Harold.
I'm just gonna say one of the main reasons they would be the one to give reparations because the majority of black people is what make the world tick. You know, without them, we the hardest workers. So I ain't saying that
Exactly.
we the only one, but you gotta understand there are a lot of black people in America, especially. So
Yeah.
if we give them more money, more people could open businesses, more people could do what they want. You know,
Mhm.
you don't have to slave and take the worst job. So that's a big. It have many reasons that they would hesitate. But like Andrea said, they giving all kind of countries money for the dumbest reasons for war
Yeah.
and all kind of, but they don't take care of their own. I mean, like it's uh, that's being the biggest hypocrite. The government is hypocrite. You know,
Yeah.
like full of shit. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not
And
trying to put a bug in. I'm sorry, Miss Andrew. Go ahead. Go ahead.
no, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I'm not trying to put a bug in nobody's ear by saying like I never said that they don't need to give us no money.
No,
I I,
I hear you too,
I,
Ru.
I was
We know,
saying
I
like
know.
they should give us some money, and the reason I say that is because my great grandfather was a slave.
Mhm.
My grandfather he grew up in Mississippi, and he was born in 1920.
Mhm.
And his dad grew up on a plantation in Mississippi. And my grandfather he worked as a cutting wood, cutting trees down and stuff, and that was back before they had chainsaws, so you had to do it by hand.
Like a lumberjack.
And yeah, and he only made 25 cents a day.
Mhm.
And he was the only one working because he was the oldest of his siblings, and his mom had 8 kids. So,
Mhm.
I'll be the first one to tell you we need our reparations. I'll be the first one to say that. But
Yeah.
my thing is, like I said, with this neighborhood they built, right? They built this neighborhood. It was a beautiful neighborhood. You go over there
And
now,
then mash it up.
and it looks like a bomb went off. And and it's nothing but black people that live there.
Mhm.
So that was what I was getting at. But just to touch
Yeah.
on what you said about World War II, because my grandfather was in the Korean War. But in World War II, they made a documentary and they were talking to a white nurse, and they asked her about how if she treated black soldiers that were wounded, and she said she did, but she was there and witnessed multiple other nurses that would not touch a black soldier that was wounded, and a lot of them died as a result of that.
I wouldn't be
Mhm.
surprised.
Yeah,
Hold on. Let me show you something, brothers and sisters. There's that book called Inside the Nation of Islam. It's a guy who rose to the rank of a minister. As a matter of fact, I'm going to share the link to the book on Amazon. He was a member. He rose to the rank of minister. Vilbert L. White Jr. So here you have the link. Right, and we're talking about economy, right? Talk about economy. Now, hold on. Anything of interest? It's in red. Page 92 of Inside the Nation of Islam. We are told that the families devoted followers of the Messenger and Louis Farrakhan often gave 60% of their monthly income to the mosque. Now, you heard about the Bible
That's a
and
lot.
the tithe, 10% of the salary. That's 6 times more. Now, what else?
Wow.
Here, shortly after the apparent show of solidarity, Farrakhan purchased from Warith Din Muhammad the Stony Island mosque and school that Elijah Muhammad had used as the national center for the Nation of Islam, with each believer of the NOI donating $1,000 to purchase the 2.5 million structure. You see? Finances were also a crucial concern
So
for
we can
Farrakhan.
do it then.
We can do it, but they do it for religion with a white God, you see? And they taught that black talk. Now, and they teach that black people are marked, disfigured, the essence of ugliness, And we have Dr. Wesley Muhammad, who said that a black history or African history degree is a BS degree. The nerves. And he said Afro-con, Afrocentrics. He made that word play.
Go
Dr.
down
Wesley
a bit,
Muhammad,
Shaka, with
come
that
again?
one about the restaurant. Sorry, while you talk, could you go down with the Salam restaurant?
Yeah, I will. So here,
Sorry.
Since 1982, he had collected millions of dollars from his followers to raise money for the building of a national center complex, school, bakery, and adult educational facility. However, for unknown reasons, the money was never used for the announced purposes. And how many people did raise money for something that they did not deliver? We have Umar Johnson and many other people. And young Pharaoh talked about that daycare center. We haven't seen it, but we've seen he had a big house, right? Also, when he raised money to sue YouTube, shortly after that, we saw that he had a big house. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, the Salam restaurant opened in 1995. Members of the Nation of Islam had to give a minimum of $1,000 donation towards the construction of the eatery. But in May 2000, the establishment was closed for repairs. According to the Nation, however, according to insiders, the Salam had been operating in a sea of debt and financial mismanagement.
So that was scammed. That's a scam there then.
Well, here I would say it's mismanagement. And a lot of people like to use the Nation of Islam as a great example. They have discipline, they have this and that. Ever since Elijah Muhammad passed away, they lost so much to the point where they allied themselves with the Church of Scientology. And now we have some black folks, who are going to tell us that Scientology is cool now. You know what I'm saying? So here, the major problem is that the nation pressures its members to give at least 60% of their income to finance the dreams of Farrakhan. The Muslims believe that they are giving charitable gifts to a religious body. Under this doctrine, Muslims starting in 1981 gave millions of dollars to build a new mosque, restaurant, bakery, bookstore, auditorium, hair salon, classrooms, and a soup kitchen. Underclass individuals who make up 95% of the nation's body earning less than $12,000 annually found themselves giving a minimum of $2,000 per family. That is $1,000 per adult. In addition, the same individuals were encouraged to present at least 20% of their income to the nation through various charitable funds like the No. 2 Poor Treasury, whose revenues go directly to Farrakhan, the NOI Building Fund, and the 5-year economic program. However, this does not include other funds for Farrakhan Savior's Day gifts. Every year, they have what they call the Savior's Day. They celebrate the arrival of the white dude called Fard Muhammad.
Yeah.
And the gifts is oftentimes $1,000 per person. Every year they give $1,000.
I wonder how many followers they have. Sorry to cut you there. How many followers do you reckon they have?
I think we have a figure
so
of
we could
about,
get some maths there.
I have it somewhere. I think it's about 200,000 in a particular year, and I think that's when Elijah Muhammad was still alive. So now it has to be way.
And not to cut you, Shaka, but if they all donated $1,000 and they for a $2.5 million structure, then that would mean if they did get it, then that would mean that's 250,000 followers, right?
Well, I didn't do the exact math, but I showed it in one of my streams. I have it somewhere. I do have it somewhere. So they're talking about the $5 million loan from Gaddafi, and we have Khaled Abdul Muhammad on tape saying that he got $5 million, from Gaddafi. You know what I'm saying? And also, it says Farrakhan used the Gaddafi loan to purchase personal homes for himself and his children that amounted to more than $2 million. You remember Black Lives Matter? People are not happy because they bought themselves some nice homes in the suburbs. Well, Farrakhan did it before. Farrakhan did it before.
Wow.
But Bichas Sanera, who claims to be Kemetic, who's butt kissing the Hebrew Israelites. When I played that Farrakhan tape of 3 minutes, he would not let me finish playing that tape. You know what I'm saying? And it was butt hurt. You know what I'm saying? People have the right to butt kiss whoever they want. You know what I'm saying? But don't be mad at me because I don't believe or follow your doctrine, which is anti-black and anti-African. Anti-African, they don't mind. On the HOK, they don't mind. You know what I'm saying? But even anti-black, they don't mind. It's not me who said that black people are marked, disfigured, the essence of ugliness. It's Farrakhan who said that. That's their doctrine, as taught by Elijah Muhammad. Because some people will be like, oh, yeah, Farrakhan is tripping. Malcolm X didn't teach that. Well, Malcolm X touched on that, not the same way. That's what Elijah Muhammad taught. That's their doctrine. So the remainder of the Libyan loan went to travel, entertainment, and lavish living that accumulated in excess of over $800 alone in 1986, 1987.
800,000.
800,000.
Now, the sadness of the mismanagement is even more pronounced when the nation had to struggle to raise $45,000 in back taxes in 1995 to keep its final call building on 79th Street in Chicago. It's like really people like to praise the NOI as a great example to follow, but when numbers don't lie, here are the numbers: losing, failing, and who's financing this lavish lifestyle of the leadership of the NOI? The poor laborers.
And I can see that they were winning. They were getting money as well. They were winning public contracts as well,
$20 million
which was worth 20
in public
million.
contracts. You know what I'm saying? That's on top of everything that was given. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to be too long with this. But Gaddafi wanted to give $1 billion. You know what I'm saying? Farrakhan threatened the American government that they should give him $1 billion. Farrakhan threatened the American government for maybe 40 years, and then nothing popped off. You know what I'm saying? But hold on. During the activity, millions of dollars were collected. Hold on. Prior to the march, the nation's local temples and study groups, together with Chavez NALS, had raised millions of dollars to put on the march. During the activity, millions of dollars were collected in several meetings of organizers held primarily at Farrakhan's residence. It was estimated that the march could be done for approximately $75,000 or less. However, the audit maintained that the nation and NALS had an outstanding balance of $67,000. Chavez, Farrakhan's agent, had used his position as a director of NALS to ask chapter members and support groups to give $1,000 to the Million Man March. You see that every time they have a project, it's $1,000 each. They don't even play no games. You know what I'm saying? Now, interestingly enough, recently, I think I played or I shared the excerpt. I think I shared the excerpt of boxing legend's ex-wife, Khalila Camacho Ali, when she said that those women, the secretaries that were impregnated by Elijah Muhammad, they were not his wives, they were his hoes. That's what she said. And she grew up in Elijah Muhammad's house. She knows the deal, right? She said that she met Far Muhammad. She was introduced, her and her husband, then Ali Muhammad, boxing legend. He wanted to see Far Muhammad, and Elijah Muhammad introduced that guy as Far Muhammad. We have a picture, and he said he was from Karachi, India, or Pakistan, sorry. First it was the same territory, then there was a split, right? So then the guy, Barbershop Conversations, is mentioning, the 7 ones that he had children with. So here, amazingly, it says in the book, inside the Nation of Islam, page 193, it mentions Tainita Muhammad, and it says one of the 7 wives of Elijah Muhammad. So once again, according to Islam, a person is entitled to 4 wives, you see? And once again, in that 28 years later, what happened, Farrakhan did not show 7 wives, did he? You see? Remember, it's on my website, September 11, 1964, their own newspaper, Muhammad Speaks, the minister of the Nation of Islam, Azaya Karim, labeled at least 2 of these women prostitutes. As for those 2 prostitutes, they should hang they should be in shame and whatever for putting up such lies against the minister, So they went from prostitutes to wives. They have lied to the whole world. Farrakhan has lied to
Victim
the whole world.
blaming.
Yes, victim blaming, like
Sounds
we've heard
like
not
Sar
long ago.
Cheddar.
Exactly. Now check this out here. The denial, the religious solidarity. Page 198 of the same book. Between 96 and 97, Farrakhan made 3 trips to Khartoum. Khartoum, that's the capital of Sudan, for those who don't know, for unspecified reasons. When he returned to the United States, the American press, especially black reporters, asked him why he had refused to reprimand the government of the Sudan for its participation in the current slave trade. Farrakhan angrily responded, "There is no slavery in the Sudan." And I have him on tape, and you can look up, checking Dr. Wesley Muhammad on YouTube, and you will find you see 5 parts. That was back then when you had a 10 minutes limit on YouTube, right? And you have it on tape at a radio station, saying the same thing. But there was indeed slavery. There was actually a genocide in the Sudan, But anyway, but prove me a liar and go there and see for yourself and come back and tell the world what you have found. Well, reporters from the Baltimore Sun did so. They spent several weeks there, visited slave camps, and even purchased a slave boy. They then published their report. Yeah,
honestly,
because
they even went there and then they even purchased one.
He said, "Prove me wrong." You see, we have the brother from the UK. He was known, I think, as the Afristocrat. He made a documentary entitled "Regime Change," dealing with Farrakhan and Malcolm X, and showing how many times Farrakhan, lied. And on one clip, he said, Farrakhan said, if I lie, show me where I lied, show me where I was in error, and I will apologize in front of the world. Then that's what he did. But of course, there will be no apology. So the people say, don't believe me, look it up for yourself. You need to do your own research. The cautious community. But anyway, so
it's a shame,
they
man.
then published their report. Akbar Muhammad and Farrakhan branding them liars, part of an elaborate Jewish conspiracy to stop the nation from having a relationship with Islamic governments. So he was even denying slavery in Sudan. You know what I'm saying? And there it is, inside of the Nation of Islam, page 221. Of course, Farrakhan did not achieve the same physical level of Elijah Muhammad's movement, which had a membership of at least 250,000 and a very large business structure. That's
there you go. Yeah.
That's at the time of Elijah Muhammad, who died in 1975. So you can imagine that number must have at least doubled, probably tripled, if not quadrupled.
So is that 2.5 million they would have been for certain events? I'm not very well with. If they had to pay
it is. Yeah, that's why I asked that, because when they set up like goals like that, they set up a goal and they decide how much money they need to meet their goal. So if you have 250 members and or 250,000 members and you want to raise 2.5 million, then you charge each person $1,000 to reach that goal. If I'm not mistaken, I believe my math is right though.
Well, actually, if there's 250,000 members,
I think that's 25.
And you want 2 million, it's only 10.
Oh, that's 25. Okay, so 25,000 people there.
No, 250,000.
No, that's 250,000 people times 1,000.
Yeah. So if they just give $10 each, that's 2.5 million. If they give $100 each,
oh wow,
25 million.
Okay.
And if they
So
give
it's 250 million.
If they give 1,000 each, that's 250 million.
Wow.
Oh my Lord.
Come up with 250 billion.
Oh my days.
Jeez.
Million, not
yeah,
billion.
My math is bad.
Millions, So, I mean, it's not head arithmetic. I was using my, my calculator on my phone. You know what I'm saying? So just to give you an idea now here, they're talking about the Million More movement. I think it was 10 years after the Million Man March, Like the former march, the spectacle took on the atmosphere of a flea market. That is, Nation of Islam vendors hawked everything from Farrakhan pencils to Million Family March flag. Also, like the historic Million Men March, participants paid $3.99 per minute to pay the $11 registration fee by telephone, and others gave the Nation of Islam $1,000 to be vendors. It's always that $1,000. You know what I'm saying? Now, here, of course, according to Minister Farrakhan, the only purpose of the various registration fee and the selling of souvenirs was to defray the cost of the event. And keeping true to the spirit of the Million Men March or Million More movement, one of the two, the minister asked in the nation's final call newspaper for individuals to donate thousands of dollars as contributors for the Million Family March. My goodness.
They must
Now,
be eating beans on toast for the, you know.
hold on. Farrakhan asked in his 3.5 hour Million Family March lecture that each American family send him $100 by October 16, 2001 for the development of a fund that will challenge and motivate corporate America to invest in poor communities in the United States. Now, there's another thing. Then what was it again? It's another book where they talked about
Not the UK man. Oh, sorry.
they talk, hold on, about some money as well. What was it for again? I had it. It's just escaping me right now. What was it again? Some money that people had to give. It may come back to me. It may come back to me. I was about to say,
that's a really good document there. That document that
yeah,
you've got there,
that's
Shaka,
about
it's
it. No,
really informative.
This.
But
This
I
once
mean,
again.
Too Real. Sorry to cut you, but even Too Real, maybe you know, you can kind of see with what he's saying, because look at that. That is a hell of a lot of money to be passing through a organization. Where is the schools? Where's the hospitals? Where is all that money disappeared to? Was it being used to good use? I don't know what to say. I'm in full agreement with getting reparations, but believe you me, they're gonna waste it. But it's not for me to say. But I can definitely see the concern, because after looking at that, we've got proof.
Well, I'm an Israelite. I don't know if you know that, but a believer, you know, as far as it goes on this panel.
Okay, shalom.
But
Shalom,
I'm gonna say this: I wouldn't be in favor of no Israelite or any organization being in charge of our reparations. I wouldn't be for that at all. You know, I just want us to realize, to take a step back and look in the mirror at ourselves and say, yeah, I want us to look in the mirror and say, like, is this really how we want to be represented on the world stage? You know what I'm saying? Because nobody's going to take us serious, is what I'm saying.
But they haven't taken us seriously. This is
too real. Yeah. Life's too short. Sorry, Andrea. I think we can't think of that. It's like trying to reinvent the wheel. They don't like us anyway. Don't even think about that. We just get the money and we spend it as much as you know. I understand what you're saying, but we got to get away.
But let me ask you this, Jay. If we get the money, right, and then we go and let's say the majority of our people go and spend a lot of money with designer companies that we don't own.
Yep,
we do that anyway.
Are we not? Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if we take a lump sum and we go and we spend it like that, how is that helping the Black community? Is what I'm saying.
No, but it's not helping us. Sorry, go on, Huru.
No, I'm saying in the long run it probably don't, but you can, you know, I mean, that's your brain of thought, because you know how people are, but there are a lot of people that's gonna do what's right and put it away for the kids and build.
And that's why I want people like, I agree, and that's why I want people like Andrea and Shaka up here giving us advice on how we should do it, because I can tell Sister Andrea, I can tell by how she is and how educated she is, that she probably lives a good life where she don't, you know, have to worry too much about money. I don't know her lifestyle, but you know, she obviously is a successful woman, so she knows how to spend the money. Most of us don't know how to. Most of us don't know how to spend the money. Like, for instance, look at Soulja Boy, right? Soulja Boy's going broke, but he got 50 necklaces, 50 chains on.
Yep,
you know,
money.
But he going broke.
That's what I heard. You see, it's all a front, you know.
Too real. Remember even sorry, go on, Sister Andrea, go on.
So what? So too real. So back to the point where you're talking about the neighborhood.
Yes, ma'am.
So do you know? Look, you know that they don't provide the services to our neighborhoods that they do to other neighborhoods, right?
Agreed.
The trash. Look, they can have trash bins in our neighborhood for you to put your garbage, and they may not come pick up your stuff like they do other people's neighborhoods. I'm not going to say that the condition of our neighborhoods is necessarily us. I'm not saying it's not us, but I'm saying there are ways and things that they do to make our neighborhoods become those deplorable places to live because
Agreed.
they don't give us the access of services they provide to everybody else.
Yeah,
So,
and
Yeah.
with that one, and if we understand all of those things, again, we have been behind that 8 ball for forever, because they like striking us, giving it to us all the time. So we have to be, again, I'm not going to say that that's not partly our fault, because we can go out there and pick up some trash. But if you ain't got a
Yeah.
place to put it in because it's too full, because
Mm.
the government or the city is not coming and pick it up, where are you supposed to put it at? Where are you going to take it? Right?
They do
So
that
I'm just
too,
saying
Real. They do all
we
them
need
thing
to
there.
make sure that we're looking at all those things, because like I said, I'm not
Yes,
saying
ma'am.
that we're not responsible. I'm not saying that. So,
Yeah.
I want to make sure I'm saying that.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
understand the country that we live in that constantly denies us goods and services because of the color of our skin. No, not for any other reason. People, white folks want to buy into that mindset. They love quoting Dr. Martin Luther King. One day, our boys and girls be together and all this stuff, and we be judged by the content of our character, not the color of our skin. But doggone well, they don't know your character when you walk up, but they sure see your skin color.
Yes,
And they will
ma'am.
judge you until you prove to them otherwise that you are not that
Yeah,
like
I mean,
them.
yeah,
Like
Sister
them.
Andrea, I'm a victim of that myself, right? Like, I've been to jail before, right? I went to
Mhm.
jail when I was just turned 18, probably a month after I turned 18. I was at a girl's house. I ain't gonna lie. I was at a girl's house, and I asked my friend, hey, can you give me a ride home? He's black, and so he's like, yeah, I'll give you a ride home. So I had my toothbrush and all this stuff with me, because I was staying at a girl's house. So he's giving me a ride home. We pull out of the neighborhood where he picked me up from, and a cop gets behind us. And it was me in the car, my friend, and my friend's black. He was driving, and there was a white dude in the back that was his friend. I didn't know him, right? Blue-eyed, blonde-hair white dude. So we get pulled over. The cop comes up. The truck, my friend smoked at that time, so the trucks, it did smell like weed. I ain't gonna lie. And so the cop comes up. He's like, "Oh man, it smells like weed in here. I'm gonna need y'all to step out." So we all get out, right? Long story short, he searched the truck. He finds a joint in the ashtray, and he asks who it is. My friend takes the blame for it. Like, it's mine. It's my truck. I had it. They didn't know nothing about it. Don't you know, Sister Andrea, that I still got locked up? And when the cop comes and handcuffs me, right after my friend admits it, he handcuffs me. He handcuffs my friend, puts my friend in the car. My friend was protesting, like, "Nah, why are you arresting him? He didn't know about it, right?" He goes over to the white boy and he tells him, "Call your mom to come pick you up."
Mhm.
And I got locked up. I didn't do no time. I only did like 2 days or something, like a day or something. But
Mhm.
when I got out, my mom told me, she slapped me in the back of the head, and she told me, she said, "You know why they did that, right? So they can have you in the system,
Mhm.
In case you do something in the future. Now they got your fingerprints, they got your name, they got everything. So you can't, now you can't do nothing." So I'm a victim of how they take advantage of black people and don't offer us the same services that they do everybody else. I'll agree with you on that. But
Yeah.
I'm talking more about the demeanor of our people, like how we look at each other, right? Like us on this
Mhm.
panel, we don't see it like that, but the majority of our people, at least in these low income neighborhoods, they don't give a damn about you, another black man. You know what I'm saying? They're not on that frequency like that. And I feel like until we get on that frequency where we looking out for each other, regardless of your religion or whatever you believe in, then I feel like we ain't never gonna get out this situation. That's just how I
That'll
feel.
never happen.
Yeah.
And please hold on. We have Afimi. I'm sorry, Afimi, I didn't see you. I don't know how long you were waiting in the back chat. And we have Divinely Inspired. But I just want to, that
Hello,
thing I was,
divinely inspired.
Hello, peace,
yeah,
peace.
So sorry,
Peace,
just 1
peace.
second,
Hey,
please. That
sorry.
thing, it came back to my mind, and I have shared the link here. I'm reading from the book, the book of Khalid. Once again, Khalid Dadu Muhammad's son wrote the foreword. And in 1998, Louis Farrakhan charged $10,000 to give a speech at a university. That was in 98. $10,000. So some people say, "Oh, you've been, talking about people making speeches in the Telegram." It's charging for that $10,000 at the university, man. You know what I'm saying? And finally, I just want to show you this. There it is. That's in my community timeline, and you have the person who wrote it. He apparently works for the UN or UNESCO. You see, and this is. It looks like a Italian, but that person here, I guess maybe people can look it up on Twitter. It's a post on Twitter. He gives the name of the woman that we see here, and her daughter is Amina and Aisha.
What are they doing? I can't see it properly. What is it? Are they laying on something?
They are dead.
Okay.
That's
they're
Tunisia.
dead.
That's Tunisia, the desert between Tunisia and Libya, because many sub-Saharan African have been forced to flee the xenophobia, the anti-black attacks. You see, and those motherfucking, I'm sorry, those Pan-Africans ain't saying shit. These bitch ass motherfuckers. But anyway, feel free, brother, Divinely Inspired and Afimi.
Hey, Afimi.
Peace to the chat, Shaka. Peace to the chat. Peace to the panel. One thing I can say is that when you mention reparations is more than just money. Reparations is also repairing our social condition here in America, where we're from, right? But all over, because if you ask for reparations, like you have CARICOM, they have their reparation struggle. It's not only a cash payment, and to tell you the truth, what people do with their cash, if we ever see it, that's their business. But to repair our social standing here, whereas we can get like some of these racist laws off the books, where we can stop this predatory policing. Like in New York City, where I'm from, we don't call the cops. The cops just patrol, like the old time paddy rollers from slave catching days, who patrolled the woods. Nobody called them; they just did it because that's what they were employed to do. So the cops in New York City, shit, you see more of them, than anybody. Really, like patrolling.
And can't they just walk up and like search you at will like that too? Like they could just walk up and go in your pockets, right?
And the police can do anything. The police can take your money.
Yeah, they do what they please when they're ready.
They call it stop and search in UK.
Well, they stopped it, and I think that Eric Adams, he used to be a cop, I believe, and he's a new mayor, right? I think he wants to reinstitute or what have you. But you know how many guns they took off the streets when they stop and search, stop and frisk? Not that many at all. It was a racist program, And
I saw studies about that showed that the vast majority of people that they were stopping and frisking was Black and Latino, and the minuscule amount of white people that they stopped, they found more illegal stuff on that minuscule amount of white people than they did on the Black and Latino.
Same in the UK, exactly.
Because you know why? I'm gonna tell you something. When you have when white folks were coming to the hood, then they're not there to visit. That's where these programs are. So they're there to do some dumb shit,
Yeah.
So they got caught out there. See, the thing is that even with those Black Lives Matter protests, right? Who was doing most of the looting and burning? It was white.
Yep.
All the destruction, all the vandalism was white folks. That's documented.
Yep.
But of course,
is it Afila? I can't remember what that group was called. There was a group.
Who's that?
Antifa?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, Antifa. Yeah.
Yeah,
short for anti-fascist.
Yeah, I can co-sign what Divine's saying too, because I seen the video footage of some dudes showed up during the Black Lives Matter protest, and they were white, and the crowd was filming them, and they were like, "Who are these dudes?" And they just started breaking stuff. So yeah, I have seen that.
It's so funny. Jay, you're in the UK, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
I'm in the UK.
Yeah, man. So I saw something, man, that gave me the chills. I saw an NYPD squad car blare its lights, man, in London, man. I said, oh hell no. I said, you guys are done now, man, because if you let NYPD
Right.
anywhere around there, you know, it was a squad car, you know. But
It's
they're
it's
with
no way yeah, sorry to cut you. It's no way compared to America, but believe you me, there's been black brothers murdered by the police
oh, I
in
know.
jail cells. Not as much as America. Mark Duggan, my friend, he was murdered by the police. They said that he had a gun. They shot him to death, and it caused the last riot, which we had. And again, with the looting, same thing here. There was white people involved.
Yeah.
You know, the justice system. Say, you know, if I had a white friend and we both done the same crime, we both get different sentences. You know, it's a fact.
Yeah,
There,
that's
there
what
was
happens
hold on,
in
hold on.
America too.
There was a documentary. I think it was called Injustice. They were talking about 4,000 deaths in custody in England. You know, and the majority of them being black people.
They don't
There was
tell
a
us how
50
many. You know, yes.
No, but in
Shaka.
that documentary,
Yeah.
they were talking about that because
Okay.
you
I would like
you remember the Voice newspaper, right? You know, the
Yes.
weekly newspaper. I used to buy it, and there was also New Nation newspaper. I used to buy it as well, black newspapers.
Right.
And they would talk about that. There was Garrett Myatt, who was 15 years old, restrained by the police. A lot of time, you know, they just restrain them, suffocate them, and then they're dead.
He
And
had
you know, nobody
they
goes
said
to
that he
prison.
swallowed drugs. He had drugs in his
In
underneath his tongue or something.
In France, they said the same thing. There's, you know, that lady,
Well, yes.
Assata Traore. She was on the cover of Time magazine. But in France, they tried to arrest her during the riot. But those brothers, they stood firm from the police. You know what I'm saying? And her brother, you know, died at the hands of the police. And they always say either he had some breathing problems or he injected some substance, probably drugs. That's what they always say.
I'm
And then they
covering
say,
the
oh,
camera so
he
you
was
can walk
known.
by. You can walk by over there.
Okay, sorry.
So
sorry.
yeah, is divinely inspired. It is. I mean, I think England. Oh, what was that? I think England is behind America, but it's definitely following in the footsteps. It's happening,
Well,
and a
you
lot
know,
of it is not being said or
yeah,
being
well,
talked about.
yes. We'll see, you know, like I said, when I saw that squad car, man, you know, I said, I hope that they're not
So
doing
you
like,
saw a squad car? I don't.
yeah,
What
man.
kind of squad?
Now, you know, I hate the NYPD, man. I'm gonna tell you right now, man. And no, for real, man. And I said, you know, a chill went down my back, man. I said, please, I hope they're not doing some kind of like cross type of policing, where they, you know, like you have, what do you call those students that come across, man? You know, like that, you know,
International
yeah,
exchange students.
There's a whole exchange policing, man. You know, and I
Yeah,
said, you
I
know,
won't put it past them.
and you know, and I hope that, you know, that the UK does, you know, doesn't take up any policies that NYPD has, man, because it'd be really bad, man.
Well, look, the last time sorry to cut you, the last time they had officers armed. I don't know if anyone remembers this case. There was a Brazilian chap, and he was an illegal immigrant in England, and the police told him to stop. And this was around the times of the after the 7/7 bombing, because we had terrorism bombings in England, in London, all over UK. So there was a sort of stop and search, or there was quite, you know, the police were quite well, you know, if they told you to stop, you know, they must have had like a shoot to kill policy basically. And hey, what's up, Too Real? And they shot the guy. They shot the guy, killed him. And the family never got justice. Also, a guy had mental problems. He had a chair leg in a plastic bag, and he was waving it around. They shot him as well. They shot him and killed him. So, you know, it's definitely a danger for the young black men and for black men. You know, the police. You know, it's real.
It's terrible. It's terrible worldwide for us, man. You know, and you say Brazil. You ever see how the Brazilians are treated? The black Brazilians, excuse me, are treated like I was, you know, in the favela.
Worse than anyone else. They're at the bottom, aren't they?
Those police.
Why are we always at the bottom? We're always at the bottom of everywhere. We're at the bottom. Like, what's going on? Like,
it's by design, brother.
Yeah, it must be. We're
That's why
always put at the bottom of like other people, and they're no way as good as us. And like we're always at the bottom, no matter where we are in the world, no matter how poor. The black man's still underneath the poor. It's like what?
you know, I've seen like documentaries come out of Iraq, how the blacks in Iraq, how they're treated.
I've never seen black people in Iraq. Wow,
Terrible.
they must be getting treated. Well, the whole of North Africa.
Well, you know, it's black Palestinians too, and they get treated terribly too.
Oh,
So
really?
yes. So the Palestinians are treated terribly, right, by the Israelis, but the black Palestinians are being treated terribly by both of them, man.
You see what I mean?
You know. So, but the thing is that, you know, now that I live in Georgia now, right? Do you know when I see the police? Do you know when? When they're parking their cars next door to me, like next to me. That's it. So they take their cop cars home, and that's the only time I see them. So there's no predatory policing in Georgia like that.
And what's the crime rate like? Is it
what?
You know
here where I'm
in
at?
Georgia? Yeah.
Well, there's different areas, but maybe towards Atlanta, where Atlanta is, it might be different. But where I'm, you know,
it's nice.
You know, it's mountains up here, brother. But
it's a thing. It's a thing about up north. I know folks like to talk about the South, like, you know, I'm always hearing people say, why do black people still live in Mississippi and stuff like that? Just because they see some kind of, you know, story coming out about some racism or whatnot. But I always give the example that I visited New Jersey, around Newark, and Hillside.
I just lived there.
Back in '98. I was there for about 2 months. I got stopped by the cops more in that 2 months in Jersey than I did in my whole life, even now, up to now. And I'm not talking about driving. I'm talking about, because at the time I'm like 18, 19, something like that. This is just me walking down the street, sitting at a park, just anything, and they would come. My friend had his first child around that time, and he had got some pictures taken. And you know the process back in the day, they had to develop the pictures at this nearby pharmacy or whatever, and we went to go pick it up. I'm just standing up outside waiting on him to come out with the pictures. About 4 or 5 cop cars just swoop down. Just being outside, period. They're on you. And I never experienced anything like that in all of my time in Florida. I never got stopped that much by the cops in 2 months of being in Jersey than in all the rest of my life.
Right. That's right. You know, I used to live in Newark, man. I you know, and back in like '86, I was in high
That's
school.
shocking.
And when in Newark, I came from the Bronx to Newark, and I thought Newark,
right?
There were still like places that looked like they were burnt from the '68 riots, man. Still there. That's what it looked like to me. It was like a culture shock to me. You know, and I lived in a high rise, and and they had like a sister high rise, right, on the other side. But in the middle of us, there was a 7th Avenue Projects.
You said you came from the Bronx, and Newark was shocking to you?
Yes,
because I've heard Bronx is pretty torn up, man.
No, well, not like Newark. Like that shit was good. That looked like good. Look at Cabrini Green. That's what the 7th Ave looked like, man. The 7th Ave projects looked like. They had to demolish that shit, man. Seriously. I mean, they had boarded up windows, you know. And I was going to a Catholic school, man, for 1 year. That was the worst experience of my life, almost, you know. Where I used to have to wear, like, you know, like a dress shirt, slacks, whatever, every day, right? and I used to have to walk through the projects, and I'm from the projects, man. I'm from Edenwald, man. If you ever look at the 41 crew, man, you can Google that, man. All my schoolmates and kids I grew up with, they got Fed charges, man. Spending like 17 to 20 plus years in prison, right? But the thing is that I've never seen stuff like this, man. I'm from Northeast Bronx, so it wasn't like crazy, but I've never seen anything like that. That beat the South Bronx out to me, you know. Seeing boarded up windows and stuff. Man, no, man. I wasn't used to seeing that. People asking, like little kids asking me, "Hey, mister, give you $1, give me $1 and I was at roller skate for you." I'm like, man, I'm a kid too. I'm big, you know what I'm saying? I'm tall. But the thing is that Newark was like just depleted, like bombed out and depleted to me, man. It looked like scenes from like Detroit, or like a war zone, man.
Like when I used to truck drive and go to Jersey, around Newark even sometimes, because they have it up there where they'll have businesses tucked away in residential areas.
Mm-hmm.
And they got cars parked on both sides of the road, and it's just real stupid. But when I used to go there, it used to be like back in the day when I was watching He-Man, whenever they would switch to the scenes with Skeletor, it would just totally change. The skies look different, and you'd hear the music, da-da, 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 da-da. That's literally how it looked in Newark. It just looked different.
Yes, but see, Medea, I'm gonna tell you, when I was a kid, like when I was very young, and we'd hop on the train, let's say the 2 train, the 5 train, what have you, and go downtown to Harlem. That's where my mother's family, my grandparents used to live there. We would pass by, of course, the South Bronx. Now, during that time, yes, it looked like a moonscape. It looked like Syria looks now. That place really looked bombed out. Because the landlords, they were torching, or they would pay like the local gangs to torch and destroy the property so they get, of course, the insurance money, right? But you would have these kids playing in rubble, man. This shit looked crazy to me. And we'd look out the window like, what? Now, I'm from the Northeast Bronx, right? So, but to pass by the South Bronx to get to Harlem was like, yo, and then when I became involved in union activities, right? For a union named 32E, right? Going and doing, strike lines in the South Bronx. Yo, it was always like crazy. I mean, it looked better. It got to look better. They started building the buildings up and everything, blah, blah, blah. But it was still vastly different from the Northeast Bronx.
And, right. So that was Newark, right? So Bronx and Newark.
Yeah. Newark.
I've been to. Sorry to cut you. I've been to Brooklyn, Queens. I got lost in the Bronx. That was a funny. Well, it wasn't funny at the time, because I felt kind of scared, because when I come up to, I was on the train and I got the wrong train, so I ended up in the Bronx.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously my English accent. So when I was asking the guard at the train station, he was leaning back. It was so funny. He was a black guy. He was leaning back in his kiosk, and I said to him, "I'm lost." When I said that to him, he kind of looked over. He kind of side looked to see if these group of lads. There was about 10 black guys dressed all in black,
right,
to my left. So he looked to his right, and then he just said where I was supposed to go quickly. I didn't understand, and I just turned around and went back down to the train. But he was kind of didn't want the guys to hear my English accent, I think, because I was all. But I don't know. I that was what I thought. but that's the only experience I've had in the Bronx.
Yeah, but you might have, they might have taken you as a mark, man, and as easy prey, because you're lost,
Mhm.
and you obviously aren't from there, what have you, and depending on what what those kids might have been into, so I guess he looked out for you, but yeah, it could be the Bronx. Yeah, I hate to admit it, man. I love, I'm born and raised in the Bronx, man. But the Bronx is wild, man. It
Yeah,
could be
let me ask you, Divine, what's the biggest problem in the Bronx? Would you say it's like the crime, or would you say it's like the lack of
lack
resources being put into it?
lack of resources. And see,
Okay.
the thing is that lack of resources. See, the thing is, people say, "Oh, you got to vote, you got to do this." First of all, we don't even own where we live. We don't.
When
We don't,
stuff starts getting burnt down, all of a sudden black folk own everything.
or did everything right. We get the blame for all
Because
that.
that's all I hear. Whenever there's some protest or whatever and stuff starts getting burnt down, all people start talking about is, why are we burning our own communities? Why are we burning this and that down for, like, we don't own none of that stuff.
We don't own none of it. So the thing is, if we started like thinking, okay, fine, if you ever hear of like Dr. Amos Wilson, God bless the dead, the Blueprint for Black Power, man, that's a very, very important speech. Is on YouTube, actually. It's actually a book too, and he says basically we have to take over our neighborhoods, and we should get together, pool our money together, what have you, and buy the stores back. Because when I was a kid, there were no Korean hair salons, man. There were no and beauty shops or what have you. There were no. 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 It's all black owned, man. All black owned. Barbershops, all black owned. All black owned. Even little mom and pop stores, all black owned. And the thing is that I don't know what happened in the span of 20 some odd years. It just went boom, straight to the Asians, man. Straight to the Asians.
I saw a documentary once, and I'm so sorry I can't remember it. I've been trying to find out what it was for years. It was a long time ago, but it was talking about how it's basically what you're talking about it's not incidental. That they had programs, the government had programs where they had these folks, Koreans, Vietnamese people, East Asian people coming over here and like giving them loans and stuff to get them to start those businesses in black communities.
Yeah.
Because I always found it strange. I was like, if you go into their shops and you see like the pick with the black fist, I'm like, how did they know about what?
Yes.
How did they know about that stuff?
Yes, and
I just thought it was weird.
Yes, and see what's crazy is that I remember seeing a video with this one brother. He was asking this Chinese restaurant owner, because there's plenty of those also. See, it's like in
with
Asia,
the plexiglass.
What? The Lexan, brother. That shit is like Glock proof, AK proof, every kind of proof, right?
Mm-hmm.
But and asked her basically
hold on, please. I'm sorry, Divine Spot. Please hold that thought. That's what earlier I was asking people to type 7 in the chat. Now I may be, what do you call it, shadow bomb or whatever, but here if you look on YouTube, it says 4 people watching now. We have 6 people on the panel. You know what I'm saying? And we have people in the chat. But go ahead, Divine Inspired. Go ahead.
I'm seeing
not correct.
So the thing is that he asked her, he said, well, what can I do? Like, how did you get this business? You just came here. How did you get this business? And she laughed, because she knew that we can't do what they did. You understand how they came, and like Medea said, they were given
They get tax breaks or help. They get loans. They're allowed to get
Yeah.
loans, and they get
Yes.
help.
You can't just come to my neighborhood and open something up just la-di-da like that. You just can't do it. How are you doing that? You know, you have black folks going for loans, man.
It's,
You
it's,
know,
it's,
and it
it's
denied.
serious.
Boom.
It's serious, and you know,
It is.
so in like almost all areas of life, you know what I'm saying? You know, like in the song "The Nature of the Threat" by Rascals, you know, law, religion, sex, sex, politics, and economics. You know, he said something like that. There's another thing I wanted to say. We have the book Medical Apartheid. You know,
Yes.
the woman talk about, you know, the doctor saying, "Oh, I think he's not going to make it," but she made sure the dude will make it. It's just really deep, you know.
Hey, Shaka, I think you are shadow banned though, because I went back to one of your videos and none of your comments were popping up at all, bro. And on a few of them, so maybe you are, man. I don't know.
What
You're
does
a
shadow
dangerous
banned
man.
mean? Sorry, I'm a bit new to that term.
Like he's unofficially banned. Like they do stuff to
Yeah.
mess with your
Why
algorithm.
why they banned him?
Well,
You're
I
a
guess it's an
dangerous
algorithm.
man.
It's an algorithm for some reason. You know, they figured that the content is
Yeah.
not favored. You know, and
Yes,
maybe
and the way they
people
mess with
flag
you,
it.
Shaka, is by deleting your comments like that. It affects your algorithm too, because
Yeah.
the more people comment on your videos and like, then your algorithm go up. You know.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
what
Right,
we're talking
okay.
about here with the practices that these folks have where they
Thank you for that.
fund
Sorry,
other races
Medea.
of
Sorry.
people, where they fund other races of people to come and start businesses in the black community, but they won't give black people those funds to do so.
Right.
That coupled with what we've seen in the past, because like when we look at those old stories about how they came through and just killed up hundreds of black people and destroyed all the businesses and all that type of stuff, we look at that stuff like it was back then, but they aren't like that now, white folks. But I'm always like, black people aren't doing the kind of things now that we were doing back then. So when you see that they're actively trying to prevent black people from doing those same things, when we talk about getting reparations, getting money or whatever, and talking about we have to be of a certain mindset to be starting those, you know what's going to come with that when you try to do that right under these people's noses. And I don't think we like thinking of like the end goal of reparations. You're never going to get all black people to like get on one accord with what to do with all that money. I kind of don't like even talking about this because I'm talking about money that I really don't think we're ever going to get. We're due it. Black folks that do reparations for slavery. For
I hope you will get it.
Yeah, you know, I hope so too. But
Well, you know, they got reparations in California.
No, they didn't get reparations. They have some meetings. You know, they're talking.
They didn't get 25.
Everybody's moving to California.
Yeah.
Hold on, they didn't give them 2,500 for like. You haven't heard about that?
Well, if it's 2,500,
it's a small group. It's not all of California. It's a small group.
But I doubt that. You know, if I have the link,
now you should look. You should look into it because then you can fact check me on that.
You know, I'd rather you share the link because you know.
Because
many people say.
Does anybody? Sorry, chap. Does anybody know how much money we're talking about that people would be getting? Say
There's
per
a book. There's a book. I think it's called The Debt. Somebody made calculation about how much.
Okay, I'm gonna write it down.
It may come up to like 16 trillion or something like that.
Yes, but at the end of the day, you see, we have banks, who
and that's just for slavery.
Yeah,
black folks like Andrea was talking about before with the her father was denied, or grandfather, I don't know, was denied certain benefits that he was due or whatever as a vet. I mean, all black people that went through Jim Crow should get reparations. and all the little other atrocities that happened during
and
that time as
all
well.
these lynchings. You have the book 500 Years of Lynching, and we have the other book Without Sanctuary, showing the pictures. So we have
that was
banks.
horrible. That was a
Yeah,
horrible,
it
horrible
was.
time.
Oh, it
Horrible.
was. They would take
Horrible,
pictures as
man.
souvenirs, take body parts as souvenirs. But the thing
But
is,
you know,
Yeah,
their
you're right.
strategy is to just do stalling tactics and wait things out until people die, and then say, "Well, there's nobody alive that went through that."
yes, exactly. And people who are pardoned way after they died, well, the person was innocent,
Because I bring that up with the slavery reparations thing. That the reparations movement for slavery started in the late 1800s by actual Black people who were enslaved, but every generation of whites kept on denying them until finally they all died out, and now whites just say, "Well, that was too long ago, and there's nobody alive." Yeah, because y'all specifically set it up that way.
Yeah. There's a statue of Emmett Till that was just shown to the public, but the people who killed him, they were found innocent in the court of law. Then they had an interview where they describe how they tortured the dude because they couldn't get charged again. You know what I'm saying?
And yes, they could, though, by the federal government. The federal government could have stepped in and got those dudes, but they never did. They just never did. All the Democrat administrations that they've had since then, they never did. And they just lived out the rest of their lives free.
That's their sense of justice. And the lady, who accused, who got her husband to go at Emmett Till because apparently he would have whistled at her or say some remarks that she didn't like. She just passed away, just like a few weeks ago. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to slavery, right, we have some banks, and most likely insurances as well. But I guess back then the banks were doing a lot of insuring. What they figured is, okay, we're gonna send a few Black people to college. We're gonna send the Black people to some school. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, indeed, the idea of compensation, of justice, of reparation, in their mind, it doesn't sit right. Because indeed, if you talk to some people, say, "Oh, I'm paying anything, I didn't do anything. What you talking about?" But when it's the Jewish people, when it's the Japanese Americans, when it's the Native Americans, that's not a question. And that's the thing. See, earlier, JT was asking why Black people are always at the bottom, right? And I have two links. The first link is the curse of Ham, because we have the Bible and we have the Talmud, because those Hebrew Israelites, they will use the Talmud when it suits them. And he clearly says that because the nakedness of the father was seen, you know what I'm saying? Well, you know what? I'm just going to show it because it has to register. And I have a sister.
But when it comes to getting money, though, that I found out recently that they were paying the descendants of slave owners over in Britain up until like 2015. They were still paying the money, quote unquote reparations or whatever. I mean,
yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Sorry, Medea, to cut you.
I didn't know.
They were giving compensation to this. Sorry to cut you. Are you talking about the slave, the families or the descendants of slave owners that lost out on money during the abolition of slavery?
Because back then, like in Jamaica, when they abolished slavery, really just signed a paper over in England. Black people abolished slavery every damn where that we were. But when they did that, though, they paid all of the former enslavers for the loss of their enslaved people, for the loss of their property, on down to the farthing. You probably never heard of a farthing before. Maybe JTV has. A farthing is like a quarter of a penny.
I'm not that old, but I've heard of the farthing, but I've heard of the farthing is like, it's old money.
And check this out. Here, you have the link there. And I put it again in the chat so people can have it for references. You see, curse of Ham, right? So you do have the biblical passage that we're all familiar with. Noah got drunk, and his son Ham seen his nakedness, and then Noah woke up and found out what happened, and he said, "Cursed be Canaan," right? Now we can see the genealogy of Ham, you know, and he deals with areas populated by black folks. But besides that, we do have the Talmudic or the Midrash Rabbah, all this Jewish literature, right? And he says, that's Noah speaking. Now I can no longer engender the fourth son whom I would have gave the order, your children shall serve, you and your brothers. It has to be Canaan, your firstborn, that they shall take as a slave. And since you have made me incapable, so he's talking directly to Ham. It has to be Canaan, your firstborn. Now you see, it's just so off because it's Ham who saw his father's nakedness. But then when Noah wake up, he says, "Cursed be Canaan." You know what I'm saying? The son didn't do anything. But anyway,
so even in the Bible, even in the Bible, the black man get the blame for everything, basically.
Exactly, but
he wasn't even there. He was sort of outside.
A lot of people are going to try to deny that and make excuses for that. But here, and since you have made
Too real, sorry, I'm not disrespecting your religion, am I? Sorry.
It's not against
my apologies, I'm sorry.
Fact, you know, I didn't write that, you know what I'm saying? It's from the book, The Hebrew Myths. You see, you have the Robert Grave and Raphael Patai, The Hebrew Myths. But anyway, and since you have made me incapable of doing bad things in the darkness of the night, the children of Canaan will be born ugly and black. Also, because you have stretched yourself to see my nudity, the hair of your grandchildren will curl so that it turns nappy and their eyes will be red.
Absolute foolishness.
Yeah, but they believe in it because your lips have joked about my misfortune.
This must have been added after the, you know, this must have been, what do you reckon, Too Real?
It's
Too Real.
Hold on.
Sorry.
That is after.
We shouldn't ask Too Real about that because Too Real is not responsible for that. But here, because your lips have joked about my misfortune, yours will swell. And since you had a lack of respect for my nudity, they will go around naked and their virile part extend ignobly. Now, I have a video where I show that Zion Lex in the thumbnail used some of this Midrash Rabbah to try to argue for the blackness.
Yeah, he did.
Shem.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So they are picking and choosing. He will use that to argue that Shem was black, right? But he will probably reject that when it comes to the curse of Ham. Or maybe he will not reject that, but he doesn't want to say it out loud.
I'm with you.
You know what I'm saying?
They use what works and they ignore what doesn't. Like something that I don't know chapter and verse, but something I memorized from the New Testament back when I was a teenager. Whenever I'd come into contact with whites who would be against reparations, but they would claim to be Christians, I always remembered this. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites. You build tombs for the prophets, you decorate the graves of the righteous, and you say, if we had lived in the days of our forefathers, we would not have taken part with them in shedding the blood of the prophets. So you testify against yourselves that you are the descendants of those who murdered the prophets. Fill up then the measure of the sins of your forefathers. That was Jesus talking, telling them to pay reparations for what they did, for what the ancestors did.
That's insane. Now here, I wrote Black Muslim equivalent of the curse of Ham. There's a sister. It looks like it's a sister who was in the NOI and had a hard time believing me when I said that Elijah Muhammad talked about Joseph put Mary and baby Jesus. And I think I may have said a camel or a donkey, but it's actually a camel. But anyway, and he said, go take them to Egypt, hurry. She was laughing with the people in the background. Then I pulled up the book, you know what I'm saying? Because I have it on my website and I showed the citation. But anyway, she asked me, how many times you're going to play that Farrakhan clip? Sister, please don't ask me this question. People go to church, they read the Bible passages so many times. Nobody said, how many times you're going to read the Bible passage? People go to the mosque, they have the same prayers, the same movement. People don't say, how many times you're going to do this? So, sister, I did not reply to the comment, but please don't ask me this question. But for the record, it's only going to be 3 minutes long. Listen to Farrakhan teaching that Black people are marked and disfigured.
So Shabazz was not permitted to stay in that area, so he took his family into the jungle of East Asia, which we now call Africa, to make a people close to nature. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of kinky hair, because we didn't have kinky hair prior to that. The hair on our head was like the hair on our eyebrows. the hair on your eyebrow is straight, the hair on your head is not the same as the hair on your eyebrow. But the hair of every other people is the same as their eyebrow. Your eyebrow straight, your hair something different. Wouldn't you like the hair on your head to be as straight as the hair on your eyebrow? That's why you so busy frying it. That's why you so busy pulling it. Because your nature tells you that the kink I mean, you know, with I'm black and I'm proud, we got to learn to be proud of kinks. Because most of your family of other black people on the earth, jet black. They didn't have no broad nose and thick lips and kinky hair. They were dark-skinned people, jet black. But they had straight hair, a thinner lip, a thinner nose. But we are marked as a different kind of black person. And we were rejected and despised, not only from the circle of the gods, but we were despised and rejected by all the other dark people of the earth. This is why today black people with kinky hair and broad nose and thick lips are rejected in every society. I want you to hear me well tonight. Yes, sir. Why are we rejected? Because the essence of beauty is in obedience and submission to God. And the essence of ugliness is when you rebel against God. And when you rebel against God, in your rebellion, you are marked with a certain mark of your rebellion, which is the disfigurement of your internal self, which manifests in the disfigurement of your external self. And this is why when you look at our people, wherever we are found on the earth, you find us either disfiguring ourselves physically because we are disfigured on the inside because of rebellion.
For the record, you have the link to the video where the sister is asking me, as you can see on the screen, how many times are you going to play Minister Louis Farrakhan's speech? You know what I'm saying?
Right, 2401.
So I am mad at her, but to answer the question that the brother JTV asked, why are black people always at the bottom? You see in the Curse of Ham, they make excuses for it. You see the Farrakhan speech, they make excuses for it. They don't criticize it.
Hey, Shaka, what was he referencing when he was saying that?
He's talking about
that's teaching in the NOI.
Yeah,
that's the national.
I mean, is he referencing like, because that's none of what he just says in the Bible. So that's what I'm trying to.
No, but check this out. Check this out. I wrote Black Muslim equivalent of the Curse of Ham. You see?
Oh, okay. So that's coming out of Islam. Because I don't know nothing about Islam. I ain't gonna lie.
That's
you won't find that there's racism in Islam, but you won't find the specific story that he just broke down in it. I mean, everybody knows that these guys they're not like
Orthodox
Muslims. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So they added their own thing.
That's what Elijah Muhammad thought.
Oh, okay.
Now, the way he worded it is not exactly how Elijah Muhammad worded it, but you find that in Message to the Black Man, for example. As a matter of fact, now that we are, on the topic, I can show you other quotes from Elijah Muhammad, because those guys, they call that supreme wisdom. What you heard, they call that supreme wisdom. You ask that Bichas Sanetta, he would not criticize that. You ask that Bichas Reggie, he would not criticize that. Now, for Nation of Islam members to make excuses for it, I understand. That's their doctrine, you see. But for some people to claiming to be down for Africa, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, here for the record, Elijah Muhammad teachings. You see, I'm sharing the link in the chat. This is what Elijah Muhammad wrote. He actually said it. We have the audio because it was a speech, and they put that in the book, The Theology of Time, page 92. You will never be able to convert me. No, because you should first do like the preacher in the jungle of Africa and Australia and other far off Pacific islands. Preach to the savage to hide his nakedness. This is the first preaching we give to a savage, to cover your nakedness. And I remember back then, the Punk-ass Amara squad, when I dealt with this anti-African and anti-black teaching, and they got the beach-ass sucker called Heru, who was a church-going 5%er. Make that make sense? He's a guy who claimed to be a 5%er, but he admitted that he used to go to church. And Saneda bought that little bitch on his one of his videos as well, you know, because he was going at the 5%ers, and you know he liked the controversy of people going at each other and all that. You know what I'm saying? So even one day that young bitch ass Heru, who made a video labeling me a homosexual because we were on the phone with Unc, and he was like, you know, he worked with everybody. I asked him, would you even work with homosexual? He said yes, you know, and I found that amusing, knowing that, you know, in those belief system, they're not supposed to be down with homosexuality. So his get back was to make a video, which is still online, labeling me homosexual. I mean, that's how those guys work. But anyway, one day he quoted from Marcus Garvey, where Marcus Garvey would have said something similar. I mean, that's how far they go. Like Pum Pum Smash, he's wrong about the Hyksos being fake, you know, and now he's moving the goalpost talking about the Hyksos were just rulers. Those guys can never be wrong, particularly when it's about the discussion that they have with a non-FBA person. They are xenophobic. Bitch as Bobby Banger is, bitch as Smash Walker is, bitch as Butler Reggie is, bitch as Saneda is. But anyway, that being said, he also wrote in the same book, The Theology of Time, we don't consider Africa's people of the jungles anything for us to follow or be taught by. If you're not civilized, you can't lead a civilized person. And page 92 to 93 of the same book, Elijah Muhammad said, and it is written also, once again, you can go on YouTube and type The Theology of Time, you will hear it. If you tell me to go to Africa, I will go there, but don't tell me to go there to be civilized. I'm already civilized, and I'm ready to civilize Africa.
I'm guessing he got this from Fard.
Well, he claims that he got that from Fard, but you know,
because what does Elijah Muhammad know about black folks in Australia or Pacific? And what did he know about any of that?
Well, we know that he received $3 million from Gaddafi during his lifetime, and he wrote about that in the newspaper, Muhammad Speaks. So of course, they would tell you he was alone, as if they paid the money back. And we know that, you know, there were some Japanese people who were anti-Americans, you see. We heard about that Texan guy, the Texas oil tycoon, you know, was it a Hunt? You know what I'm saying? So there's influence from all around. Before the NOI, there was the Ahmadiyya movement where they used to talk about the Mahdi, you see? So we also know that we have the picture of Ku Klux Klan members sitting at the Nation of Islam meeting, and Malcolm X talked about, you know, them meeting, you know, the NOI and the Ku Klux Klan. You know what I'm saying? So that's what happens when you're a black person and you believe that you are Asiatic. You know, because they've been talking about the Asiatic. Yeah, go ahead, Sister Andrea. Go ahead.
So I have two questions on the religious front, and you know, so okay, so if the Hebrews believe that the Bible is about black people, right? Then how did somebody determine that black man Ham was somebody who originated from Africa, and that's how come they're cursed? I don't understand that. How did they come to that particular conclusion of all the countries around the world? It's just those black folks from Africa.
Sorry, sister, they don't claim that Ham originates from Africa. They don't claim that. Because if you read the Bible, Ham is the son of Noah, and so we may not have a specific geographic location for Noah because he comes before Abraham, if I'm not mistaken, and Abraham will be about 2000 BC. But I think when they talk about the Garden of Eden, they talk about the rivers that pass through, and you have the Euphrates River, so that will be somewhere around, you know, Mesopotamia or something like that, you know. So I don't think the Euphrates goes to Africa, but I may be wrong on that. So yeah, feel free to Sister Andrea.
But that's why I was asking, how did they come to the conclusion that Ham had to represent people from Africa and from a certain part of Africa? It's not all of Africa.
That's because of the genealogy, but that's
yeah,
because they wanted to.
Then my second question would be then, since white America is claiming the scriptures to be theirs, Noah and them supposed to be white people, how did Ham wind up black and it's supposed to be a white Bible? I'm trying to figure that part out. How did Noah?
How did a black come from white?
Yeah, how did Noah have a black son? If white people say it's their Bible, this is where we came from, and this is what we believe.
I think I know.
How do you? I'm just trying to figure that out. You know, that's why.
I remember the film
because he cursed. Hold on, because he cursed his descendants, and that's why it says, "Cursed be Canaan."
Yeah, but I'm just saying. But how did he become black?
Yeah.
When
Once again,
when it's racism, it doesn't have to make sense.
Yeah. First of all, it doesn't have to make sense. But if you read, the article right there, you have it in the chat there. You have Noah laying down the curse. You know what I'm saying? So
that Noah cursed him to be black. That's what you're saying?
Yes.
They used to say that we had tails.
But where did it?
World War I, World War II, they used to say that we had tails.
Yeah, but where did the blackness come from? Is my question. This is a question I would ask for white people, since they say that the Bible is theirs and that the scripture is theirs. How did Noah come up with a black son named Ham? Since all these people are supposed to be white to them, right? Jesus is white. Everybody's Santa Claus white. Everybody's white.
Check this out, Andrea. This is here. See that's the Bible part. That's the subversion. You know what I'm saying? They will have the hardcore version, right? And that's what maybe you were not there when I read that one, but this is what they call Midrash Rabbah, Bereshit Rabbah. This is rabbinic literature or exegesis of the Bible, the Torah.
They say that's their divinely inspired interpretation.
Exactly. And we have three rabbis, R. Joseph, R. Huna, and R. Shiza Bar Abba, who comment on the assault on Noah committed by Ham. Ham actually assaulted his father Noah. I mean, it goes deep. Some people argue that Noah actually did something to his father, something crazy. Because when we read here, it says that's Noah who says, "Now I can no longer engender the fourth son whom I would have gave the old." Some people argue that Ham may have done something with his mother, or that Ham may have done something to his father. So your children shall serve, and you and your brothers, it has to be Canaan, your firstborn, that they shall take as a slave. And since you have made me incapable of doing bad things in the darkness of the night, see, that's the clue. You made me incapable of doing bad things in the darkness of the night. The children of Canaan will be born ugly and black. So that's the curse that Noah laid on his own descendants. And he said that the children of Canaan will be born ugly and black. Also, because you have stretched yourself to see my nudity, the hair of your grandchildren will curl so that it turns nappy and their eyes will be red. Also, because your lips have joked about Also, because your lips have joked about my misfortune, yours will swell. And since you had a lack of respect for my nudity, they will go around naked and the virile part extend ignobly. So that's the explanation as to how they turned black.
Whenever it's like an end of the world scenario in the Bible, or even if the characters just think it's the end of the world, but it's really not, it's always followed by some nasty story. Like when they destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, and then Lot had sex with his daughters to repopulate the earth.
Yeah, but my point is, most Christians are not reading what you read, Shaka. They're not reading that. Because it's not in the Bible.
But many Jewish people do read that, and they do know that.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
You can find similar stuff though with Christians when it comes to like the Mormons. The Mormons taught the same thing about black people having cursed skin and whatnot because of Canaan and blah blah blah. So that's a sect of Christianity where you can find that.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if they're using that particular text what Shaka just read.
It can't be a coincidence. It's got to be some relation where they came upon it or whatever and got the idea,
Yeah, but I'm just saying overall, for white Christians who believe that the Bible is exclusively white people, I'm just wondering how they could, you have to answer that question. How did he become black? Because I guarantee you, most people don't even know about that part in the Talmud. Shaka, they don't know that's what these Jewish rabbis are saying. They don't know that part. They just know what they believe what their Bible to say, as much or little that they read it. Because a lot of stuff they don't even know is in the Bible. Because I can tell people stuff like, that's in there. I didn't know that was in there. That's in there. Yeah, that the one that you claim that you know.
It's true.
Yeah.
But
so
scholars know. Scholars know.
It's
Yeah,
all about
but
convenience. I mean,
mhm,
you know, the Egyptians come from Ham, but if we're talking about good things, they're white again.
mhm,
But if you're talking about bad things, black. It doesn't have to make sense. It's all about convenience for them folks.
yeah. But I do try to question them on that stuff like that because it makes no sense. I said you guys can't have it both ways. You
Well,
can't
the
one
reason
minute
they
say
get away
Jesus
with
is
it, though,
white.
the reason they
Go
get
ahead.
away with it is because that came before the separation. And it tells you where the people of Ham would inhabit, you know, and so they drew the conclusion that it was black people, but it doesn't never say that these are black people in the Bible. So
No, it doesn't. So that's what I'm
it
saying.
doesn't say these are white
They have
people
to
either.
explain that. Yeah, but I'm saying white Christians will believe that that Bible is for white people and
Yeah.
white people only. That every character in that Bible is white. They don't, you know, so because Jesus wouldn't wind up being white through if they weren't white, Jesus couldn't be white,
They
right?
usually at least give us Simeon, the guy with the name of a monkey.
The guy who
Isn't
held the
it?
cross of Jesus before he was
Oh
crucified,
no.
right? Is that the one?
Hey,
Simeon, one of
the white
Jesus'
men are
followers
taking
or
away the
whatever.
black women.
But you know, I think there's a mention of Paul talking with
The
some
ones with a lot of
Ethiopian,
money, and the ones
you
the
know.
educated ones, the ones that are really
But,
clever.
but really, like American Christians or white Christians worldwide, they don't claim that the Bible is for white people only. They don't claim that. They claim it's for everybody. You know.
The slavery part was for us.
Yeah,
Yeah. Well,
no,
they have a slave Bible. You know. A modified Bible, you know what I'm saying? Slaves obey your masters, you know, but other parts were not there, you know what I'm saying? I mean, what they did even, yeah, go ahead, sister.
when you question them about the color, though, they don't shy away from that. I mean, you know, you say it's for everybody. So okay, so y'all oppressed us, and you were white, and now you're saying that this white Jesus that y'all come up with is supposed to relieve us of our oppression, and he came from you. That's what you're saying?
Well, you know,
oh, sister, Jesus loves everybody. Jesus died for everybody.
You know, sister, a lot of Christians will say those were not Christians who practice the slave trade. So many times I heard that in my life. No, they were not Christians. They proclaim to be Christians. They used to go to church. They had the Bible, but now conveniently, people today would tell us, "Oh no, those guys were not Christians." Just like when we talk about the sub-Saharan Arab or Muslim slave trade, they say, "Oh no, those are not Muslims." The Muslims are not supposed to say that. But some people would say that, you know,
the famous comments that Farrakhan made that always gets taken out of context. That's what he was saying. Like they always say that he said that the Jewish religion is a gutter religion. It was a whole thing that he said where he was talking about Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, and he was talking about atrocities that were committed by Christians, by Muslims, and he kept on saying, but it wasn't committed by, you know, real Christians. Basically, it was they weren't practicing Christianity. They were practicing a gutter religion, and that's how he went about it with each case. But they always just take it out of context and say that he called the Jewish religion a gutter religion.
It's possible that he said that, but Farrakhan has been capping for the Muslims for the longest. You know what I'm saying? Once again, he said there was no. Yeah, he said there was no genocide.
It's an old excuse, is all I'm saying.
Yeah. But he said there was no genocide in the Sudan. He said there was no slavery in the Sudan. I mean, he goes against reality, just like with the situation with Malcolm X and the so-called wives of Elijah Muhammad. He lied to the whole world. And once again, in Tebi's called Malcolm X 28 years later, what really happened. And he brings those so-called wives and said, those are the wives, you know, give those women their dues. But 28 years earlier, they were prostitutes in their own newspaper. So when they say, oh, this rapper's talking about bitches and hoes, you know, hey, they used the term prostitute. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know.
Money went to his head.
It's not just the money, brother. He consistently vilified Malcolm X way after his death, just like he has done with Khalid Abdul Muhammad.
But everybody knows that he hated him.
He was jealous, of course, you know what I'm saying? But he's not the one who hated him. Most, or let's say many, Nation of Islam members don't like Malcolm X. Dr. Wesley Muhammad, he's on tape saying that, you know, I forgot who he was talking about, but he said, you know, he wasn't bamboozled like Malcolm X. He labeled Malcolm X being bamboozled. You know what I'm saying?
Malcolm X was one of the greatest orators ever in the black community, a great orator.
They hated Malcolm because he was Shaka before Shaka was born. He was calling them on
Shaka
their
cloned.
Uh,
He's reincarnated.
Well, I wouldn't go
Malcolm
that
X.
far, because they're gonna say,
I'm
"Oh,
just saying it's a similar thing.
You can tell 50 Frankie. Oh, he mentioned Professor James Moore. Oh, no, they're saying no, he is Malcolm X reincarnated. You know what I'm saying? Always deflecting about him protecting the child.
He's
molester,
watching. He's watching.
Yeah, he's watching, but you still a bitch, Sanada. But yeah. That being said, to real, if you want to speak, feel free.
Oh no, I'm just listening. I was just saying to Sister Andrea, that story it comes before the separation. So once the separation happens, it talks about where they inhabited, and it talks about how the land of Ham was a hot place. So they figure in their head when they're writing the Talmud that this must be the black people, because the Talmud doesn't come till the 3rd century AD or sometime around then. So this is way after, we have the stories. So that's just their interpretation. I do feel like Shaka's right. Like a lot of Israelites do use a lot of stuff from the Talmud. I wouldn't use anything out of it because it's some racist, opinionated, none of that's in the original scriptures. So, so it's just their interpretation. I feel like,
and the sad part about it is they talk about y'all's body part and then they get all bent out of shape, or that women want y'all, right?
Hey.
I'm just saying, they cursed your body part, right?
Yeah.
When women want your body part, then it's we got to keep them, them ninjas away from our women because we curse them with that body part. It's just so stupid. It's just mind-boggling.
All it is because that was a feature that they're not used to or whatever, and because of the whole racism thing, they're gonna paint that as ugly. With their statues and paintings that they have of themselves, they don't paint themselves that way. They have their standard of beauty, and if you don't fit that, you're ugly. So that's just I mean, you can go down the list with that stuff. The lips thing, but they're getting their lips injected with collagen.
Yeah.
You can go down the list with it.
Yeah, everything they hated about us, they want
curly,
the color.
Curly hair.
They want the color,
and some of them, they do surgical procedures, so that their members get their part can be elongated, shamefully elongated.
This is why I tell folks that racism. I've been saying this for a couple of decades now. Racism is not based on hate. Racism is based on a sick attraction to African people. It more so aligns with the term malice.
Well, I won't call it attraction.
It's an attraction because they can't leave us alone. It's an attraction, just like pedophiles or whatever. It's a sick attraction. They're only attracted to us to do harm, basically.
Fatal attraction.
Yeah, but what do we do? When I say we, I mean we as a people. We're loving it. Who's making all the excuses for all the stuff that happened to us? I mean, it is black people. It is this Hebrew Israelites. It is this black Muslims.
I mean, at this point, we're talking about black folks that's gone.
Yeah, but unfortunately, that's the majority of black folks because the majority.
Hey, but Shaka, the most people doing the most black people doing the harm in the community, they were brought up Christian. But these people don't care about no God, man. They don't care about that conversation.
Christian and Muslim, but the thing is this: you see, a religion doesn't make people good. It's up to people's behavior and
right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like I don't think it has nothing to do with the religion because at the end of the day,
they're taught to hate themselves.
It's it's like the experiment they did.
Well, actually, religion plays a part because some people do believe in that curse, the curse of Ham or curse of Canaan. So they feel inferior. So for them, the life of a black man has less value than the life of a white man. So they've been very quick.
Yeah, but see, that's Shaka. That's that's something that you got to get educated on your own. We can't. You know what I'm saying? You got to come out that there's nothing that we can do as a community to help you with that.
There's an old joke that Chris Rock had. There's an old joke that Chris Rock had about how every Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard or whatever is like the most violent street in the black
In
community or
America.
whatever. But now he tells the joke with irony because Martin Luther King was about nonviolence. But I've always felt that it made sense because that nonviolent movement thing, the whole premise of it, if you saw, like, these people used to practice this. They used to have white folks that would come in before they started doing the marching. They'd have white people that came in that were supposed to be like allies, and they'd have the white folks there calling them names and spitting on them and hitting on them and whatnot, and they were being taught to just take it and don't fight back. And then they go out into the real world to do the marching, and they take all kind of abuse and do nothing back. To me, you're teaching black people to put other people's well-being above their own. That it's
that's from the Bible.
Okay for
on the other cheek. That's from the Bible.
Violence.
That's Jesus teaching.
Yeah.
It makes sense to me. You're saying that violence against black people is okay. You think that you're saying that, well, we're only saying it's okay for such and such reason, but how do you really contain that fire of just teaching black people that it's okay for them to go through violence?
But once again, you see Tazariak, who apparently, according to Christian P. Harris, has a cousin who was a child molester, so it looks like it runs in his family. We heard what Apostle Zuquan said about his mother and grandmother. One of them was like 12 or 14 when she married an adult. But that being said, Tazariak is criticizing and insulting Martin Luther King after his death. You see. But Martin Luther King was following the teaching of Jesus. Tazariak is supposed to follow the teaching of Jesus, but Tazariak doesn't have any foundation. His Bible is not the foundation, because the panel where he appears so often, his brother, Sanada, runs it, and Sanada said that the God of the Bible is a bipolar mother effer. I mean, those clowns really, what they're after is vagina and money. That's all.
I'm not really making a critique of Martin, but I do wish that those folks back then that created that movement would have made it clear that it was the timing had a lot to do with it, basically.
Yeah, but hold on, Afemi.
Yeah.
Now, some people said that Dr. Martin Luther King had security, and some of them were packing.
Yeah.
Some people would say that. You see.
Yeah.
So we have some footage where he was being mistreated, but at some point, I think he had some good people around him. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But
no, I'm just saying, I wish some folks back then would have made it more clearer to black people that this wasn't a practice to adopt for all times, that it was because black people had always protested against mistreatment by whites. Always. There was never a time when black folks just accepted it. The only reason that we saw some cosmetic changes at the end of the 60s and onward was because it was the first time that stuff got caught on camera and got shown to the whole world. That's all. They didn't know how to, it was the first time that it happened. They didn't know what to do with that.
And they had results.
Yeah, they put out their videos of black folks just walking and singing hand in hand, just wanting to be treated right, and a bunch of white people, including cops, setting dogs on them and hitting them, beating them, and
by the police,
it looked real terrible to their image.
By civilians, by the police, and regardless of the method.
Same thing happened with South Africa in the late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Think about what would have happened if, and what they're not thinking about is, think of what would have happened if we would have took up guns and tried to fight back in them days.
We would have exterminated them.
Yeah, we would be gone.
Yes.
So what he did, did put us in the position that we in now. And they're not appreciating that. He taught self-preservation.
They appreciate child molesters.
What I just specifically said was that I wish that those folks back then had explained that.
Yeah, I agree with you.
That method had to do with the times back then.
Right. Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying that we should go out and go try to start a physical war with guns with these people or anything like that. I'm just saying that kind of thing, a nonviolence one way only movement, because it wasn't really a nonviolent movement. There was a lot of violence in it. It just wasn't black folks committing the violence. Right. That happened twice, as far as I can see on the planet. America in the 60s, South Africa in the late 80s, early 90s.
In India with Gandhi.
I'm talking about black folks though.
Oh, okay, I get you.
But they are.
Yeah, we
funny,
most of our history, we always fought back.
It's funny. It's okay for other people to brutalize us, draw for the guns. Do you remember that white kid shot 3 people? I think he
During the
killed
protest.
one.
Yeah, he was
The
underage. I think he
protesters.
was 17. Yeah.
Yeah, and he was walking out with his AR-15
With some
assault rifle. Yeah,
Yeah.
young kid, and they walked up to him. You know, there wasn't no gun butt, there wasn't no wrestle to the floor, there weren't no gunshots busted at him. He was taken care of. Apparently, they even took him out for McDonald's. You know,
like that Dylan guy, they gave him some sandwich as well. You know.
Yeah, you talking about Dylan Roof. Dylan Roof.
So
yeah.
what I'm saying is like they want to play. You know, it's just ridiculous because how much more? It's okay for them to do it. It's just it's sad. I'm not condoning violence. Because
you don't have to explain that. That this is like this is a thing that they do where they try to teach us that you know, we using violence somehow invalidates our cause.
Right. But we got to because that's what they're doing to us. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Now they wanna brutalize us. They wanna kill Martin Luther King. They wanna kill our brothers and sisters. They, you know, so it's okay for them to do it. They are disgusting set of people, right? And as soon as you give them the same medicine, they don't like it.
I remember seeing a report a couple years back about their drone bombings, the American government's drone bombings overseas. And they were talking about 90% of the people that get killed by the drone bombings are innocent civilians.
Yes.
Yeah.
9 out of 10.
They kill the
that
most.
Means nearly everybody
people.
that they're killing are innocents.
Yeah.
Even the terrorism, they're going about the terrorists. They're the biggest terrorists in the world. There's no one more terrorizing than them.
But
Which president dropped the most, used the most drones? Which president did that?
Barack Obama. Apparently, Barack Obama killed the most children in history. Look, the
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, that's just government at the end of the day. You know, they're all puppets. You know what I mean? They just do what they're told to do. But yeah,
the plan
Barack
is to
Obama used
exterminate the black man, and he mustn't say
Barack
anything,
Obama used the most drones, man. I mean, we got to be honest. You know what I'm saying? He was the one that okayed it. I mean, yeah, the generals, they're gonna do what they need to do to win the battle.
Barack Obama, like these presidents aren't really in charge of stuff.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, they're just
there's a round
following
table.
orders, basically.
Yeah,
there's people behind the scenes that run.
This puppet man. Oh, I mean, not from nothing. Yeah, but you know, America pulled out of the War Crimes Tribunal. You know that, right? So
I didn't know that.
Really?
Yeah, so we're not over here. The government here doesn't answer to anyone. As far as
it's true because the UN said no to the war in Iraq because of the so-called weapons of mass destruction. America's like F the UN, you know, we're going
Do
anywhere.
you remember?
You know?
Do you remember Tony Blair? Tony Blair.
Had to answer after, but
yeah.
You know, just
Tony Blair, the biggest war criminal in the history, right? Tony Blair, and he gets about £100,000 per interview. So what Farrakhan's getting is small change. There was a doctor, or there was someone
that prime minister. But keep going, brother.
Yeah, sorry, he was the Prime Minister of England, Tony Blair, and that was George Bush at that time. The war on terror. So there was a mass weapons of mass destruction was not found. They destroyed Iraq. That was led to the rise of the ISIS, one of the most dangerous groups ever but they were funded by the same people, the Americans, just like the Taliban. The Taliban was supported by America to fight the Russians.
Yes.
And there you go. So but there was a guy. He mysteriously died in England. They found him in the woods. He had hanged himself. There was no, so England are dangerous. That's why we got Putin there. He knows what they're up to. All these worldly, like Putin especially. That's why I don't really want him to go. Sorry about that. Sorry to all the Ukrainians. He should have let us on the train. But the problem is, he's not having it. He's not having these people.
And the Chinese president as well. They're the two main
the
blocks.
Chinese. Well, you're saying the Chinese now. The Chinese on the aeroplane, they got pictures of black people as monkeys. They think of us as monkeys, right?
Oh, that doesn't
we don't
surprise me.
exist.
I mean,
to some of these people.
Russia. I'm saying it's not very black people friendly. What I'm saying?
No, but
because
you know what? I know.
yeah.
I understand that. I'm not supporting that. But you know what? We say that they're not friendly, but I don't remember. I don't see them in the history books of enslaving black people. I know for a fact that the English done it. The Portuguese, when them sailors went down once they found about the trade winds, because it was all about the trade winds. You couldn't pass the Cape of Good Hope. All the ships used to disappear along. That's one of the most treacherous seas in the world. Also, another part of the treacherous sea is above England in the North Sea, where the Vikings come from, right?
No,
the Portuguese found out.
I hear your brother about slavery, but the things that black people in Russia, they will not necessarily be safe. They face a lot of racism and attacks, and there's some
but I face racism here. I face racism here.
But attack, like some black people were living.
I don't
in
know
Russia.
about that.
Oh, I know about that because I read the article. I don't remember the name of the guy.
Well, they must do. Actually, Shaka. Hold on. We are black people and we're living in their country. Why?
But it's white people.
We shouldn't be there.
Hold on. White people live in black people's country. They don't get mistreated in attack. You see what I'm saying? Because
no, we give them. We let them.
The guy is an author of a book about Pushkin. So if people want to charge me, I can look up the name. And he talked about he had to organize with fellow black people to do some self-defense situation. You know what I'm saying? So that being said, the track record is not the same as other Western countries, but a lot of Russians.
I know. I'm not saying that they're not. I work with Russians. I'll tell you what happened with me. I worked for a Russian company, right? I was working with the Russian guy, Shaka, and because they like me so much, they gave me a job to work with them. So I tell you what, I done the job, and it was a really nice number. Done the job, and the guy after Yuri, he come up to me in his long leather jacket, the Russian style, with his 4 bouncer guys with him, and he passes me an envelope with my money in it, right? So I got my money. So he goes, Jade. Oh, thank you for your services for working with 555. You're the first black man to ever work for 555 and the last. So, I know what these people are like, but what I mean is, Shaka, sometimes what are the black people doing there? They say that they're studying. The studying we should all be going to Africa to study as black people. The best university should be in Africa. We should all be traveling there, right? We've got African people.
But it's not the case. I'm sorry to cut you off, but it's not the case. People can not necessarily afford, to have some good education. It's the same with Tunisia. Those guys are not there over there because they love the landscape over there. It's for studying. The same with Morocco. Morocco also, they're very negrophobic over there. A lot of killing. That's not all of them.
Everywhere. But why go there? You know what the place is like, and you go there.
But check this out. You will have a lot of Ethiopians and Eritreans who go to Dubai and other countries in the Gulf to be made, and they get mistreated. Their passports are taken. Some of them being raped, sexually abused.
So why go there? Why let them in our countries?
Bro, they go there for the same reason our parents left our home countries to go to the West to find a better life, to have their family. It's a vicious cycle.
Different places, Shaka. Those places will kill you.
I agree, but people go where they can go. People go where they can go.
It's not like just round the corner. I mean, say someone's left from Congo. And I must take my hat off to these African guys. But they travel through the jungles. They travel through the Sahara Desert, right?
Yeah,
We have young men that are capable of doing this.
But hear me out. You see where Syria is. Syrians end up in the Caribbeans, in the French West Indies, to seek
And the
asylum.
Maltese.
And
Yeah.
it's very far away. But because it's easy for them to go through Brazil, you know, to Latin America and then go up to the Caribbeans, they travel that distance. You know, people, you know, they have their communities, they have their roots, their passageway, so they get in where they're feeling. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's easy for us to say, okay, why do they do it? But you know, Senegal, a lot of Senegalese die in the sea because they go on some small boats to try to reach the El Dorado.
Shaka,
you know,
they're
Europe.
shooting the boats down. They're just saying that they
it's not the
they're
case all the
saying
time. Sometimes it's drowning as well. But there's been reports of Moroccan police or army, you know, piercing those speed boats and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But then again, you see the black check this out. The black Muslims ain't going to talk about that. They ain't going to report.
No, I know. But
Just like they
Shaka,
ain't
also
talking
when
about,
you
about
come,
what's going on in Tunisia, you know what I'm saying? So
when
this
the
is a vicious-
migrants land, right? When the migrants land, the white ones are allowed, and they want to send the black ones home. Look at what happened in America with the Haitians. They were running them down with horses, with the news. You know,
we've seen that. But
so
but
they're not doing that to the Mexicans. They're not doing that to other illegal immigrants. We're not the only illegal immigrants. But if we do it to them, they don't like it. But I think we really need to reconsider going to these places.
We don't
for
do it to them.
safety.
We don't do it to them. You see, that's the thing. So
what you mean by that, Shaka? What you mean by that?
What do you see black people mistreating the Mexicans the way Haitians were mistreated? You know.
Oh, you just talking about Mexico? I thought you were talking about how we don't do that to white people. That's what I thought you were talking about.
I would say we don't do that to white people. You know, in South Africa, white people have a town for white people only. They will allow some black people to work in it and, you know, be there during the
But
day.
it wasn't always sweet down there for them.
Well, after years of killing,
well, the Boers, you don't want to mess with the Boers. They're great riflemen.
Like you see, the Nazis after they lost the war, firing squad. But the people in South Africa, what is it? Reconciliation Committee with Desmond Tutu. You know, another Abraham. You know, and there's that guy, Dr. Death, who had so many passports because he was a skilled surgeon. And
he was in Argentina, right?
People, right?
Oh,
he was for a long time over there. Now, people talked about he did this against black people and all that, but he had immunity. You know, what I'm saying they couldn't arrest
one
him.
rule for one. You know, the black.
Yeah, what I'm referring to, Shaka, was when they were killing those Australian New Zealanders, and they were killing them and telling them to get out of the country. All white people.
The Aborigines.
Well, sorry, okay. Mom. If you're talking about South Africa, once again. The Nazi committed atrocities during apartheid. They committed atrocities.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
So when Khalid Abdul Muhammad said, you know, let's be merciful. I give them a timeline, just like hours. You know, Truman or whoever the president of the United States.
No, I'm talking about more recently.
What do you want me to say, brother? I don't understand at this point.
What I'm saying is that they told all white people to get the hell out of here.
Yeah, well, that's talk. That's all talk. Because on the BBC,
they killed them.
Check this out. Well, some white South Africans kill black people too.
No, right? I'm not saying they don't, but I'm saying that we handle our business too.
Well, I don't know if you want to cry for them, cry for them. You know,
you can't cry for nobody.
But the thing is this: they invaded the land. There was a BBC article who said that white people make up 10% of the population in South Africa, but yet they own 80% of agricultural land.
Yeah, the farming.
How did they get that?
Through taking it.
So they took it
from the time, and they don't hire the black people that live there.
So justice was not done. So if
I agree.
Do stuff like that, it's like if in America black people are 10% of the population and black people own 80% of agricultural land, oh man. And all the problem. People and all that, they're gonna use their rifles and do what make it do what it do. Because
I mean, this is the same reason why the pirates are robbing the ships. because the oil companies
They've
don't.
always been doing that.
The
They're
oil
sealing their
companies
fish.
don't employ them. You know, they
Well,
won't
in
employ them.
Somalia,
because they don't benefit, just like in
Yeah,
Nigeria. But the pirates, they're not really doing well now because those people they own, they hire the services of private mercenaries, and we have a
yeah,
lot of footage. When they get close, then they
yeah.
bounce. You know, so that was good for a little while, but now you know it ain't flying no more. That pirate stuff ain't flying no more. You know.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
want to say also the idea that that we like got to get it all together with our behavior before we can make it to where we need to be. Like I've been hearing that type of stuff for years, and I'm always just like, it's never going to reach a point where all black people are behaving the way that you want them to behave. Yeah, that's never going to happen. It's never happened for anybody else. Because I hear the stuff about like money management or crime or whatever. We got to clean that stuff up, blah, blah, blah. When you look at the rise of Europeans from the Dark Ages, when they were economically on the bottom in the world, to where they are now, all you see is an absolute crime wave.
you don't have to go that far. You can just go back to sorry to cut you, just as 1 minute, but come back, please, Medea. Look at Yugoslavia.
Yeah. All you see is like, you can go to Google right now and type in wars in Europe or whatever. It'll give you this long list on Wikipedia of wars going back to BC time. And you can scroll down. It's going to take you a long time. Your fingers probably going to get tired. You scroll down to right around the time when they started doing the slavery stuff and whatnot in 1400s or whatever, 1500s. And you never see that list stop. There doesn't come a point where all of a sudden they stop murdering each other so that they can, come up or whatever. It never stops. Their whole rise is all about crime. It covers the whole gamut: murder, rape, torture, theft. That's all that they did to get where they are.
Exactly.
And even with the money management thing, these people didn't get to where they were because they were thrifty. They were rolling in dough because
The
people
ports
weren't
of
getting paid
Liverpool,
for work.
Barclays
You know what I mean?
Bank.
Yeah, they
Barclays
didn't have to
Bank
worry
used
about.
to insure all the slave ships.
Yeah,
Barclays
I
Bank.
think Lowe's CSB as well. But the thing, they murdered so many women because they accused them of being witches in practicing witchcraft. And they had a lot of torturing devices. You know what I'm saying? And I guess they got bored. Like, man, like in Django, man, we do this all the time. So like, okay, let's go elsewhere and show them how we get down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's all
a
laid
sick
out and mic'd
attraction.
up. But the thing, and that's
Right.
sad. That's sad because a lot of people say, oh, it's personal. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing to anything. You know what I'm saying? I'm black before I'm Christian, or before I'm Muslim. But if you ask them once again, they will put their religion before their color. What has been holding us down is those religion. And then again, I don't ask people to think like me. I'm just saying I want to be selective, and I have the right to be selective. I'm not going against those religion. I have a choice. Do your thing. But those cats now are making excuses for murder, for rape, for theft. And they're siding with our oppressors. And making excuses for our former oppressors. Only black people do that. You
That's
don't
true.
see Chinese people making excuses for anti-Chinese literature. You don't see white people making excuses for anti-white literature. But here we have black people with the so-called supreme wisdom making excuses for anti-black literature that they claim is
Because they've been
divine.
taught to hate themselves.
Because
That's
just like Malcolm X said, who taught you to hate yourself? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But then they have mentality that you have the enemy, that's the white man. Arab people, all of a sudden they're not white. They're I mean we have
it's what's his name described it as like a schizophrenic state with black folks. I'm not a big fan of Du Bois or Du Bois, I should say, because that's how he always said to pronounce it. But he had a famous quote about being a black American or being black is like it's that it was like schizophrenic, basically. Like you have like two warring sides trying to tear yourself apart. Like people don't understand when they hear the term genocide, they think of killing. But when you look at the International Criminal Court's definition of the crime of genocide, it includes what you do to people's minds.
Mhm.
And Black folks are like a walking, talking example of genocide.
Exactly.
Well, it's like Stockholm syndrome also, where you become in love with your captors and with, your abusers. So the thing is that one of the points that Dr. Amos Wilson brought up was that we have to reject all westernized teaching, all of it. And
Well, that's
go
what
back-
Mao taught the Chinese.
well, right, to reject it, right?
But
And
did he sorry, Divine Inspire, did he include religion when he
Yes,
said teaching?
yes, he did.
I guess that's why it's not that popular.
Oh, Shaka, man.
But
and that's not me throwing shade at Amos Wilson. I've listened to many of his lectures. He was great. I haven't read the book Blueprint for Black Power. I've seen the lecture, but he was a great man. But that is what I will call the biggest problem for Black folks worldwide, this Abrahamic belief system, because those people, raped our ancestors. Zayak says he hates Africans as a people because of what they did to his ancestors, but we have clearly well-documented events of what was done to our ancestors by those Asiatics, by those Europeans, but they follow their tradition, their religion, their book, and they just flip the script and do what we call today cultural appropriation by claiming that this is our stuff, and to me, that's insanity. If they want to practice a religion because they love it for whatever reason, fine. But then to try to claim that
Hold on, Shaka. Bro, I came on here diplomatic, bro. You just took a shot?
But brother, I'm not taking a
He
shot
got
at you.
one,
I'm
bro.
not
Crack
taking a
my,
shot
trying
at
to crack
you.
my head,
Fired.
Shaka?
Listen, brother, I'm not taking a shot at you, but I
Hold
have to be real.
on.
What I'm saying
You said
that,
the biggest problem for Black people is the Abrahamic faith.
You did
yes,
say
I know
that,
that's your
Shaka.
opinion. That's your opinion. You're entitled to it, right? And I ain't trying to. But Shaka, you taking shots at me, Shaka?
it's not at you, brother. It's not at you.
I believe in the Abrahamic faith. You telling me I'm part of that?
yeah, but brother, I'm a real one. Do you think that because you believe in the Abrahamic faith, I'm going to say, "Oh, I take that back"? No, you
Yeah.
well, actually, the Abrahamic religion, this is the greatest thing for Black people. Come on, man. I keep it real. That's
Nah,
how
I ain't
feel.
saying it's the greatest, but I don't think it matters.
Oh, I think it matters.
Most of the Black people out here killing each other don't give a damn about no Bible, Shaka.
Yeah, but check this out. Most of the people killing each other, they are either Christians or Muslims. That's a reality.
Yeah, but they're Christians because they were raised. Like that's just what their mom taught
They
them.
are
They
still
niggas don't
Christian
care
and
about. They
Muslim,
buy
and
iced out crosses not because they go to church,
But
Shaka.
check this out. The
But-
people, Black people who are killing each other, they don't have influence in our communities. But those religious people on those platforms, like the Rapo case,
Yeah, yeah.
they have some influence on our people.
Mhm.
First, WAC 100, humiliated Sanetta and Tazariak for some strange reason. He now is about to work with Tazariak so he can have a debate with I don't know who, and who knows, maybe he may end up on 8 and 20.
Yeah, but Shaka, anybody who doesn't know that all the work you've done, Shaka, anybody who doesn't know at this point that whole community is full of shit is a dumbass. I'm sorry to say it.
But we have a lot of dumbass here in the Black community. You know what I'm saying? And we have hold on, brother. We have some scholars, some PhDs who appeared on our platform. You know what I'm saying? Thanks to that punk Butler Reggie. So the thing is that, at the end of the day, we have on tape those guys in the street talking about it's okay to rape a woman.
Yeah.
And she can be even 9 years old.
Yeah.
Where was the uproar? Where was the outrage?
No, I mean the uproar is them niggas need to be locked the hell up.
Yeah, but
hey.
did Professor James Moore speak on that? Did Professor Leonard Jeffries speak on that? Did Dr. Mario Beatty speak on that?
Did he ever get back to you when you messaged him?
Reketti, I mean, he has no public statement, but like I said, when I spoke to him and told him what what Butler Reggie told Sekou, he criticized Sekou, not Reggie. He criticized Sekou, not Reggie, and I'm not down with Sekou because Sekou has no self-esteem. But I disagreed with the xenophobia that was said towards him. for Butler Reggie to tell him, you have no standard in our community. You talk to your people, I talk to my people, you're an outsider. That's horrible to say that. If an African would have said that to an African American, people would have been speaking out and said that's wrong. But ask Professor James Mose, ladies and gentlemen, what he thinks about that. He criticized Sekou on the phone. I'll leave it there. And for the rest, he has no public statement. He knows what I said about my 3-year-old daughter. He knows about those rapists and child molesters over there. He has no public statement. But he told me, if you see wrong, talk about it. He didn't say stop, contrary to many people. You know what I'm saying? But unfortunately, he criticized Sekou. So I'm thinking, I don't know the FBA sentiment or vibe level that he has, because he was doing events with Tariq Nasheed, though he claims that he countered the argument of Tariq Nasheed. But I find it strange that you will roll with somebody that's clearly xenophobic. Xenophobic, and has anti-African, anti-Caribbean sentiments that he has expressed over and over again, to the point of using the term "theaters" to describe non-FBA people. You know what I'm saying? But hey, everybody have their strategy, everybody have their method, But the HOK needs to be destroyed as soon as possible, ASAP, ASAP. Yes. And unfortunately, it is Polite's trial that will ultimately destroy it. Because if it wasn't for Polite's trial, we have all these degenerate people, whether they are Black Muslims of the NOR or Orthodox Muslim or Hebrew Israelites and a few Christians. And I'm talking about those who go on the rape okay, those who make excuses for rape, those who call criticizing rapists and child molesters gossiping. They stop now
Shaka,
because we're talking about it now. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
What is happening with the trial? What is happening? When is he going to be?
September 6th.
What is the situation?
September 6th is a date for the trial.
But I also want to say too, in regards to all this killing and stuff that goes on, in the Christian community. And I don't know how it is for everybody else, but if you believe in Jesus Christ, they actually believe you can do all your dirty, and on your deathbed, you ask for forgiveness, you're going to heaven. So that's what makes people do all kind of stupid stuff, because they don't want to look at it like something that your behavior needs to be checked now. Oh no, let me go, murk 100 people, because I know when I go to jail and I give my life to Christ, just like the thief on the cross, I'm going in.
Exactly.
And that's the sad part about religion. When you think about how they think they can get away with all this stuff, and they're going to wind up through some, gated community, in heaven. It's just mind-boggling.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, like I said though, most of these people that are doing this killing don't give a damn about no Abrahamic faith.
Yeah, but how do you know?
Matter of fact, hold on, because what do they call themselves, Shaka?
Listen. How do you know? Did you ask them?
Yeah. Shaka, I live in the hood, Shaka.
Brother, you ask.
So they don't say they're Christians.
They say I used to go to church when I was younger. Them niggas don't go to church now.
But my point. That's what I'm saying. They could do all their dirty, and I guarantee you, at the last minute, they're going to be reminded of what they was taught or what they thought, and that's going to wipe the slate clean. We going in.
Or
to real.
No, nobody.
Hold on,
okay, go ahead.
I have a question for you, brother.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Did Jesus go to church?
No.
So those gangbanger Christians and Muslims, they are just like Jesus. They don't go to church.
Yeah, but they also don't believe in the faith at all, Shaka. They don't follow none of the commandments. Them niggas don't care, Shaka.
Did you do a survey,
Shaka?
brother?
Shaka, what do they say? What do they say nowadays? What time am I on?
Brother.
They say what time, right? They say I'm on.
Brother, let's ask.
Go ahead, Shaka.
The point that Andrea just made is that they don't have to believe in it. That's literally the point that she just made. You can go through your whole life and live any way that you want.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, brother. They're not thinking. They're not thinking
Christian faith. You can live your whole life any way that you want to, and then at the end, you can just be like,
bro. Nobody's thinking that, bro. Nobody's thinking I can go out here and kill somebody and I'm still gonna go to heaven, bro. Nobody's thinking that at all.
Yes.
Because I live in the hood.
Yeah, but when they go,
I live around my people. I know what my people think.
It's in the
Bible. They're not thinking that.
How many?
Why do they have to actually be thinking that though?
Because then,
real, real.
it's not in their psyche. That's not in they train of thought when they out here killing somebody. Oh man, I'm
How
still
do
gonna go
you
to heaven
know
if I
the
Then
repent.
they
No,
go to
parts of a
jail.
person's
no, they
psyche?
don't care.
Like when it comes to like racism and racist acts that whites commit, you hear a
Yeah,
lot of talk about what they call like unconscious bias and whatnot. They try to tell you that these folks aren't consciously racist, but we
right.
identify the racism not because while they're beating you over the head, they're saying nigga this, nigga that, and whatnot or whatever. Even though that's what the racists require, they tell you, how do you know it's racism then? Because we're following patterns of behavior. They don't have to make the announcement that I am a racist while they're doing that stuff to you for us to know that it's racist. So it's like, okay, with the Catholics, with the molesting of children and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Does that have anything to do with Christianity? Because they're
Not to
doing
my
they're doing that right
not to
there in
my
the church.
knowledge.
Because that's the thing is that they make a separation between the faith and the act of molesting those children as well, even though they're doing it right in the church.
Okay,
So what does it take?
Here it is. Now, Two Real believes in the Bible. We're going to go by the Bible. That's New International Version. You want me to put the King James Version?
Nah, you can use that one. Go ahead. Prove your
Okay.
point, man.
All right. Luke, chapter 23, verse 39 to 43. One of the criminals who hung there hurled insults at him. That's Jesus when he's at the cross.
Yeah.
Aren't you the Messiah? Save yourself and us. But the other criminal rebuked him. Don't you fear God? He said, since you are under the same sentence, we are punished justly, for we are getting what our deeds deserve. But this man has done nothing wrong. Then he said, Jesus, remember me when you come into your kingdom. Jesus answered him, truly I tell you, today you will be with me in paradise. He told him today. He didn't tell him tonight, but he told him today. So he's about to die. He's about to die. He said, Jesus, remember me. So any cat that believes in the Bible can live a life of crime. And then when he's about to get executed, whether it's the gas chamber, whether it's lethal ejection, I don't think they still do the electric chair. Then he's going to say, Jesus, remember me. And then he may hear a voice saying, I'm telling you today, you will be with me in heaven. That's the Bible. I didn't make that up. But
just repent for it, right? Just repent for your sins.
And that's where most, a lot of times that's where they find they get to prison, and then somebody comes and tells them about Jesus. Okay, everything's all fine and done. I'm good. And so you got to look at all that. This is some of the stuff is just convenience. It's out of convenience that people are doing that. It's not so much that they, like you said, they're not believing it. It's just convenient.
Okay, so what y'all saying then is subconsciously, my brother down at the bottom, I can't see your name because I'm on my phone and I got a ugly phone.
Madia or Afimi, you have the choice.
How do you say it? What can I call you?
You could, Joe, man. It don't matter.
Nah. I want to call you what you call yourself.
Nah, it doesn't matter, man. Just Joe.
Joe, brother, Joe.
Okay, brother Joe. You're saying that subconsciously they're doing this stuff, but subconsciously they know that that there's a faith backing them and that they're gonna go to heaven in the end. Is that what you're saying, brother?
I'm saying that.
For me personally,
subconsciously. Because I'm sorry, Afimi. Now it says if you believe in Christ, you will be saved. So even if they don't go to church on a regular basis, they were brought up in a Christian family, they heard the sermons. They heard that. But go ahead.
And I know about that, and I don't go to church like that. Haven't since I was a kid. But I know about that basic teaching right there, that you can do anything you want and then just go and just give your life to God, and it's all good.
Damn, bro. Damn.
And I'd like to interject. Earlier, Divinely Inspired said, repent. That guy didn't even say, I repent. He said, Jesus.
He sure did.
He said, Jesus, remember me. He didn't say, I repent. You know what I'm saying? So the twist, the flip side is that if somebody is non-Abrahamic, he has his own belief or he has no belief, he lives a life of, he lives a good life. He doesn't commit crime. He will be considered a pagan. He will be considered evil. And that's something. An Abrahamic person can live a life of crime, but he's gonna just say, "Jesus, remember me," or he's gonna repent before he dies. He's good to go. Heaven coming his way.
And there's a whole bunch of people in the church, pastors and preachers, ministers and whatnot, that's doing foul stuff. And people
All day.
still will go to the same church and everything because they make a separation between what he's doing and the faith and whatnot, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Yeah, see,
Yeah.
the I'm gonna tell y'all right now, man. In the hood, like where most black people reside, they don't care about going to heaven or hell, bruh. They don't care about
Are
that.
you
That's
sure,
not.
brother?
No, I'm positive, my brother.
Well, let's do a survey.
Otherwise, hold on.
Let's do a survey, brother. 'Cause
Okay,
I
let's do it.
disagree.
Shaka, I'll go out in my streets, man, and ask them, hey, bruh, do you be reading the Bible? You care about going to heaven and hell? Watch some niggas say, man, I don't care about that. I want to get some money. They're gonna say, I want to get some money, Shaka.
Please do that. I want to see that. Take your
Okay,
mobile
all right,
phone
we gonna
and
do it,
that.
Shaka.
You know, and just asking that same question you asked.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask
care-
them, do you care about going to heaven and hell, bro?
Okay, all right, okay. Well,
Okay,
please
and
do
let's see what they say.
Please do it with 10 people, right?
All right.
That should be quick.
That's
you
a
know?
bet.
All right, okay. I'm
Okay.
waiting.
Now let now let me say this, Shaka. Let me say this, man. Most people, they care about that, like these culture that they pushing, right? Is I'm on demon time, Shaka. It's not I'm on Jesus time. I'm on demon time. Because they don't care about, going to heaven, bro. They don't care about
That's a lie, brother. You know what?
Why is
Because
that?
those people who be talking about doing all this crime,
Yeah.
right? The people who talk about it publicly the most are rappers. See,
yeah,
the average person ain't gonna go online and say, "Oh, I did this crime and that crime." The rappers and the rappers, they say, "What? Lord, God forgive me, Lord forgive me." You know what I'm saying? And they have all those Abrahamic references talking about God and be forgiven. You know what I'm saying? About accept me in heaven. I mean, there's so many lyrics all over. They do, and they have the Jesus peace. They have the cross. So yes, they do believe it, and they do want to go to heaven. That's why.
Hey, and just
go ahead.
And just for the fact they use the word demon, they know there's a counter to that side. I mean, if they're using that kind of language, that lets you know, because then they wouldn't believe in demons either, right? Or say it's demon time. Why use that particular word? There's all these other words out there to describe their behavior, but yet they want to use the word is demon time. Then they know that that's representative of a devil and they're doing something wrong. They know that you're proving your point to real.
Like,
no, I get what you're saying. What I'm saying is that's a slap in the face
every Sunday.
What you say, brother?
White folks enslaved us for hundreds of years, committing all kinds of atrocities against us. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and got up and went to church faithfully every Sunday.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, like, I don't give a damn about white people. I'm talking about my people.
That doesn't matter. I'm saying this people.
Yeah, white people are the most evilest people that ever walked the earth. So that doesn't surprise me.
Commit crimes and go to church. So what does it take? What if a criminal commits what does it take for somebody to realize that the way that people are being brought up, including religion, is a part of the problem?
Now, check this out, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to change the topic because Beach House Filthy Frankie is at it again.
Oh man!
Look at what came up in my feed.
No way!
Look at what came up to me. I live rent free in his mind. Look at this upcoming live stream. That will be actually in you see, it says live in 99 minutes. So that's the dude with 185,000 subscribers. And he wrote Chestnut Checkers, Enki defends Dr. York and Polite.
Huh?
Now, that was then. I would love to see Enki defending York and Polite now. That was then. He's bringing up old stuff. But Sanetta is on tape defending Malachi York. Sanetta is on tape defending several convicted rapists and convicted child molesters. Sanetta is the one that I played earlier who said that he's waiting to put up reports of molestation.
After this whole Polite case go on, and when this shit is over with, I want to see all you niggas. Listen to me good, y'all. Rob on, Garfield, all y'all know who I'm talking about. I want to see all you niggas because I'm gonna be pulling up some reports of molestation in Harlem, in the Bronx, some fresh ones that just went on. I want to see y'all stand up and fight.
So then he wrote, "What you gonna do? Shaka doo-doo. Checkmate. Sanada, fuck you. You're a bitch. Your so-called wife is a whore. She's been shaking her ass and sending her videos, playing with her punani." I have two different people who said
Woof,
that.
woof.
I have one on the panel now who said that he saw her doing more than dancing. You know, I don't need to say no name. I can see he's shaking his head, nodding his head. So, you're a sucker for love. You accuse her of stealing your money. You took her back. And she went on Judas Nasty channel and she blasted you and said that you abuse her.
Yeah.
And Judas Nasty wished death on you and your whole family. He said that he wishes that your daughter gets raped, and you bitch-ass punk bitch made Sanetta and got no smoke for Judas Nasty. You are a piece of shit. The HOK is going down. You are a monkey-ass bitch. Fuck you, Sanetta. Fuck you, you bitch-ass motherfucker. I ain't your homies that you disrespect and come back to you. I ain't built like that. Fuck you. Fuck the House of Consciousness. And stop trying to deflect. You are a child molester defender. You are a rapist defender, and you are still covering for rapists. What did you mean, Rabon Garfield? I'm going to be putting up reports soon. What did you mean? Now, Judah Nasra called you a child molester. Just like Enki called you a pedophile, you accepted Enki's money to allow Enki to come back on your panel, which shows that you are a bitch ass who only care about the money. People can call you a pedophile and give you money. You accept the money and you get the person on your panel. That makes you a straight up fucking bitch. Fuck you, Sanetta. Talk about those child molestation report. Talk about those molestation report. Stop delaying it. You look like a damn bitch. Frenchie is blasting you. Frenchie has blasted you for like 6-7 months to the point that you actually threatened to release my personal information, my home address. That's how bitch made and weak you are. You are a piece of shit. And the monkeys on your panel will not save you. I already destroyed the HOK when I got on your panel. The second time was not even a debate. It was a weighing. You couldn't help but hate, but you couldn't help but rescue your homie and intervene and cut me off for your pimp to Zarya, because you are a beach made like that. And even with that, he was pseudo. Beach ass Reggie is pseudo. He said that Heru is Greek. He said that Ma'ad is a bird. Pum Pum Smash Rockwell is a beach ass pseudo. He said that the Hyksos are fake and that Kush is not in Nubia. I mean, damn near everybody that you run with is pseudo. Ali Mohammed, who showed a fake doctorate degree, you had him doing a debate. He said he's a geneticist. He has no degree in that field. You are a beach ass sucker. You can never mess with me. And you have tried. You have tried. But Frenchie gave you that work. Frenchie gave you the business. So you can go ahead with your Apostle Zuquan, who hates the Hamites, with Tozayak, who hates Africans and celebrate the death of Africans. You can go on with teenager Yara and all the rest of those African haters. You can go on with the Nation of Islam that you've been butt kissing like a bitch ass. You know, you will not even play me you will not even let me play a 3-minute clip from Farrakhan because you are a whore. You are a bitch ass. You don't care about Africans. You don't care about black people. You have no smoke, no criticism for Farrakhan teaching that black people are marked, disfigured, and the essence of ugliness. Now, you said, bitch ass Sanetta, that the same guy, let's do, because you take so much dope that you must have memory loss, right? Remember when you said that about your homie?
How about the mighty fucking Hebrew? This nigga went to jail for rape, dog.
Oh, go ahead.
You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga,
And that nigga back in the community like every. Let's not forget the mighty Hebrew nigga, who you get constantly on your channel, who's on all the Hebrews channel. Don't forget the mighty Hebrew, the bald head nigga, been already incarcerated in prison for molesting a young child. He came home and they violated him again because the nigga was trying to fuck with another child.
Everybody, hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute. Time out, everybody. Time out. Let me say this real quick while you getting your pictures up there, brother.
Oh, it's already up
first
there.
thing I want to let the people know, I love my brother, the mighty Hebrew. Me and Hebrew, we go through our little beefs and fight, and brothers fight. The mighty Hebrew knows me personally. I know him. I know his family. He stayed at my house a few times. Him, his family, his children. So it's all love there. I just hate when my brother go.
It's all love there. Bisha Sanada. You said that the dude went to prison for molesting a young child and he slept at your house. After that, you said that he slept at your house. You can never mess with me, sir. He's a bitch ass. Your crew is a bunch of bitch ass. Butler Reggie is a bitch. Reginald Mabry is a bitch. His pseudo is a piece of shit. He bangs on Kemetic people. You claim to be Kemetic, or like you say, I'm Kemet, dumbass, can barely speak English. But yet, you have a motherfucker who says that he bangs on Kemetic people. And I played it on your panel also. He was the punk Butler Reggie, that bitch piece of shit. So what I'm going to do, bitch ass, I'm going to continue to apply pressure on your bitch ass neck. I'm going to continue to show to the people how far you are, how much of a thief you are. That's how you got your come up, stealing people's property.
Another joint, hold this up right here. Another joint right here. My Aswa Quake, Freemasonry, the origin of Freemasonry. Now look at me right quick. I think Aswa crazy. This message is for you. Aswa don't like nobody getting his information out, but this is not this Negro information in the street. This right here belongs to all of us, man. Yo, Aswa crazy, stop calling me, asking me if I'm selling your tape. Hell no, I ain't selling your tape. Whenever you
see, you've been a thief. That's how you got your come up. And I heard through the grapevine that some people put hands and feet on you because of your bootlegging. You know, one of them being from DC, but I ain't gonna say no names. Now here's that.
He looks like he's under the influence in that video.
I mean, you know, you look at his criminal record. You know, he has drug charges all over him, and that's his life was dope. That not dope like great. Dope was his life. You know, being a dope fiend. That's his. That's what he knows best. You know what I'm saying? But here it is.
I don't believe in old Egyptian gods. I don't believe in that stuff. I wasn't even taught that bullshit, right? I'm the one who bangs against the Kemetics. I bang against them and they can't get through me because the gods that they worship, right, were born from another group of thinking, right? So you can't come with me with no goddamn Heru or no other that bullshit. Show it to me in the primary, show it to me in writing, show it to me in the period. You're making the bullshit up.
So you see, bitch ass Nanetta, you claim to be Kemetic and you have a bitch ass Butler Reggie that you call Dr. Reggie has no doctorate degree. That's fraudulent to say that. Just like yourself, label yourself Dr. Salik Quran, you have no doctorate degree. You've been fraudulent all your damn life. You're a bitch. Fuck you. I'm going to continue to show those clips and let the people know that you've been protecting Polite, that you knew about Polite, that you exposed him, like you said. I have the clip also. And because you covered him and you had him back, he was allowed to go and sexually abuse a child. Some people will say allegedly. We will have confirmation in about a month's time. You are a piece of shit. You said that Polite robbed from women and children. You said that he robbed from babies. You even said that he robbed you bitch ass motherfucker, but you still allowed Polite back on your panel. You knew that Gaffey was coming. You are the scum. You are a bitch ass. And you've been scared to face me. You couldn't even come on the panel. You wanted to chat talking shit. You see? So you can try to act like, you know, there's a crack on the wall or something like that. There's a crack in the fortress with that Anki situation, but you accepted the money, which makes you a bitch. Somebody can call you a child molester, and you have the problem with that if he pays you. That's the difference between you and people who are man. Sorry, just had to let him know there was something.
All right, I wanted to say something. Africa is like the most diverse continent on the planet in pretty much every way that you can think of. Linguistically, the most diverse, genetically, the most diverse, but also religiously. And I'm talking about before any Abrahamic religions. They were the most diverse in the world.
Mm-hmm.
But they never had religious wars until Abrahamic religions. Why? For a very simple reason. The Abrahamic religions teach you to basically demonize people who are different.
It's in the doctrine.
It's in the doctrine. If you don't worship one God, their God and whatnot, then you are evil and so on and so forth, and you're deserving of capital punishment, death. That's literally what they teach in their Bibles. If you're worshiping many gods or whatever, they're supposed to kill you. But what folks don't get about this type of stuff is that your brain learns like certain principles. It's not going to learn the exact thing that you might want someone to learn when you convert them or when you do this or that to them. Just like with babies, if you beat a little baby because you don't like a particular thing that they're doing, they're not going to learn that, oh, I shouldn't do that, you know, blah, 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 or that it's like some folks, when they try to like justify beating babies, they'll say, well, it's not abuse, it's just a spanking. That's not the message that the baby gets, the baby's brain, I should say. That ain't the message that they get. And then as they get older, you know, you see these people that get into relationships later on in life where it's toxic as hell, but to them, abusive relationships is like that's love. That's love to them, because that's the principle that got communicated to them when they were children. Just like what I'm talking about with the civil rights movement and how I wish that they would have communicated that, hey, this thing, we're just doing it just for this time. Like me, I don't like it at all. But fine, if you're gonna do that, at least communicate that, hey, this is not something that you're supposed to just take on and be doing forever like that and whatnot. We're only doing it right now for this particular set of circumstances in history, because essentially you're teaching people to put another people's well-being above. You teach people to devalue themselves. And I don't think it's a coincidence. And I'm not putting it all down to one thing. It's almost never about just one thing. But I don't think it's a coincidence that right after the civil rights movement is when you start getting this rise in crime in Black neighborhoods. So I'm just saying.
So what you're saying is that we Black people only take the bad. We don't take none of the good, right?
I'm saying your brain doesn't get the messages that you think it's getting. The brain gets just certain really basic principles from certain.
So it doesn't get the principle love thy neighbor. It doesn't get that principle.
You tell me.
No, that's what I'm asking you, because y'all want to say that these are the problems. There's a lot of stuff in the Bible that says if you murder somebody, how you should be dealt with.
If you murder somebody, you can repent and everything will be okay.
Where does it say that in the Bible?
Brother, I just read it.
Is there a sin?
You did not read where it said you can murder somebody, repent, and everything's gonna be okay. I would love to see that.
Dude, is there a sin in the Bible where it says that if you don't, even if you convert to Jesus and accept him in your heart as your Lord and Savior, they're still not going to forgive you? Is there a sin like that in the Bible?
I'm sorry, that says what? I'm sorry, brother.
That says that even after you do that sin, even if you give yourself over to the Lord as your Savior and so on and so forth, blah, 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 and convert to Christianity, that you still won't be forgiven for that sin because it was just too horrendous. It was too horrible a sin.
There's some sins that require death. So how are you going to be forgiven if you're dead? What about that part?
Sins that require debt.
Yeah.
Okay. Name one for me.
Me and Shaka already went over a few that say that they do certain things, you should be stoned. There's certain sins. Yeah, well, I'm an Israelite. I don't really I'll wipe my butt with the New Testament.
We're talking about Christianity, though. The Black people that you're talking about in the hood ain't Israelites. We're talking about Christianity.
No, they believe they're the people of the Bible, though.
Come on, man. You were saying Christian this whole time, and now you're saying the Black people in the hood, the everyday people think that they're Israelites?
The everyday people think that they're the people of the Bible.
Come on, man. You're changing up the words. You said Christian before the whole time.
Go ahead, bro.
I already made my point. You know, with Christianity, you can do anything you want and be forgiven as long as you ask for it.
Okay. I would love. Can you go in there and prove that through the Bible? that you can do anything you want in Christianity
Where does it say that you
and still go to heaven.
Where does it
You
say that
can't
you
prove
can't?
that.
Where does it say that you can't?
Where's this? You can't prove that. You can't prove absence. You always have to come with your proof.
It tells you in the Bible that as long as you convert to Christianity, convert to Christ or whatever, accept him as your Lord and Savior, everything's all right, bruh.
No,
It don't say that. It don't say that.
It says through Christ all sins are forgiven. It does say that, right?
Okay. Well, then
but there's still sins. Okay. There's still sins that require death, my brother. So if you're forgiven, why you gotta die?
If you're again, when I asked you for an example, you went to stoning people. That's the Old Testament that you're talking about. So you're talking about Israelites.
Christians don't believe in the Old Testament.
Dude, does Jesus say that people are supposed to be stoned for anything?
No, he doesn't.
Then you're talking about the Old Testament.
Yeah, but Christians still read the Old Testament, my brother. They start off in Genesis.
It doesn't matter if they read the Old Testament.
Okay.
Christianity is a New Testament.
So then you're proving my point that these people that you're calling Christians aren't real Christians. Yeah. So why should real Israelites? Hold on. Why should real Israelites, real people that believe in the Bible, take the blame for people who don't really believe in this? They just were brought up as it, and we take their blame? Okay, because these niggas go out. So if that's the case, then y'all take. Hold on, brother.
In them.
Go ahead, man.
But
I just said what I said. There's some.
I know, but you're saying that while I'm talking, so I can't hear you. You're saying that while I'm talking, so I can't hear you.
Shaka. I think they should have a debate.
You're saying that while I'm talking, brother. I can't hear what you're saying. So go ahead, man. That's what I'm saying. You're saying you prove your point, but I didn't hear your point because I'm talking. So go ahead.
I said that there's some Christian Bibles that don't even have the Old Testament in them. It's not like the Old Testament is some requirement for Christianity.
Okay.
What's in the Old Testament that's required for Christianity? For you to be a Christian, what do you have
without the Old Testament? Without the Old Testament, there is no Christianity. So
for you to be a Christian, what do you have to get out of the Old Testament for you to be a Christian?
To be a Christian, all you have to believe is that Jesus Christ was the Son of God and that he died for your sins. That's all you have to believe to be a Christian.
Then you don't need the Old Testament then.
Okay, so then therefore somebody could walk in there and say, "Oh yeah, they just believe it," and they really don't. And you're gonna put that on us?
Okay, but my question would be then, how come your what you believe in that they're not doing what those things say in the Old Testament to do? If somebody's doing a particular thing, how come, if within the Hebrew Israelites, those who practice just the Torah, and it says you're supposed to stone people to death for a particular thing, how come you're not doing that?
Yeah, but you can't do that because you'll be locked the hell up. That's why you can't do it.
So then you're not you can't you're not practicing what you preach. So
we're not living in our land.
We don't have to. So, but you guys still.
If we had our own land, yeah, we could do whatever the hell we wanted.
Okay, all right.
But
I get the game y'all playing, man. Like I see that Shaka has made me sharp, man. I see it.
That's good.
It ain't no game being played. You don't understand how the brain works,
bruh. I know how a brain works, bruh.
You don't?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do know how the hell a brain works. I'm a grown man. I know how a brain works.
It ain't about being a grown man.
Okay, so don't tell me what the hell I know. I know about how the brain works.
Being a grown man doesn't qualify you to just automatically know how the brain works.
Bro, okay. So
hold on. Please let me.
Okay, go ahead.
Now you were asking to show you where in the Bible it's okay to kill. Now this is Exodus chapter 32, right? That's when Moses went down from Mount Sinai, right?
Right.
And it says, I saw on chapter 25, but what's interesting to us is chapter 28. Moses saw that the people were running wild and that Aaron had let them get out of control, so it became a laughing stock to their enemies. So he stood at the entrance of the camp and said, "Whoever is for the Lord, come to me." And all the Levites rallied to him. Then he said to them, "This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Each man strap a sword to his side. Go back and forth through the camp from one end to the other, each killing his brother and friend and neighbor." It doesn't say each killing his enemies, by the way. The Levites did as Moses commanded, and that day about 3,000 people died. On one day, Moses ordered the killing of 3,000 people. Did you hear about Moses going to hell? I rest my case.
Oh, my bad. My mic was on mute. No, you don't hear about Moses going to hell. No, you did
It
not.
was all good then.
When
Okay.
God sent
So,
the
so hold on,
Israelites
Shaka.
into,
No, hold
into
on, hold on.
Canaan,
Okay, go ahead, man.
I'm just saying, when God sent the Israelites into Canaan, he ordered them to kill everything that breathes.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
yeah,
okay with you. All right.
yeah. It is okay with me.
Okay.
It is okay with me.
There's
Okay.
a
Why is
lot
it
of killing
okay?
in the Bible.
Why is it okay to you, brother? To
Because first of all, what it talks about was going on in Canaan, what these people were, if that is true,
They were
and we're
different.
going based off the narrative of what these people were doing, then it
according to
probably would
you,
have been best to wipe them motherfuckers out. Now
why?
hold on. It probably would have been best to wipe the white people out too. And maybe we wouldn't be in this damn situation we in.
So
Okay. So that's what it taught us. And then because they didn't wipe out the Canaanites, they became like them. So go ahead, bro. Prove your next point.
So you're saying that the
That's
Canaanites were
a good
white?
reason.
No, I never said the Canaanites were white. So go ahead, Shaka.
So
Shaka, you made me too sharp, man. I'm too sharp
that's
now,
fine.
bro.
And I'm glad
I'm
you feel
sharp, bro.
I'm glad you feel sharp.
That's
So
not sharp.
Go
That's
ahead.
not sharp at all.
hold on.
Hey,
Like,
well, hey, if I'm
you're
not sharp, brother, prove it,
you're
man.
okay with
Prove it.
what you just described yourself as being okay with, and then bringing up white folks and saying we should have did that and whatnot. You're literally describing what white people do. They're the ones that go around just totally exterminating populations and stealing their land.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, they do.
You don't, and you
What are
don't
you
have
saying?
a problem with that.
No, I don't have a problem with what the Canaanites
You
did.
didn't have
That
a
was
problem with it. So
that
what are you
was
saying then? You do have a problem with it depending on who's doing it?
so you gonna keep like strawman and everything I say, or you
got principles or what, man?
You done, bro?
Go ahead to real.
You got
Go ahead
principles
to
or what?
real. Go ahead to real.
Okay. What I'm saying is that what they did to the Canaanites, I'm okay with that. Now, what Nat Turner supposedly did to the white people when he got free, I'm okay with that, brother. I'm okay with that.
People who
Okay.
exterminate
I'm okay
folks
with
usually
hold on.
write down whatever the hell they want to write down
Okay.
about those people to justify doing so. So you just talking about, well, what is said in the Bible that the people who exterminated them people said, if they exterminate us, what you think they're gonna say about us?
Brother, weren't you
We were
just the
like
one
the
on here the
Canaanites.
other day? Hold on. Didn't you just come on here the other day talking about it's going to take some mass genocide to change this? Now you worried about some killing?
I said something that looks a lot like what
So
people
what
call
looks a lot like
genocide.
genocide, my brother?
Something that looks a lot like what people
What
call
looks like genocide? Okay, so you okay with some killing?
No, I literally said that I don't like the way that Rwanda went about it, but I said that it took.
But you said, look how it is now. And it worked. You said it had some benefit. Yeah, that's what you said, brother.
I literally don't like how they went about it.
Yeah, but you said that the outcome. You said, look at the outcome. Hey, if you want to debate that, man, and we can debate whatever you want, bro. I'm telling you right now, man.
They should set it up,
You're out of
man.
there with
I think
that.
they should set up a debate. Because
Me saying that I like how Rwanda is today is
Yeah.
not me saying that I like genocide and that I approved of it. I literally
Rwanda
said
wouldn't be
that
what it is today without what happened over there.
I literally said my point. I literally said that I don't like the way they went about it.
Yeah.
So that already shuts down what you're talking about.
No, it
about
doesn't.
me
Because what'd you say
liking
after that? What'd you say after that?
Me simply saying that I like the way that Rwanda is.
Yeah, you said I don't like the way it went down, but look at the outcome. That's what you basically said, bro. We can go back and play the video.
I said I like the stuff that they're doing in their country. I like how the country is. That doesn't mean that, dude. Like it's like people who try to tell me that that I have to agree with the like if I disagree with the civil rights movement, then I disagree with the progress that we have today and whatnot. I don't agree with slavery, but the country wouldn't be where it is without it. But that doesn't mean that I fucking agree with it. You can't get that kind of distinction.
I get that. I get what you're saying on that. I get what you're saying on that.
It sounds like you were putting words in his mouth. He didn't say that he's down with genocide, because in a way, it's like somebody saying, "Well, if somebody is a black Hebrews or light from one of these camps in America, then he's okay with the slavery, because if he wasn't for the slavery, we wouldn't have those Hebrews or light camps in America, you know." And but that being said,
Hold
Since
on,
you,
nah, hold on, Shaka. You said I put words in his mouth. I ain't put no words in his mouth. What I put words in his mouth about?
well, you've been saying that he's okay with genocide.
No, he said, I'm going to repeat exactly what the hell he said. He said what it's going to take is something that looks a lot like genocide. What I asked him was, what looks like genocide?
Did you say that, Brother Afimi?
I said that. And
Okay, so that's what
earlier
I
just
said.
now, be quiet. Earlier just now, I told you, hey, you think that being an adult qualifies you for this? Just a few minutes ago, I told you the international definition, the definition of the International Criminal Court of Genocide also includes
of the mind. Okay.
I literally said out of my mouth that people think that when you say genocide, you're just talking about killing people. But it's not just about killing people.
Okay. Yeah, if you clarify it like that, but that's not what you did the other night.
If I qualify,
you did that right now. That's not what you did the other night.
A few minutes ago.
I know, my brother. Calm down, man. You a lot older than me. Show some decorum, bro. You just told me to be quiet like I'm a little kid. Hold on. I'm a grown man too. Hold on. And you my elder, so I respect you. But what I'm saying is, you said something that looks a lot like genocide. You were talking about a lot of killing was done, and it's going to take a lot of that type of stuff to bring us. Bro, go back and play the video, bro. I watched it again. Bro, I watched it last night, bro. I watched it.
Minds.
Hey, excuse me. I watched it last night.
Minds.
You didn't say that last night, my brother. Now I accept that. I accept that you're saying that.
Situation,
bro. I accept. Can I talk?
That happened in like 2010, where a guy tried to correct a woman on the bus about hitting her baby, and because of that, she called up some goons to meet her at the bus stop, and then she had them shooting up the whole bus. And I made the point that these folks are willing to kill in order to resist correction. I was talking about a mindset, that it took genocide to get this kind of a mindset where people are willing to kill to prevent a course correction. I'm talking mentally. If I'm talking about just killing black people, how are we going to change if we just kill everybody?
So it was a misunderstanding. But you see,
it wasn't no motherfucking misunderstanding. I know what the hell he was saying. I know exactly what was being said, man. Y'all playing with me up here.
You know what you can do to real, you know, you can prepare that part and play it the next time I go live, and we can get to the bottom of this. But
it's all good because I respect what he's saying now. We can move forward from what he's saying now.
You have the right to disagree with him. You have the right to disagree with me. But the things that, you know, what seems to need to be clarified there is whether he said this or not, because apparently you don't accept.
Shaka, Young Hero saying to drop the link.
Yeah, I did. The link is here. Young Hero is there.
Yeah, we ain't gotta go back to yesterday. Like he's saying that he was talking about the mind. I accept that. Yeah, I accept that.
But the thing is that, you see, going back to the Canaanites, now you believe they were black, right?
Yeah, they were mixed people. Yeah.
All right. So we have some Israelites who went there and slaughtered black people in Canaan.
Yeah.
And you're okay with that?
I'm okay with them slaughtering the people under the context of what the Bible says. Yes.
And what's the context, brother?
That they were evil people. He explains what they were doing that was evil. We can go look at it. I don't know verbatim off the top of my head. Go ahead.
Well, I don't really know about that, but you know, labeling people evil, just them not.
It says a bunch of times why the Canaanites were targeted. So I mean, it's in there.
Yeah, but check this out. Let's say, you know, I get a crew and I say, these guys in that corner, these guys not black, they are evil. Let's go and ride on them and kill them. Does that make it right? Because I said they are evil.
Are they really evil?
Well, how do we know if those Canaanites were evil?
According to the Bible, they were. So that's what we're going based on.
According to the Bible, there it is. You see?
Yeah, according to the Bible, they were considered evil. Yeah.
Okay.
What were they doing?
Okay.
But check
we
this out.
We can go in there and break all that down.
But check this out to real. Now, you know the story about Aaron, right?
About who? Aaron?
Yeah, Aaron. You know?
Yeah.
He was spared, wasn't he?
He was dead?
He was spared.
Spared.
Oh, spared, yeah.
Yeah. Is that fair? 3,000 people were killed. He's the one who made the golden calf, but he was spared. Why? Because he's Moses' brother.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it says. I don't know. I'm not really
You're gonna be all good with anything in that Bible.
Yeah, actually,
that's what, bro?
You're gonna
said
be
you-
all good with anything in that Bible because the Bible said. so.
Okay, so let's we can have that discussion. You know what I'm saying? I'll come with the Bible. And what do you believe in again?
Ah, too real. There we
No,
go.
hold on, Haru. Hold on, Haru. Hold on, man. I'm on the warpath right now. I got my sword out now.
I had
So,
say,
so
watch y'all making all this noise.
I got my sword. I got my, they got me. I got my sword out now, man. Nah,
Yeah,
man.
see,
Y'all,
they got
hey,
DL said nothing.
hey,
DL said nothing, brother.
hey, I'm gonna have to do some
He's
slicing
got
up
a
in here now.
chopper. He's got a chopper. Careful.
Yeah. So let me ask you, brother. What do you believe in?
Nothing.
Why you gotta
Nothing.
believe in something?
Nothing.
Oh, no, hold on, Haru. Don't save him, Haru.
Okay. I'm
Don't
gonna
save him.
wait.
He's on the bank. He gonna have to flop now. So my brother,
Don't save me,
he
Haru.
doesn't need
Don't save
saving.
me.
now you gonna have to flop around on the bank now. So
Okay.
now I gotta ask you, my brother. You don't believe in nothing?
You're talking about religion, right?
I'm talking about belief. You don't
You're
believe
not
in.
talking about religious belief. Come on. When you just asked me, what do
So
I
we
believe
can
in? You
talk
weren't
about. So
talking
yeah,
about
let's
religion.
talk about religious belief and let's talk about spirituality. So let's talk about that. Do
I'm
you
not even
believe in a
talking about no
spiritual system?
spirituality.
Do you believe in a spiritual system?
No.
Okay, so my brother, is any of that African that you talking
I
about?
don't care about that.
So you don't care about Africans?
I don't care about trying to label me as African or not based on a
So
spiritual
you don't care about what the ancestors did then? None of that matters to you, huh? You just care about yourself?
Because Africans were doing it don't make it African. What are you talking
Wow,
about?
really?
Yeah, Africans were doing all kind of things just like black people are doing all kind of things right now. I don't have to
Okay.
pick up everything that Africans did because I want to be African.
Ain't none of your ancestors come out talking about they ain't believing nothing, my brother. I'm sorry to tell you, bro.
I don't
I'm
care.
sorry. Okay,
I
well
don't
then
care.
you need to
I
excuse
don't-
yourself
I
from
don't
this
care.
conversation because
I
black
don't
people do
care.
care about spirituality.
That's
We do
fine.
care about it.
That's fine if black people
Okay,
care about
so
spirituality,
fall
but you're not
back.
gonna get me
If you
with
don't
that.
believe in nothing, you can't come
You're not
throwing
gonna get
stones at me.
with that.
You
You're
don't
just
believe in
mad
crap.
right now because you're not getting me with that. That's all.
You said what?
You're mad right now because you're not getting me with the religious argument.
Well, I'm not
I
mad.
don't
When
follow any religion.
I'm not mad, bro. I'm just saying you don't believe in nothing. But you
I
don't
don't
hear
believe in any
criticizing
religion.
somebody who does believe.
I don't believe in any religion.
You don't believe in any spirituality.
I don't believe in any spirituality.
Okay, so then fall back
Why
off me, bro.
should I?
What does
Because your ancestors did, and you need to respect them a little
My
bit.
ancestors did a lot of things.
Okay, well,
That
respect
ain't
them.
good enough.
Respect them what they
That
did.
ain't good enough. My
Talk
ancestors
louder,
did all
Haru.
kind
Talk
of things.
louder.
Hey, now go ahead, Haru. Go ahead,
Not
bro.
good
I
enough.
was
It's
going
not
to
a good
ask
enough
you
reason.
what does belief mean? When you believe something, what
It's
does
when
it
you
mean?
don't know something for
Yes,
sure.
it's something that you
That's
can't
my
prove.
We
Yeah,
point.
won the
That's my
game last
point.
night
yeah.
between
That's my
the
point.
Rockets
So
But I'm mad
and
though.
hold
You
the
sound
Lakers.
mad, bro. I'm
Question.
not
You
mad.
don't, if
I'm
you
Question.
talking
don't
about
know
I'm
for
mad.
sure, you say, I believe that such and such won the game. So that's what believe means. When you don't know something for sure.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
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 You believe in a whole lot, my brother. You just don't even know that you believe in. Because there's a lot of shit you
Okay.
don't know. Hold on, there's a lot of
Now
shit
you're
you
gonna
don't
talk to
know.
me.
There's a
Okay.
lot of stuff you don't know, my brother, that you believe
Okay.
in. Okay, that you
Okay.
can't prove yourself. So you do believe.
Okay.
So go ahead, Haru.
Since I
Yeah,
didn't
you
give you
do
the answer
believe, my
you wanted,
brother.
you're gonna give me an answer for me.
do
Okay.
y'all hear me,
My
man?
brother, you do believe. Go ahead, Haru.
Okay. I do believe. Okay.
You tell him what he
Hold on.
believes in.
Hold on. You see, we as grown men, we will never get nowhere if we can't get the basics. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? The fundamentals down pat. So like just stop. So to real, you telling me, right? To
Turn your mic up, Haru.
You hear
Or
me
talk
now?
louder. Yeah, I can hear you better.
I know. So to believe means that you are not sure, you do not know
Yeah,
it's a fact. That means
yeah.
there is nothing that you cannot prove it in no way, circumstances, any way you try. That's why it's called a myth, right?
I wouldn't say there's no way to prove it any way you try, but it's something that you can't prove. Yeah.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so would you say the majority of people that's in power believes?
That's a good sentence.
Yeah.
Okay, so don't you think we have a problem either way?
You can say that.
Yeah. I was just trying to clarify because
Yeah,
you know
no,
what
you
I'm
can say that.
saying. Yeah, so I mean, he could stand on other things than belief, right?
Yeah.
As a man, and he could be righteous in his path regardless of what. So just like Shaka said, people that live a great life and be generous and help people, if they don't have a certain belief, some people think they are still not worthy, they are still not good just because they are caught up in a belief themselves. You know, so I mean, like, you know, ain't no problem in beliefs, you know what I'm saying? But regardless if you have none, it's all about your standards and what you stand on. Because some other people in religion do the most disgusting things to other human beings, you know. But hey,
Yeah.
so
Too
yeah.
real. Too
Yeah.
real. Does your faith make you a better person?
Yeah, I feel like it does. Yeah.
Well, that's all good then. So look, that's all good. But the only problem what we have is that some people that are in your faith or other faiths, religions, they're doing bad. That's where the problem is. But for yourself, I love you as a brother. You understand? No matter what you know, whatever you believe in, you understand? You're still my brother. You understand? So I'm looking out for you. But if it makes you a better person, then I can't say for you to stop. You know, as long as you're a good person and you're doing your thing. But you can, I think what Uhuru was saying, you can be a good person without, you know, you can still have your morals and your standards, like what Medea's saying. Like Medea's a good man, you know, Shaka's a good man. They might not be following, but maybe you should debate about it, you know, on a nice level. Debate, you know.
Nah,
you know.
Hey, listen, my brother. Hey, I got my sword out now, man. They ain't no reconciling this. Nah. Ain't no reconciling this, man. I'm at Shaka and I'm at my boy down here, Joe. I'm at Joe and I'm at Shaka right now, man. So hey, they trying to handicap me.
Medea, did you see I'm trying to give him an olive branch? He's getting his sword out.
Nothing. There's
He's
literally
getting his
nothing
sword
that I
out, you
have
know?
left to debate about. I've already debated about it all. I don't believe in any of that stuff.
Okay. So let's have a debate and let's see which system you fall under, my brother. With what you saying?
Why you gotta be a system?
Because what you saying falls right in line with what the white man kind of believe. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so you want to talk about my belief? I believe that you following what the white man came up with, which is I don't believe in nothing. I do what I want on this earth. That's what you believe in, my brother.
Okay. Too real.
So now I got my sword out. So what's up, Shaka?
Man, that's
the white man did not bring up the Bible.
Huh?
You said that you believe that he is dealing with what the white man brought forth. You use another term, but isn't it the white man? Isn't it white people that put forth the Bible?
No, I wouldn't say it's white people that put forth the Bible. No, I would love for you to prove. I would love for you to prove that there was white people that put forth the Bible. And what I'm saying is, I believe in the
Bible is in Greek.
What I'm saying, Shaka, is I believe in religion and spirituality, my brother. He said he don't believe in nothing. Yeah, I respect a lot of African spirituality. Hold on, yeah, I do. I respect what Egypt.
Yeah, but
I respect Egypt as well.
You are okay with genocide. You are okay with.
I'm okay with certain genocide of certain people. Yes, I am, Shaka.
Just because
I agree.
Okay, at least I can be straight up and say it though. I ain't talking about some genocide of the mind. I ain't talking about genocide of the mind either.
Ain't saying much. Them Israelites
okay.
video.
That's what I'm saying.
Straight up admitting that hey, it's all good to have sex with 9-year-old girls or whatever. That ain't saying nothing.
Yeah, who says that? Some Negroes on the street don't know what the hell they talking about.
At least they admitted it. What kind of credit you want for that?
At least I admitted that some genocide probably did need to happen, my brother.
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
Hey, too real. So
okay, hold on. Nah, man, hold on, yo.
Well, you know the white man could classify that as well for what he do to us.
Our leaders that came, man, they didn't come on no fluff. Our leaders that came, they didn't come with no fluffy fluff, man. They came and told us how the hell it was. Okay.
Well, check this out. This is what I propose because I don't want Too Real to feel like he's been ambushed.
Nah, I got my sword out. I'm used to it. Shaka.
Okay, well, go ahead. Do you think?
I'm good. No, I'm good. I ain't mad. I ain't salty. I got my sword out.
I was trying to give him an olive branch. The man
drew
his
I don't
sword
need that
on
right
me,
now,
man.
Jay.
The man drew his sword, Rasta.
Jay.
Back off. Too Real. Where's my bell?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, so at the end of the day, I agree with you. We can't put all this stuff on people and saying if you don't, you have to have a particular kind of system in order for you to be a good person. There are just good people out here that just do what they do without all these rules and regulations in place that say that you have to do all of that. So
Absolutely.
I don't have to put myself in any kind of category in order for me to be a good person, because that just eliminates all this, just because there's too many problems for us to say that's a requirement. That is not a requirement. There are people who are just good people. So are we supposed to just kick them to the curb because they don't have a particular belief system? Or spirituality or whatever. I'm not saying that we shouldn't or should or whatever, but at the end of the day, there are too many people on this planet who don't adhere to any particular anything. So we're just supposed to kick them to the curb, and do we consider them evil? I mean, according to your scripture, they're evil or pagan when they shouldn't be called anything. Leave people alone.
Just leave
right?
people alone.
Leave people alone. They're not bothering you. How are they evil if they're not bothering you? They're not committing they're not committing, they're going about doing good.
Abrahamic
and then you got the Christians who are, there's constantly some kind of something that, they try to use to justify their behavior. They'll find some scripture in the Bible that backs up their behavior, and they know it's wrong. 1 minute it's not an eye for, they'll say, well, we don't do eye for eye or tooth for a tooth anymore because we're under the blood of Jesus Christ. Then they jump back and do an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth when they feel like it's okay to justify killing anybody they want to kill. I mean, you can't, so we can't have it both ways. I mean, I think at the end of the day, with what Afemi was saying, we don't have to have, and Shaka, we don't have to have a belief system. Because if I have to depend on something that I don't know about, I'm gonna jump back to Stevie Wonder's song again. That's superstition. Because you believe in things you don't understand, you suffer. And our people have been suffering for a long time for believing things that we don't understand. That we don't understand. There's too much that they have written and rewritten and overwritten and underwritten for us to even understand what it is that, especially when it comes to the Bible or the Torah or the whatever you want to call it. There have too many revisions of what was supposed to be something that was supposed to be so critical to us, and we don't even know what the original even said to make us even do the right thing. So I don't see where it's necessary for us to have a particular type of spirituality in that sense to make life work. There are just good people out here. And then when you do something that somebody doesn't like, they'll tell you you're going to hell because their religion says you're going to hell. Where do they get that from? There would be no sin if there was no Adam and Eve, right? None of that would be existent if it wasn't written down somewhere. We just have to be really careful how we label people and how we interact with people, because I used to be one of those people telling somebody they're going to hell over some dumb shit. Like dumb stuff, dumb. And people look at me like, what's wrong with you? But you have to lay all that stuff down, because it's just not good. It's not good to do people that way, because people don't deserve our judgment. We are not here to judge somebody and put them in a place, because if you believe what your Bible says, that's only God can do that. But if we're practicing your form of religion, you probably wouldn't be here. You probably wouldn't be. They probably would have stoned you to death already. If we were practicing your brand of religion, I probably wouldn't be here either. Most of us on the panel probably wouldn't be here. If we practiced your form, we would all be stoned to death. As children, I would have got stoned to death. I wouldn't have made it to adulthood. I'm just saying, we just have to really be careful on saying, because I know you said that where it says, and God said, or the Lord said, that's where you believe God said those things. But hey, I can say God said too. Does that make it true? No. But a lot of people say, well, the Lord told me. And once they do that, they say that to shut people up. The Lord told me you're going to be my husband. Well, hey, God ain't talking to me. Right? God ain't told you that. So, people use and say God said to justify all the evil that they do. And that's, to me, what's happened with the Canaanites and the whole 9 yards. It's easy to say God told them to do that thing because they want to do that thing anyway. There's no proof that those people were evil, and all the people were evil. All of them. The children that didn't even have a chance, they were evil. I mean, come on, man. Come on. Really?
The dogs, the cats, they were all evil.
I'm just asking.
No, you're good. I'm just waiting for you to finish. You know, go ahead. I don't want to interrupt. I don't want to interrupt.
I don't understand why God would want to do that. I know, say, well, you know,
Andrea, give him the belt. Give him the belt. He's got a sword.
Hey, she got the belt, but I'm gonna catch it with my hand this time. I'm gonna catch the belt with my hand this time. Go ahead. Go ahead. Mama thinks she about to whoop me. Mama, I ain't getting a whooping today, Mama. Nah, not today. I gotta run, Mama. Nah.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So I know you're probably gonna say, well, they probably killed all of them because they didn't want any evil to come into the land, so they had to kill everybody. That's easy out to a situation that I'm sure it wasn't even required. Right? We just kill everybody. Yeah. I mean, that's how we feel today when they're just, you know, they send drones and they're just killing innocent people that had nothing to do. What are women and children have to do with these dumb wars that are coming up? We didn't do anything. Why are we being murdered? So it's the same thing. You can apply that to the scripture too. Why do all those innocent women and children get murdered over the behavior of some, you know, because that's you men, you know, for the most part, fighting over dumb shit. It's y'all fighting. And then we get caught up in the riffraff. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I mean, we can look at what happened not too many years ago when why did black people kill the slave masters' little babies that never enslaved nobody? Why did they do that?
Where you get that from?
So hold on. So y'all telling me that people like Nat Turner, who went from plantation to plantation, killing their ass, you telling me that
We
they didn't
got
kill
no
them?
records of that.
But if we go by your narrative,
that's real convenient, bro. Real convenient, bro.
You're comparing black people going through a genocide and what they're doing to try to get out of it to the Israelites being told by God to go over there to that country and exterminate everyone when those people ain't done nothing to you.
Well, who said they ain't never done nothing to him?
You just said that you're talking about.
I just said they ain't done nothing to him.
Slavery. So you're talking about a people who are going through a genocide.
Yeah.
Rising up against the people that are oppressing them. And you're comparing that to when you were talking about Israelites in Egypt being told by God to go to Canaan and kill everything that breathes and take their land. What were the Canaanites doing to the Israelites?
So have you read the Bible and why they even went to Canaan?
They were coming out of Egypt. It was the Egyptians that.
Yeah, bro. What were they? Why did he say the Canaanites were evil, bro?
Huh?
Why did he say that? Because you keep cutting me off, man. Why did he say the Canaanites were evil?
I don't know. You tell me. What were they
Okay,
doing?
so if you don't know that, my brother, then you don't need to be having this conversation. No, I'm not. No, I learned this from Shaka. I learned this from Shaka. No,
nothing. Then since
you need to look it up. You need to look it up.
Doing anything to the Israelites since you ain't saying it.
Okay, no, you need to look it up, my brother.
Okay, then it's nothing. The answer is nothing.
No, I ain't making no claim. He said, hold on. He said,
what did they do, Shaka? Look at Shaka. Look at what they did.
Now, hold on. He said,
what were the animals doing to the Israelites?
Bruh.
He said kill everything.
I'm trying to tell you, bruh.
He said kill everything that breathes. What did the animals over in Canaan do to the Israelites? What were the dogs and cats doing to them?
But I'm going to say this to real. So if we're going to just go by your particular belief, if we're just going to go under the Old Testament and believe what you believe, okay, the Nat Turner, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. You killed our babies. We're going to kill your babies. If we go by what you believe, so in that regard, then
I'm with that Turner.
Wrong.
Yeah,
but at the same time,
wrong.
What? Okay, so then I'm going to ask you. I can't get to my laptop. What did the Canaanites do that deserved them to be genocided?
And this is why I use the story of Nat Turner and the babies being killed. But my brother here doesn't know why the Canaanites were targeted. My brother here doesn't
sacrificing babies and shit. That's what he's talking about.
I'm asking. I'm asking.
Go ahead, man. Because like I can't even say 2 words, man. Like dang.
Yeah, let him answer. Get him to answer my question.
Nah, I ain't talking to you, Sister Andrea. I'm talking to Joe. Come on, Joe.
Wow, say what the Canaanites did.
Wilding out, bro.
Listen, I have the answer here. Now we have Exodus chapter 23. And then when we go to verse 29.
Shaka.
Hold on. You
no, hold on, Shaka. Hold on. Nah, because Shaka, you doing his homework for him, bruh.
No, bro.
No, hold on, bro. Let him be a man. Let him stand on his own too.
You can't say
Shaka, let him. Shaka, nah, Shaka, let him stand on his own too, bro.
No, but I'm not helping him.
Okay, all right. Shaka, I want you to do the same thing for me, bro. When I ask about something, I want you to pull it up. Do that for me, Shaka.
I pulled that stuff from the Bible before.
All right, nah, pull it up when I bring up something, Shaka. All right, cool. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Real.
You're making me laugh, man.
But he has brought Bible scriptures for you.
Nah, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll let you do it. Go ahead, man.
But you should not say, let him be a man. The burden of proof is on the claimant. You are the one making the claim.
Oh, so he didn't make a claim that the Canaanites never did nothing?
But he
didn't make. Hold on, Shaka. Is that a claim?
Listen, he asked
Shaka, why you keep beating around the bush, bro? Is that a claim, bro?
Hey,
let
me state what my
Shaka, hold on. I'm talking to Shaka. Shaka, is it not talking to you? Is it not a claim, Shaka, that the Canaanites never did nothing, Shaka?
Well, you can say that.
Nah, that's a claim. Okay, go ahead, bro. Read the scripture.
Now, what did the Canaanites were specifically doing?
Bro, you said the Canaanites never did nothing, bro. That's what you said, man. Go ahead, read the scripture.
Okay. Well,
go ahead.
Here we're going to find the answer because it says, I will send my terror ahead of you and throw into confusion every nation you encounter. God saying that
nations ain't even encountered yet.
He's saying that he's going to confuse every nation that they will encounter. I will make all your enemies turn their backs and run. I will send the hornet ahead of you to drive the Hivites or Hivites, Canaanites, and Hittites out of your way. You see? Now, but I will not drive them out in a single year because the land will become desolate and the wild animals too numerous for you. Little by little, I will drive them out before you until you have increased enough to take possession of the land. So there's no reason. It's just for the fun.
Oh my Shaka, oh my fucking God, dog. Are you serious?
Okay, so what did they do to the Israelites?
Shaka, I'm gonna have to. All right, so see, now we got another discussion. Now we got another discussion, man.
And we can have it.
Hey, all right, yeah, let's have it, Shaka. Let's have it.
But check this out. There's another one. There's Deuteronomy chapter 7.
Go ahead, because my brother he jumped out the window. Look, they never did nothing. Look, y'all jumping out the window right now, bro.
But what did they do, brother?
Y'all jumping out the window. I'm not gonna tell you, Shaka, because you need to do your research.
Because you don't know.
No, I do know.
Okay,
I do know.
Tell us then. What did they do?
No, I'm not gonna tell you. Do your research like you always tell me, Shaka.
You know you don't know. It's okay.
Hey, then set it up, Shaka. Then set it up if I don't know. Set it up.
We're gonna make a debate about one Bible verse, bro.
No, we can have a debate about spirituality versus. Hold on, we can have a debate. We can have a debate. We can have a debate. Okay, dialogue. I'm sorry. A dialogue about spirituality versus nothingness that my brother down here believes in, and we can also talk about the Canaanites, why they got their ass wiped out of the damn, why they were supposed to get wiped out of the damn land. We can talk about that.
Yeah, you don't say what they said, and you saying nothingness.
He said nothingness, bro. He said he don't believe in nothing, bro.
He said he don't believe in nothing. Believe in doing. Now you know stuff.
And that picture on the people behind you, they believe in something. Okay, and they built one of the greatest empires to ever be on this earth, bro. And they believed in something.
That was,
and it was a good. And according to you, Shaka, was it a good place to live during the time when they believed in this stuff and the ancient people were there?
Well, what they built is something that was a fact. It was not a belief. What they built.
Okay, but they believed in something. They were still able to achieve great things, bro. Okay. So belief is not holding us back.
And take their land to do it.
Man, yeah, they did actually take some land to do it, bro.
Who did the Egyptians exterminate and take the land?
So Narmer never unified the land. He didn't have to kill nobody to unify them lands.
Give me the name. Come on. Who did they exterminate? What?
I just told you, bro.
And take the land from.
I just told you.
What people did?
You're not listening because you're talking. You can't listen and talk at the same time.
Still ain't saying.
Go ahead, bro. I mean, Shaka says, what they were the Asiatics. Who them people are? Who them people on? Hold on.
Were the indigenous population of Egypt.
Bruh, they don't have to be indigenous, bruh. They wasn't doing nothing to the Egyptians. How about that?
Asiatics are the indigenous people of Egypt.
I never said they were. They don't have to be indigenous. Why'd they come in there and take their land?
Goodness, man.
Why'd they come in there and take their land, bruh?
Oh my goodness.
Okay, all right, yeah. Oh my goodness, that's right. All right, so what are you saying, Shaka?
You're saying that the Egyptians took the Asiatics' land?
I'm saying that when the armor came in, he took somebody's goddamn land because he unified the land. So he was taking somebody's land. Okay, that's number one, man. So stop it.
You know,
Stop playing with me right now, bro.
Say that, but for the record,
all right, stop playing with me. Hey, if I'm lying, bro, have a dialogue with me, bro. Have a dialogue with me, bro.
Literally lying. Why would I have a dialogue with someone?
Okay, all right, then stop talking while I'm talking. Then, if you don't want dialogue, why are you talking to me?
Check this out.
Okay, fall back. Let me talk to Shaka then. If you don't want dialogue with me, bro, I'm telling you right now, I'll smash you, bro. All right, so stop it.
You have the right to disagree, but just
I'll crack your head, smash you, bro. Stop it.
Your enemy.
Stop it.
He's not. He must have said something that triggered you. But check this out.
No, he didn't say nothing that triggered me. Keep talking about. You don't know nothing, brother. All right, man. I'm gonna show you what I know. You don't know what the hell I know.
You look like you're smashing.
You don't know what I know, bro.
He just asked you what did they do to the Israelites, and you have no answer.
No, he didn't just ask me that, bro. You must not have been paying attention. He didn't just ask me that.
Well, okay,
so go ahead. Let's move forward. Go ahead, read what you're gonna read.
Now, this is Deuteronomy chapter 7.
All right.
Then we're gonna move to, let's say, verse 17.
Go ahead.
You may say to yourselves, these nations are stronger than we are. How can we drive them out? But do not be afraid of them. Remember what the Lord your God did to Pharaoh and to all Egypt. You saw with your own eyes the great trials, the signs and wonders, the mighty hand and outstretched arm with which the Lord your God brought you out. The Lord your God will do the same to all the peoples you now fear. Moreover, the Lord your God will send a hornet among them until the survivors who hide from you have perished. Do not be terrified by them, for the Lord your God who is among you is a great and awesome God. Awesome God. The Lord your God will drive out those nations before you, little by little. You will not be allowed to eliminate them all at once, or the wild animals will multiply around you. But the Lord your God will deliver them over to you, throwing them into great confusion until they are destroyed. He will give their kings into your hand, and you will wipe out their names from under heaven. No one will be able to stand up against you. You will destroy them. The images of their gods you are to burn in the fire. Do not covet the silver and gold on them, and do not take it for yourselves, or you will be ensnared by it, for it is detestable to the Lord your God. Do not bring a detestable thing into your house, or you, like it, will be set apart for destruction, regarded as vile and utterly detested, for it is set apart for destruction. So they are told not to take any of the silver and gold, but it doesn't say don't take their woman, though. So here, it does not even give a reason why God said that they will destroy the enemies, including the Canaanites.
Yeah.
And ain't nobody asking.
Yeah. So you read that verse and didn't say, hold on, you read that verse, bruh, stop it. Look, Shaka, you read that verse, you didn't find what you were looking for, huh?
Did you find what we were looking for?
I know where it's at, Shaka. That's what I'm saying. Set it up, man. Because I love when y'all think y'all know something and you don't know it, bro.
If you knew, you would tell us.
Nah, that's not how it works. Nah,
Because
that ain't how it works.
You need time.
That ain't how it works.
You need time to speak to your Hebrew brothers and ask them, okay, how can I answer that? Right? And then you're gonna come and say, okay, because it is this and that. But the question, see the question.
Okay, so the
question I cut you is, what did they do to the Israelites? And
you said what?
The Canaanites didn't do anything to the Israelites. It's just like God told them, that's the land of milk and honey. I'm going to give it to you. And you can't go.
So let me ask you this, Shaka. What you're saying is, I'm just trying to clarify. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to catch you up or nothing. You're saying that they never did nothing to them. God just told them to go in there and take that land for no reason. Shaka, is that what you're saying, Shaka?
From what I read,
okay, so see, yeah, set it up, Shaka. Set it up.
Set
Set
up
up
what?
dialogue, bro. Set up dialogue. Name it. Name it. The Canaanites didn't do nothing. Right? And I come here and crack your head, and whoever else want to come on here.
Please crack my head tonight. Please crack my head tonight. Go ahead.
Let me say one. I'm gonna reiterate again
Go ahead,
that he
Akim.
was comparing black folks enslaved, black folks going through a genocide, with them rising up and killing white folks. He was comparing that to Israelites coming out of a quote unquote 400 years or whatever oppression from Egypt and being told to go into another nation, Canaan, and go exterminate those people and take their land. And he's saying he was trying to make a parallel between those two things were the same thing.
Go ahead, Shaka. Nod your head if that's what I said, Shaka.
And
nod your head, Shaka.
You're asking me. Since
Nod your head if that's what I said, bro.
Earlier, you compared oranges and apples because you brought up
Okay, all right.
brought up Nat Turner.
Yeah.
Nat Turner, and
Who was I talking to when I brought that up?
You did it with me, and you did it with Afimi earlier.
I was talking to Sister Andrea because she was talking about why kids were killed. What the kids do? And what I did. See, my brother cleverly, he just did that. That was pretty clever, my brother. But again, I gotta catch the belt again, my brother. Now, what I was saying was that the reason that they killed the kids and the story behind them killing the kids was what? That's why I brought it up. I didn't bring it up to compare. Oh, it's the same. No, I didn't do that, bro. So nice try. I caught the belt. Now, why did they kill the kids?
Not Turner.
Y'all still ain't answering that part.
Nat Turner was enslaved. His people.
Why did they
were
kill the
enslaved.
kids?
That's the fact. The Israelites were not enslaved by the Canaanites. That's
Okay.
why I say you're comparing oranges and apples, but feel free.
I'm really not. I'm
So
just
why
trying
they
to.
kill the kids too, real?
I'm asking them.
No, you the realest.
They killed the kids.
Hold on. You
Okay, go ahead.
You starting to sound like them people over there.
Oh man.
Over there.
Oh man. Oh hell no. I can't have that. No, I can't be sounding like them over there. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. So do you want me to tell you why they killed the kid? I mean, I could tell you, but like,
yeah, please tell me.
But here,
I want to
I'm
know
gonna tell
about
you.
the donkey too. When he sent them man to get the donkey and just take it off the person yard. You know that story, Shaka, with the donkey in the Bible?
I'm sorry, brother. What was the story?
Some story about God told whoever to go take the man donkey without his permission or something.
That's Jesus, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus. I can't remember the way it was, but yeah.
I'm not too familiar. But hold on. I propose a short break so people can understand where I got that order from. You know, I'm gonna say this is Faith and Love, and this is about the South. You know, I'm gonna share the link in the chat so people can share it. You know, because I already shared the tonight, and now it's the order. So here's in the chat that link here. I hope I'm gonna get flagged for this.
The South is beautiful too, but them niggas down there don't know they free.
That's a lie.
If they know we can read, we all gonna be wet. We gonna take this cow to the store and sell it for some milk. Niggas got their own language down south. I was walking to the airport. Nigga said, I said, hey man, where the baggage claim? Nigga said, hold up. I walk around looking for a sign and say, oh there, oh there, oh there, oh there, oh there, oh there. I don't see no sign say, oh there. Nigga, oh there. Older. Spell it, motherfucker. Nigga spelled out older. Bad back. They say that shit too. Bad back. Bad back. Nigga, bad back. What? Bad back. The fuck are you talking about? Sure. Bad back. The fuck is bad back? Bad. Back. Nigga, you mean back up? Yeah. And don't hit that thing on up.
Now you know it all. You have the backstory.
Stupid. Yeah, stupid.
He was an FBA guy. Don't say, you know, because the guy's gonna say,
man.
"Oh, he's disrespecting the South." You know what I'm saying? I got that from Faison Law. You
But
know?
but damn, bro, y'all saying I sound like them niggas over there?
I'm just fucking with you, bro.
It was a joke, bro.
What? Nah, I was just playing. That's an insult though, bro. That's like calling me the hard R, man. Damn, that's fucked up.
He's
Apparently to them.
No, it's
For the
cool
record,
though, because
Faison
you
Love
guys,
is
you can have
Cuban.
a dialogue. Just don't get.
Nah, I'm just fucking with you.
He's at FBA.
What did you say, Divine Spot?
I said Faison Love is Cuban. He's not FBA.
It's Cuban?
Yeah, he's Cuban, man. It's
Wow.
Cubano. Oh yeah.
Wow,
His
he
name
might
is
be-
Faison Santa. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, well,
He's got
he's still a black man.
Oh
yeah, he was born in Cuba. Yeah. Yeah, well, you know, Garfield is considered FBA anyway. He was born in Jamaica, so you know, I guess when
How's
you
it-
live in America long enough, you know what I'm saying.
Like
They don't say
who
at,
was his parents?
they don't say at what age he went to America, but actually,
Nah, he's a military brat.
yeah, there it is. You know, yeah, military brat. So I guess you know if his parents are FBA, he is FBA, even though he was born in
Oh,
Cuba.
but why is he has like a Spanish middle name or something?
Faison Andre Love, born Langston Faison Santissima.
Yeah.
Santissima.
Probably had something to do with him being born in Santiago. And people are, I mean, that's where they are. They're around a bunch of Spanish speakers. That type of stuff happens.
Could
like
be.
Rita Marley, people, you know, normally think that she's Jamaican, but she was born in Cuba.
Oh yeah.
I didn't even know that.
Oh yeah.
But her folks are from Jamaica.
Okay.
Yeah, Cuban born. Dang. And they moved to Jamaica when she was 3 months old. Wow. I guess we can say she's Jamaican. But hey, it is what it is. You know, they're black. You know,
Yeah,
they're not
so
Taino.
life.
They're not Taino Israelites. Yeah, man. So what's
Okay.
up, Matt? Yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
No, so to real. So from what I've read so far, it says that they were practicing idolatry or doing different, you know, and living in debauchery and stuff like that. That's why God killed them all.
He's on ChatGPT right now. He's looking.
Oh, the
what
kids
did
were
the-
Nah,
what
I
did
ain't
the
on, I ain't on
Israelites-
that. Nah, I ain't on nothing.
The kids were living in
You
idolatry
stupid,
too.
Shaq. Go ahead, Sister Andrea.
And that's the reason why God had them all killed, so that they wouldn't practice any form of paganism and idolatry and all that kind of stuff. That's why they was destroyed.
That's the only scripture you found on it.
Come on,
No,
man.
I'm just saying I'm reading. You know, it says that, you know, that the Israelites supposed to enter the promised land and the Canaanites were there, but they were practicing all different types of forms of idolatry. And God didn't want them to be contaminated with their paganism and the idolatry that they were practicing. So he said, kill everybody, all of them. So that they wouldn't do that.
Hey, Sister Andrea, I'm telling you right now. I'll tell you right now, Sister Andrea. All right, you're gonna be in the same basket with Shaka and Joe. You're gonna be in the same. I'm a crack all y'all's head.
Fear
I'm
of
gonna
falling
call y'all's
back.
head on this. If this is what y'all
Tonight.
coming with, and just trying to look it up real quick and like find out real quick to catch me on the spot, man.
I'm
Like,
not trying to catch you on the spot. I'm just telling you what I'm reading. Okay, that's
well,
in
I would
Joshua
say you
6
did a
and
better job.
6,
You did a better
21.
job than Shaka. Yeah, you did.
And it says that it'll destroy it all that was in the city, both men and women, young, no. But it says because they were. Then it says, why did God? You know, I'm at the Blue Letter Bible, and somebody's explaining why did God order everyone destroyed, including women and children. And it says because they were, you know, that you know they were practicing idolatry, and they didn't want any of them because the kids probably saw their parents doing it and being raised and growing up and doing the same thing they saw their parents doing. All right.
So even if they were
Part of it.
practicing idolatry, they still didn't do anything to the Israelites.
Correct.
Oh, okay. Now, this. Let me say this. Let me clear that up. All right. Yeah, I never read nowhere where they personally came and attacked the Israelites. I've never read that. Okay. Let's clear that up.
Joe,
So if you're looking for that to say they never did nothing to them,
that's what Joe was saying.
Joe said they never did anything. That's what Joe said.
What did they do?
So see, hold on, Shaka. Don't try to talk for Joe. Let Joe talk for himself. Because he just messed it up. He didn't say they didn't do anything to the. He did say that as well. But what I harped on was that he said they never did anything.
So does the Bible say it? Does the Bible say that they did something to them?
Let's set it up. We can go 3-on-1, 5. What y'all want to do,
bro? I want you to crack my head tonight.
But it just sounds like sounds like the only issue was that they rejected the God of Israel. That's what that to me. I mean, is that what else did they do? I'm still not seeing that.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all got to go in there and like read it, man.
Because the thing is that from the time of Abraham, God promised that it will be a multitude of descendants. You know, like the stars. Can you count the stars? No, it will be the same. Some people say it will be like the sand, but there was a promise of the land of milk and honey. So early on, there was a promise of a land given to them. So of course, they have to come with some justification as to why they take over the land. So they came up with that idolatry stuff. But the fact remains is that the Canaanites didn't do anything to the Israelites. And I'm talking about the Bible.
Right. Okay. When y'all want to have that, when y'all want to talk about that, man. I can't. Nah, bro. Nah, I already done been on here 4 hours with y'all, man. It's gonna take me some time to break it down. Hey, look, I done got. Nah, look. Straight up, I done took some blows to the head, man. So I'm a little bit woozy. I done took some blows.
He's admission,
you know.
But bro,
I need to recuperate a little bit, man.
But I know you don't have anything. You need to.
Okay, no, keep thinking that, Shaka, because then I'm gonna bust your ass with that, man. Keep thinking that, Shaka.
You would have said, in this passage in the Bible, the Canaanites did this to the Israelites, and that's it. You would have made your point.
All
right. And to me, that's not historical, but just going by the Bible, they didn't do anything to the Israelites. You know.
Okay, Shaka.
They talked about the Israelites' mama. That's what they did.
They say your mama is so fat.
Yeah. Okay. Y'all still. This brother still hasn't told me though what
the Israelites said.
What spiritual what culture comes out when they don't believe in nothing. Like I would love to hear that.
I'm talking about a culture. I'm talking about me.
Bro, he has the right not to believe in any religion.
Okay, but that's not. Well, I have a right to say that ain't African, my brother. That's what I have a right to. That's what I have a right to say. Okay, so hold on. So when y'all be throwing daggers at my shit, when y'all be throwing daggers at my Bible, you might catch a dagger back in your throat.
That's not a dagger.
I'll say what you believe in, my brother. Is not African at all, my brother.
That's not a dagger to tell me that it's not African. I wasn't on some.
It ain't African, my brother. It ain't. You ain't respecting your ancestors with that.
Be African.
Okay. That ain't respecting your ancestors, my brother.
The Bible is not African.
I don't have to do anything to be African.
Okay, well then you selfish. You selfish, and you shouldn't be out here talking about the state of the black community when you only worry about your damn self.
No, the Bible.
So fall back. Fall back.
The Bible is not African.
My sword is out.
Darts.
Okay.
Those ain't darts. That's
okay.
Weak as hell.
No, it ain't no dart. It's a motherfucking sword.
I am what I am. I don't have to pick a certain religion from Africans to practice or whatever to be African. That's retarded.
Yeah, what's African? Like because they have myths. That doesn't classify you.
There ain't no point.
because that's the problem. You know, everybody put religion above all. You know, that's the, you know. What about reality and natural? What about he didn't ask to be black? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't. Hey.
So too real. Then I'm the only African on the panel, then, right? Because I'm the one that practices an African religion, right?
What do you practice, my brother?
Orisha.
Is that African?
Yo, very much so.
Okay. Well, this brother doesn't believe in anything. Can you tell me an indigenous African culture that believes in nothing?
Culture. I'm talking about me.
I'm talking about people.
Individual.
It's up to the individual, man.
Well, as an individual, you don't have no power, my brother. We talking about getting power.
Say what?
Is that a point?
We talking about hold on. Is this not a conversation about problems and solutions?
Is that a point?
That's a very weak point. That's not even a point, bro. That's because you don't have to follow anything to have any kind of insight on what a cure could be for our situation. It's not precursory that you submit to anything religiously, because according to your religion, I'm going straight to the hellfire, bro.
Well, what I'm saying though is that I have a better chance of saving our people coming with what I'm coming with than y'all coming with talking about I don't believe in shit. So that's what the hell I'm saying.
And
so
I told you that your religion and
if you believe in something and that's African and you respecting
Abrahamic religions in general are responsible for religious warfare in Africa, where they never had it before. When they were practicing just their indigenous religions, Africans never had religious warfare. But you're talking about that's gonna save them. Okay.
Hey,
okay, so no, hold on. Go ahead, my brother. Finish what you're saying, brother. I just don't want nobody else to say nothing because I don't want to lose what I was gonna say. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, Joe.
I finished.
Oh, okay. That's all you had to say?
I said okay, wave my hand, I'm done.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard you say something, but then I thought somebody else interrupted you.
And Andrea was trying to say something.
I think that in order for us to really start building, our personal beliefs have to be set at the door, man. And then because what works for you is not going to work for me necessarily. What works for me is not going to work for you, you know? So the thing is that, but what's universally problematic for Black folks is this anti-Black system, which is global, right? That we have to deal with every day. So whether you believe in Yahweh or whether I believe in Eladumare, what difference does it make? We have to come together and have some kind of solution if you're down with that kind of process. But you can be an atheist, you can be whatever you want. You can believe in, Spider-Man. I don't give a shit what it is. But the thing is that we still have the same problems everywhere.
Yep.
So it doesn't matter what you believe in. Seriously.
What you stand on.
Or what you even know. Or what you practice or what you don't practice. Who cares? Hey, look, I don't be sitting there like, hey, you have any time for Obatala? You want to hear about? No, man. I don't do that.
Okay.
I don't do that for everybody.
There's no mandate.
Can I say one thing?
To go convert people.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
So, but I have a question.
Now go ahead.
You talking to me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
So my question is, okay, so they said curse be Canaan, and Canaan was supposed to be the slaves, right? Now, so if all them Canaanites were destroyed, how come there's anybody who's a slave?
Well, it was talking about Canaan, the person.
City?
It was talking about Canaan, the person. It says the slave of slaves he shall be to his brothers. But
okay.
What was that?
They're talking about nations, not individual people.
It's talking about a person in that scripture that she just talked about, bruh. In that scripture that she just brought up right there, bruh, it's talking about a person.
Yeah, Canaanites come from a person named Canaan.
No, hold on. I'll propose that you follow me on that next live stream because I was sent an excerpt of Sanetta. He played a part when he came on my panel, but he played a very short part. So I'm going to play that part where he said that he exposed Polite. You know what I'm saying? So you have the link right here, and I will put it also in the what is it called? In the comment, you know. But I'm just going to go live. Actually, I'm going to start the live now on the other one. So feel free to join me. I'm about to hold on.
What time is it for you, Shaka?
Oh, it's 3:50.
Almost
but I don't
4
know
o'clock.
tomorrow. Yeah, it's 3:50 a.m.
Oh shit!
All right,
Yeah.
Shaka.
Just join me on the other one. I'm just starting. I've started it already. So
Okay.
join me on the other one, please. Okay, thank you.